पॉइंट पर और एक मिड ऑफ पर। इसी तरह लेग साइड पर 2 फील्डर्स हैं, शॉर्ट मिड विकेट पर और शॉर्ट स्क्वायर लेग पर एक फील्डर मौजूद है और एक शॉर्ट स्लिप फील्डर पर फील्डर है। एक बिल्कुल ऑफ साइड पर हेलमेट डालकर भी फील्डर मौजूद हैं। बैटिंग गेंद इस बार मिडल स्टंप पर रख के फुल लेंथ की गेंद 86 किलोमीटर पर आर की रफ्तार से बल्लेबाज ने गेंद बल्ला दबाकर खेल दिया सीधा गेंदबाज की ओर और इस समय कोई चांस नहीं रन बटोरने का। 109 ओवर और 5 गेंदों की समाप्ति पर साउथ अफ्रीका 410 रनों पर 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर 5 गेंदे 2 रन। गुड बॉलिंग बाय मेहदी हसन मिराज। 30 ओवर और 5 गेंदों की समाप्ति 131 रन, कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। ओवरऑल बड़ी उम्दा परफॉर्मेंस का मुजाहरा किया जा रहा है। इस ओवर की अगली गेंद ओवर द विकेट, अराउंड ओवर द विकेट। बैटिंग गेंद इस बार ऑफ स्टंप पे रखी, स्विंग गेंद इस बार बल्ला खोलकर पंच कर दिया, बड़े खूबसूरत अंदाज में गैप तलाश किया और ये गेंद एंड बाउंड्री के करीब से फील्ड कर लिया। गुड फील्डिंग, आई थिंक 1 रन सेव कर लेंगे जब तक ये फील्डर गेंद को फील्ड करके थ्रो कर देते हैं। दोनों बल्लेबाजों ने दौड़ते हुए 3 रन मुकम्मल कर लिए। एक्सीलेंट रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट्स और नहीद राणा ने अच्छी फील्डिंग का मुजाहरा करते हुए 1 रन सेव कर लिया है। बाउंड्री चेक की जाएगी प्रॉपर वे से। यस, काफ़ी पीछे थे बाउंड्री लाइन के और 1 रन सेव कर लिया। गुड फील्डिंग बाय नहीद राणा। इस ओवर की अंतिम गेंद पर 3 रन मिले हैं, कुल मिलाकर 5 रन यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं। तो फ्रेंड्स 110 ओवर का खेल जो है यहाँ पर समाप्त हो चुका है। कुल मिलाकर यहाँ पर एक 413 रनों पर पहुँच चुका है साउथ अफ्रीका 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर। अब कुल मिलाकर 61 ओवर्स जो है फ्रेंड्स बाकी हैं दूसरे दिन की समाप्ति के लिए। तो जब तक नए ओवर की शुरुआत होती है फ्रेंड्स, आप भी वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए, शेयर कर दीजिए और अगर आप चैनल पर पहली बार विजिट कर रहे हैं तो फ्रेंड्स चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा, बेल आइकन को ऑन करना मत भूलिए ताकि आने वाली लाइव स्ट्रीम के नोटिफिकेशंस जो हैं आप दोस्तों तक जो है पहुँचते रहें।
तो चलिए फ्रेंड्स, यहाँ पर सबसे पहले मैं आपके साथ पार्टनरशिप्स जो है यहाँ पर शेयर कर देता हूँ। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यहाँ पर तो चलिए फ्रेंड्स, यहाँ पर सबसे पहले तो साउथ अफ्रीका की पहली इनिंग्स के बारे में बात करते हैं। बड़ी शानदार और ताबड़तोड़ बल्लेबाजी की साउथ अफ्रीकन टीम ने पहले बल्लेबाजी करते हुए पहली इनिंग्स में अभी तक 413 रन जो है यहाँ पर बना लिए हैं। 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर 110 ओवर जो है अभी तक इन्होंने खेल लिए हैं। बल्लेबाजी पर सबसे पहले नज़र डालते हैं तो कैप्टन है एडन मार्क्रम का नाम आ रहा है, जिन्होंने
33 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पार्टनरशिप, बड़ी शानदार जो है सबसे पहले यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स नाम आ रहा है कैप्टन एडन मार्क्रम का, जिन्होंने 33 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पारी के लिए 2 चौके भी लगाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया। दूसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं टोनी डिजोर्जी, जिन्होंने 177 रनों की बड़ी एग्रेसिव और क्रूशियल इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 12 चौके और 4 छक्के भी चटकाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया एलबीडब्ल्यू की सूरत में। तीसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं ट्रिस्टन स्टब, क्या बात है, इनकी भी बड़ी कमाल की पारी खेली, बड़ी क्रूशियल बल्लेबाजी करके दिखाई। इन्होंने भी अग्रेसिव इनिंग खेली, 106 रनों की 6 चौके और 3 छक्के चटकाए और इनका विकेट भी ताजुल इस्लाम ने क्लीन बॉल की सूरत में हासिल किया। चौथी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं डेविड बिडिंगम, जिन्होंने 59 रनों की बड़ी शानदार शानदार जो है इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 2 चौके और 4 छक्के इन्होंने चटकाए। ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनका विकेट भी बॉल्ड आउट की सूरत में हासिल किया। नंबर 5 पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं रियान रिकल्टन, जो कि बल्लेबाजी अभी कर रहे हैं, 11 रन बनाकर विकेट पर मौजूद हैं। 1 चौका ही इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला। केलेवरे ने जो है बगैर कोई खाता खोले पवेलियन की तरफ लौटे, ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनको एलबीडब्ल्यू आउट किया। और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स है बल्लेबाज आ रहे हैं वियान मोल्डर, जिन्होंने 12 रन अभी तक बना रखे हैं। 1 छक्का इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर थोड़ी सी गेंदबाजी पर नज़र डालते हैं टाइगर्स की। नंबर 1 पर है यहाँ पर एक्स्ट्रा रन्स अगर देखें तो 15 रन टोटल एक्स्ट्रा रन्स दे चुके हैं। 10 लेग बाई के 10 जो है बाइक के स्कोर शामिल हैं, 1 लेग बाई का, 1 वाइट बॉल और बीच में 3 नो बॉल्स शामिल हैं। और उसके बाद अभी जो बल्लेबाज रहते हैं बल्लेबाजी के लिए, इसमें सबसे पहले हैं स्नोरर कशेफ हैं, कगीसोर आबादा हैं, डेन पीटरसन है, ये अभी बल्लेबाज बाकी रहते हैं जिन्होंने बल्लेबाजी अभी करनी है। और उसके बाद फॉलो विकेट्स आप देख सकते हैं। पहला विकेट जो है एडन मार्क्रम का गिरा 69 रनों पर। दूसरा विकेट ट्रिस्टन स्टम 270 रनों पर। तीसरा विकेट डेविड बिडिंगम 386 रनों पर। चौथा विकेट टोनी डिजोर्जी 391 रनों पर। और 5वां विकेट केलेवरे ने 391 रनों पर। और उसके बाद गेंदबाजी पर भी नज़र डालते हैं फ्रेंड्स। यहाँ पर टाइगर्स की गेंदबाजी जो है किस तरह की रही। सबसे पहली पोजीशन पर हैं गेंदबाजों में हसन महमूद, जिन्होंने 16 ओवर समाप्त किए, 54 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट 3.40। नहीद राना जो है 16 ओवर की समाप्ति, 2 ओवर्स मिडन, 47 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। 3 नो बॉल्स और 1 वाइट बॉल भी शामिल है इसमें। और इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 2.90 प्रति ओवर का रहा। ताजुल इस्लाम 43 ओवर्स डालकर 5 ओवर्स जो है इन्होंने बीच में मिडन डाले और अभी 5 विकेट्स भी इन्होंने निकाल चुके हैं। इकॉनमी रेट जो है 3.50 प्रति ओवर का है। मेहंदी हसन मिराज 31 ओवर की समाप्ति पर 2 ओवर्स मिडन डाले, 134 रन देकर कोई सफलता नहीं ले पाए, कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 4.30 का है। मोमिनुल हक 4 ओवर की समाप्ति पर अभी तक 15 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट जो है इनका 3.80 प्रति ओवर का चल रहा है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स बात करते हैं अभी तक दोनों बल्लेबाजों के बीच जो पार्टनरशिप्स लगी हैं। पहली विकेट ने 69 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें एडन मार्क्रम और टोनी डिजोर्जी शामिल हैं। दूसरी विकेट ने सबसे लंबी पार्टनरशिप लगाई 201 रन की, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और इसमें ट्रिस्टन स्टब शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 90 रन और स्टब ने इसमें 106 रनों की कंट्रीब्यूशन की। और अब उसके बाद यहाँ पर तीसरी विकेट की फ्रेंड्स अगर बात करें तो तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 37 रनों की जो है पार्टनरशिप जो है यहाँ पर लगाई, जिसमें यहाँ पर बात करें अगर बल्कि तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 116 रनों की पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और डेविड बिडिंगम शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 51 रन और डेविड ने 59 रनों की इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन की। चौथी विकेट ने सिर्फ 5 और इसके अलावा 5वीं विकेट ने जो है कोई रन की कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं की। उसके अलावा यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट बात करते हैं, अभी मौजूदा विकेट की कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है 22 रनों की हो चुकी है, जिसमें रियान रिकल्टन और वियान मोल्डर यहाँ पर शामिल हैं। तो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर आप अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा, आज आप कौन सी टीम को जो है सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, टाइगर्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या फिर साउथ अफ्रीका को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। टाइगर्स के जो फैंस हैं फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए, और साउथ अफ्रीका के जो फैंस हैं वो वीडियो को लाइक करने के बजाय चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा। अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा कमेंट सेक्शन में। सबसे पहले यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स नाम आ रहा है कैप्टन एडन माकरम का, जिन्होंने 33 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पारी के लिए 2 चौके भी लगाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया। दूसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं टोनी डिजोर्जी, जिन्होंने 177 रनों की बड़ी एग्रेसिव और क्रूशियल इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 12 चौके और 4 छक्के भी चटकाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया एलबीडब्ल्यू की सूरत में। तीसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं ट्रिस्टन स्टब, क्या बात है इनकी भी, बड़ी कमाल की पारी खेली, बड़ी क्रूशल बल्लेबाजी करके दिखाई। इन्होंने भी अग्रेसिव इनिंग खेली, 106 रनों की 6 चौके और 3 छक्के चटकाए और इनका विकेट भी ताजुल इस्लाम ने क्लीन बॉल की सूरत में हासिल किया। चौथी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं डेविड बिडिंगम, जिन्होंने 59 रनों की बड़ी शानदार जो है इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 2 चौके और 4 छक्के इन्होंने चटकाए। ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनका विकेट भी बॉल्ड आउट की सूरत में हासिल किया। नंबर 5 पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं रियान रिकल्टन, जो कि बल्लेबाजी अभी कर रहे हैं, 11 रन बनाकर विकेट पर मौजूद हैं। एक चौका ही इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला। केलेवरे ने जो है बगैर कोई खाता खोले पवेलियन की तरफ लौटे, ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनको एलबीडब्ल्यू आउट किया। और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स हैं बल्लेबाज आ रहे हैं वियान मोल्डर, जिन्होंने 12 रन अभी तक बना रखे हैं। एक छक्का इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर थोड़ी सी गेंदबाजी पर नज़र डालते हैं टाइगर्स की। नंबर 1 पर है यहाँ पर एक्स्ट्रा रन्स अगर देखें तो 15 रन टोटल एक्स्ट्रा रन्स दे चुके हैं। 10 लेग बाई के 10 जो है बाइक के स्कोर शामिल हैं, 1 लेग बाई का, 1 वाइट बॉल और बीच में 3 नो बॉल्स शामिल हैं। और उसके बाद अभी जो बल्लेबाज रहते हैं बल्लेबाजी के लिए, इसमें सबसे पहले हैं स्नोरर, कशेफ हैं, कगिसोर बादा हैं, डेन पीटरसन है, ये अभी बल्लेबाज बाकी रहते हैं जिन्होंने बल्लेबाजी अभी करनी है। और उसके बाद फॉलो विकेट्स आप देख सकते हैं, पहला विकेट जो है एडन माकरम का गिरा 69 रनों पर, दूसरा विकेट ट्रिस्टन स्टम 270 रनों पर, तीसरा विकेट डेविड बिडिंगम 386 रनों पर, चौथा विकेट टोनी डिजोर्जी 391 रनों पर और 5वां विकेट केलेवरे ने 391 रनों पर। और उसके बाद गेंदबाजी पर भी नज़र डालते हैं फ्रेंड्स, यहाँ पर टाइगर्स की गेंदबाजी जो है किस तरह की रही। सबसे पहली पोजीशन पर है गेंदबाजों में हसन महमूद, जिन्होंने 16 ओवर समाप्त किए, 54 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट 3.40। मनहीद राना जो है 16 ओवर की समाप्ति, 2 ओवर्स मिडन, 47 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। 3 नो बॉल्स और 1 वाइट बॉल भी शामिल है इसमें। और इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 2.90 प्रति ओवर का रहा। ताजुल इस्लाम 43 ओवर्स डालकर 5 ओवर्स जो है इन्होंने बीच में मिडन डाले और अभी 5 विकेट्स भी इन्होंने निकाल चुके हैं। इकॉनमी रेट जो है 3.50 प्रति ओवर का है। मेहंदी हसन मिराज 31 ओवर की समाप्ति पर 2 ओवर्स मिडन डाले, 134 रन देकर कोई सफलता नहीं ले पाए, कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 4.30 का है। मोमिनुल हक 4 ओवर की समाप्ति पर अभी तक 15 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट जो है इनका 3.80 प्रति ओवर का चल रहा है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स बात करते हैं अभी तक दोनों बल्लेबाजों के बीच जो पार्टनरशिप्स लगी हैं। पहली विकेट ने 69 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें एडन माकरम और टोनी डिजोर्जी शामिल हैं। दूसरी विकेट ने सबसे लंबी पार्टनरशिप लगाई 201 रन की, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और इसमें ट्रिस्टन स्टब शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 90 रन और स्टब ने इसमें 106 रनों की कंट्रीब्यूशन की। और अब उसके बाद यहाँ पर तीसरी विकेट की फ्रेंड्स अगर बात करें तो तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 37 रनों की जो है पार्टनरशिप जो है यहाँ पर लगाई, जिसमें यहाँ पर बात करें अगर बल्कि तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 116 रनों की पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और डेविड बिडिंगम शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 51 रन और डेविड ने 59 रनों की इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन की। चौथी विकेट ने सिर्फ 5 और इसके अलावा 5वीं विकेट ने जो है कोई रन की कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं की। उसके अलावा यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट बात करते हैं, अभी मौजूदा विकेट की कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है 22 रनों की हो चुकी है, जिसमें रियान रिकल्टन और वियान मोल्डर यहाँ पर शामिल हैं। तो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर आप अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा, आज आप कौन सी टीम को जो है सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, टाइगर्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या फिर साउथ अफ्रीका को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। टाइगर्स के जो फैंस हैं फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए, और साउथ अफ्रीका के जो फैंस हैं वो वीडियो को लाइक करने की बजाय चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा। अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा कमेंट सेक्शन में। सबसे पहले यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स नाम आ रहा है कैप्टन एडन माकरम का, जिन्होंने 33 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पारी खेली, 2 चौके भी लगाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया। दूसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं टोनी डिजोर्जी, जिन्होंने 177 रनों की बड़ी एग्रेसिव और क्रूशियल इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 12 चौके और 4 छक्के भी चटकाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया एलबीडब्ल्यू की सूरत में। तीसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं ट्रिस्टन स्टब, क्या बात है, इनकी भी बड़ी कमाल की पारी खेली, बड़ी क्रूशल बल्लेबाजी करके दिखाई, इन्होंने भी अग्रेसिव इनिंग खेली, 106 रनों की 6 चौके और 3 छक्के चटकाए और इनका विकेट भी ताजुल इस्लाम ने क्लीन बॉल की सूरत में हासिल किया। चौथी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं डेविड बिडिंगम, जिन्होंने 59 रनों की बड़ी शानदार जो है इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 2 चौके और 4 छक्के इन्होंने चटकाए। ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनका विकेट भी बॉल्ड आउट की सूरत में हासिल किया। नंबर 5 पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं रियान रिकल्टन, जो कि बल्लेबाजी अभी कर रहे हैं, 11 रन बनाकर विकेट पर मौजूद हैं। एक चौका ही इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला। केलेवरे ने जो है बगैर कोई खाता खोले पवेलियन की तरफ लौटे, ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनको एलबीडब्ल्यू आउट किया। और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स है बल्लेबाज आ रहे हैं वियान मोल्डर, जिन्होंने 12 रन अभी तक बना रखे हैं, एक छक्का इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर थोड़ी सी गेंदबाजी पर नज़र डालते हैं टाइगर्स की। नंबर 1 पर है यहाँ पर एक्स्ट्रा रन्स अगर देखें तो 15 रन टोटल एक्स्ट्रा रन्स दे चुके हैं। 10 लेग बाई के 10 जो है बाई के स्कोर शामिल हैं, 1 लेग बाई का, 1 वाइट बॉल और बीच में 3 नो बॉल्स शामिल हैं। और उसके बाद अभी जो बल्लेबाज रहते हैं बल्लेबाजी के लिए, इसमें सबसे पहले हैं स्नोरर कशेफ हैं, कगीसोर बादा हैं, डेन पीटरसन है, ये अभी बल्लेबाज बाकी रहते हैं जिन्होंने बल्लेबाजी अभी करनी है। और उसके बाद फॉलो विकेट्स आप देख सकते हैं, पहला विकेट जो है एडन माकरम का गिरा 69 रनों पर, दूसरा विकेट ट्रिस्टन स्टम 270 रनों पर, तीसरा विकेट डेविड बिडिंगम 386 रनों पर, चौथा विकेट टोनी डिजोर्जी 391 रनों पर और 5वां विकेट केलेवरे ने 391 रनों पर। और उसके बाद गेंदबाजी पर भी नज़र डालते हैं फ्रेंड्स, यहाँ पर टाइगर्स की गेंदबाजी जो है किस तरह की रही। सबसे पहली पोजीशन पर हैं गेंदबाजों में हसन महमूद, जिन्होंने 16 ओवर समाप्त किए, 54 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट 3.40। नहीद राना जो है 16 ओवर की समाप्ति, 2 ओवर्स मिडन, 47 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। 3 नो बॉल्स और 1 वाइट बॉल भी शामिल है इसमें। और इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 2.90 प्रति ओवर का रहा। ताजुल इस्लाम 43 ओवर्स डालकर 5 ओवर्स जो है इन्होंने बीच में मिडन डाले और अभी 5 विकेट्स भी इन्होंने निकाल चुके हैं। इकॉनमी रेट जो है 3.50 प्रति ओवर का है। मेहंदी हसन मिराज 31 ओवर की समाप्ति पर 2 ओवर्स मिडन डाले, 134 रन देकर कोई सफलता नहीं ले पाए, कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 4.30 का है। मोमिनुल हक 4 ओवर की समाप्ति पर अभी तक 15 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट जो है इनका 3.80 प्रति ओवर का चल रहा है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स बात करते हैं अभी तक दोनों बल्लेबाजों के बीच जो पार्टनरशिप्स लगी हैं। पहली विकेट ने 69 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें एडन माकरम और टोनी डिजोर्जी शामिल हैं। दूसरी विकेट ने सबसे लंबी पार्टनरशिप लगाई 201 रन की, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और इसमें ट्रिस्टन स्टब शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 90 रन और स्टब ने इसमें 106 रनों की कंट्रीब्यूशन की। और अब उसके बाद यहाँ पर तीसरी विकेट की फ्रेंड्स अगर बात करें तो तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 37 रनों की जो है पार्टनरशिप जो है यहाँ पर लगाई, जिसमें यहाँ पर बात करें अगर बल्कि तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 116 रनों की पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और डेविड बिडिंगम शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 51 रन और डेविड ने 59 रनों की इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन की। चौथी विकेट ने सिर्फ 5 और इसके अलावा 5वीं विकेट ने जो है कोई रन की कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं की। उसके अलावा यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट बात करते हैं, अभी मौजूदा विकेट की कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है 22 रनों की हो चुकी है, जिसमें रियान रिकल्टन और वियान मोल्डर यहाँ पर शामिल हैं। तो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर आप अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा, आज आप कौन सी टीम को जो है सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, टाइगर्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या फिर साउथ अफ्रीका को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। टाइगर्स के जो फैंस हैं फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए और साउथ अफ्रीका के जो फैंस हैं वो वीडियो को लाइक करने के बजाय चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा। अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा कमेंट सेक्शन में। सबसे पहले यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स नाम आ रहा है कैप्टन एडन मार्करम का, जिन्होंने 33 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पारी के लिए 2 चौके भी लगाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया। दूसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं टोनी डिजोर्जी, जिन्होंने 177 रनों की बड़ी एग्रेसिव और क्रूशियल इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 12 चौके और 4 छक्के भी चटकाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया एलबीडब्ल्यू की सूरत में। तीसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं ट्रिस्टन स्टब, क्या बात है, इनकी भी बड़ी कमाल की पारी खेली, बड़ी क्रूशियल बल्लेबाजी करके दिखाई। इन्होंने भी अग्रेसिव इनिंग खेली, 106 रनों की 6 चौके और 3 छक्के चटकाए और इनका विकेट भी ताजुल इस्लाम ने क्लीन बोल्ड की सूरत में हासिल किया। चौथी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं डेविड बिडिंगम, जिन्होंने 59 रनों की बड़ी शानदार शानदार जो है इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 2 चौके और 4 छक्के इन्होंने चटकाए। ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनका विकेट भी बॉल्ड आउट की सूरत में हासिल किया। नंबर 5 पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं रियान रिकल्टन, जो कि बल्लेबाजी अभी कर रहे हैं, 11 रन बनाकर विकेट पर मौजूद हैं। 1 चौका ही इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला। केलेवरे ने जो है बगैर कोई खाता खोले पवेलियन की तरफ लौटे, ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनको एलबीडब्ल्यू आउट किया। और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स है बल्लेबाज आ रहे हैं वियान मोल्डर, जिन्होंने 12 रन अभी तक बना रखे हैं। 1 छक्का इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर थोड़ी सी गेंदबाजी पर नज़र डालते हैं टाइगर्स की। नंबर 1 पर है यहाँ पर एक्स्ट्रा रन्स अगर देखें तो 15 रन टोटल एक्स्ट्रा रन्स दे चुके हैं। 10 लेग बाई के 10 जो है बाइक के स्कोर शामिल हैं, 1 लेग बाई का, 1 वाइट बॉल और बीच में 3 नो बॉल्स शामिल हैं। और उसके बाद अभी जो बल्लेबाज रहते हैं बल्लेबाजी के लिए, इसमें सबसे पहले हैं स्नोरर कशेफ हैं, कगीसोर आबादा हैं, डेन पीटरसन है, ये अभी बल्लेबाज बाकी रहते हैं जिन्होंने बल्लेबाजी अभी करनी है। और उसके बाद फॉलो विकेट्स आप देख सकते हैं। पहला विकेट जो है एडन मार्करम का गिरा 69 रनों पर, दूसरा विकेट ट्रिस्टन स्टम 270 रनों पर, तीसरा विकेट डेविड बिडिंगम 386 रनों पर, चौथा विकेट टोनी डिजोर्जी 391 रनों पर और 5वां विकेट केलेवरे ने 391 रनों पर। और उसके बाद गेंदबाजी पर भी नज़र डालते हैं फ्रेंड्स। यहाँ पर टाइगर्स की गेंदबाजी जो है किस तरह की रही। सबसे पहली पोजीशन पर है गेंदबाजों में हसन महमूद, जिन्होंने 16 ओवर समाप्त किए, 54 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट 3.40। महमीद राना जो है 16 ओवर की समाप्ति, 2 ओवर्स मिडन, 47 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। 3 नो बॉल्स और 1 वाइट बॉल भी शामिल है इसमें। और इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 2.90 प्रति ओवर का रहा। ताजुल इस्लाम 43 ओवर्स डालकर 5 ओवर्स जो है इन्होंने बीच में मिडन डाले और अभी 5 विकेट्स भी इन्होंने निकाल चुके हैं। इकॉनमी रेट जो है 3.50 प्रति ओवर का है। मेहंदी हसन मिराज 31 ओवर की समाप्ति पर 2 ओवर्स मिडन डाले, 134 रन देकर कोई सफलता नहीं ले पाए, कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 4.30 का है। मोमिनुल हक 4 ओवर की समाप्ति पर अभी तक 15 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट जो है इनका 3.80 प्रति ओवर का चल रहा है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स बात करते हैं अभी तक दोनों बल्लेबाजों के बीच जो पार्टनरशिप्स लगी हैं। पहली विकेट ने 69 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें एडन मार्करम और टोनी डिजोर्जी शामिल हैं। दूसरी विकेट ने सबसे लंबी पार्टनरशिप लगाई 201 रन की, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और इसमें ट्रिस्टन स्टब शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 90 रन और स्टब ने इसमें 106 रनों की कंट्रीब्यूशन की। और अब उसके बाद यहाँ पर तीसरी विकेट की फ्रेंड्स अगर बात करें तो तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 37 रनों की जो है पार्टनरशिप जो है यहाँ पर लगाई, जिसमें यहाँ पर बात करें अगर बल्कि तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 116 रनों की पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और डेविड बिडिंगम शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 51 रन और डेविड ने 59 रनों की इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन की। चौथी विकेट ने सिर्फ 5 और इसके अलावा 5वीं विकेट ने जो है कोई रन की कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं की। उसके अलावा यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट बात करते हैं अभी मौजूदा विकेट की कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है 22 रनों की हो चुकी है, जिसमें रियान रिकल्टन और वियान मोल्डर यहाँ पर शामिल हैं। तो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर आप अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा। आज आप कौन सी टीम को जो है सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, टाइगर्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या फिर साउथ अफ्रीका को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। टाइगर्स के जो फैंस हैं फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए और साउथ अफ्रीका के जो फैंस हैं वो वीडियो को लाइक करने के बजाय चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा। अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा कमेंट सेक्शन में। सबसे पहले यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स नाम आ रहा है कैप्टन एडन मार्करम का, जिन्होंने 33 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पारी के लिए 2 चौके भी लगाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया। दूसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं टोनी डिजोर्जी, जिन्होंने 177 रनों की बड़ी एग्रेसिव और क्रूशियल इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 12 चौके और 4 छक्के भी चटकाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया एलबीडब्ल्यू की सूरत में। तीसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं ट्रिस्टन स्टब, क्या बात है, इनकी भी बड़ी कमाल की पारी खेली, बड़ी क्रूशल बल्लेबाजी करके दिखाई। इन्होंने भी अग्रेसिव इनिंग खेली, 106 रनों की 6 चौके और 3 छक्के चटकाए और इनका विकेट भी ताजुल इस्लाम ने क्लीन बॉल की सूरत में हासिल किया। चौथी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं डेविड बिडिंगम, जिन्होंने 59 रनों की बड़ी शानदार जो है इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 2 चौके और 4 छक्के इन्होंने चटकाए। ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनका विकेट भी बॉल्ड आउट की सूरत में हासिल किया। नंबर 5 पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं रियान रिकल्टन, जो कि बल्लेबाजी अभी कर रहे हैं, 11 रन बनाकर विकेट पर मौजूद हैं। एक चौका ही इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला। केलेवरे ने जो है बगैर कोई खाता खोले पवेलियन की तरफ लौटे, ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनको एलबीडब्ल्यू आउट किया। और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स है बल्लेबाज आ रहे हैं व्यान मोल्डर, जिन्होंने 12 रन अभी तक बना रखे हैं। एक छक्का इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर थोड़ी सी गेंदबाजी पर नज़र डालते हैं टाइगर्स की। नंबर 1 पर है यहाँ पर एक्स्ट्रा रन्स अगर देखें तो 15 रन टोटल एक्स्ट्रा रन्स दे चुके हैं। 10 लेग बाई के 10 जो है बाई के स्कोर शामिल हैं, 1 लेग बाई का, 1 वाइट बॉल और बीच में 3 नो बॉल्स शामिल हैं। और उसके बाद अभी जो बल्लेबाज रहते हैं बल्लेबाजी के लिए, इसमें सबसे पहले हैं स्नोरर, कशेफ हैं, कगिसोराबादा हैं, डेन पीटरसन है, ये अभी बल्लेबाज बाकी रहते हैं जिन्होंने बल्लेबाजी अभी करनी है। और उसके बाद फॉलो विकेट्स आप देख सकते हैं। पहला विकेट जो है एडन मार्क्रम का गिरा 69 रनों पर, दूसरा विकेट ट्रिस्टन स्टम 270 रनों पर, तीसरा विकेट डेविड बिडिंगम 386 रनों पर, चौथा विकेट टोनी डिजोर्जी 391 रनों पर और 5वां विकेट केलेवरे ने 391 रनों पर। और उसके बाद गेंदबाजी पर भी नज़र डालते हैं फ्रेंड्स। यहाँ पर टाइगर्स की गेंदबाजी जो है किस तरह की रही। सबसे पहली पोजीशन पर हैं गेंदबाजों में हसन महमूद, जिन्होंने 16 ओवर समाप्त किए, 54 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट 3.40। मनहीद राना जो है 16 ओवर की समाप्ति, 2 ओवर्स मिडन, 47 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। 3 नो बॉल्स और 1 वाइट बॉल भी शामिल है इसमें। और इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 2.90 प्रति ओवर का रहा। ताजुल इस्लाम 43 ओवर्स डालकर 5 ओवर्स जो है इन्होंने बीच में मिडन डाले और अभी 5 विकेट्स भी इन्होंने निकाल चुके हैं। इकॉनमी रेट जो है 3.50 प्रति ओवर का है। मेहंदी हसन मिराज 31 ओवर की समाप्ति पर 2 ओवर्स मिडन डाले, 134 रन देकर कोई सफलता नहीं ले पाए, कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 4.30 का है। मोमिनुल हक 4 ओवर की समाप्ति पर अभी तक 15 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट जो है इनका 3.80 प्रति ओवर का चल रहा है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स बात करते हैं अभी तक दोनों बल्लेबाजों के बीच जो पार्टनरशिप्स लगी हैं। पहली विकेट ने 69 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें एडन मार्क्रम और टोनी डिजोर्जी शामिल हैं। दूसरी विकेट ने सबसे लंबी पार्टनरशिप लगाई 201 रन की, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और इसमें ट्रिस्टन स्टब शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 90 रन और स्टब ने इसमें 106 रनों की कंट्रीब्यूशन की। और अब उसके बाद यहाँ पर तीसरी विकेट की फ्रेंड्स अगर बात करें तो तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 37 रनों की जो है पार्टनरशिप जो है यहाँ पर लगाई, जिसमें यहाँ पर बात करें अगर बल्कि तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 116 रनों की पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और डेविड बिडिंगम शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 51 रन और डेविड ने 59 रनों की इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन की। चौथी विकेट ने सिर्फ 5 और इसके अलावा 5वीं विकेट ने जो है कोई रन की कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं की। उसके अलावा यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट बात करते हैं अभी मौजूदा विकेट की कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है 22 रनों की हो चुकी है, जिसमें रियान रिकल्टन और व्यान मोल्डर यहाँ पर शामिल हैं। तो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर आप अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा, आज आप कौन सी टीम को जो है सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, टाइगर्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या फिर साउथ अफ्रीका को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। टाइगर्स के जो फैंस हैं फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए और साउथ अफ्रीका के जो फैंस हैं वो वीडियो को लाइक करने के बजाय चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा। अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा कमेंट सेक्शन में। सबसे पहले यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स नाम आ रहा है कैप्टन एडन मार्क्रम का, जिन्होंने 33 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पारी खेली, 2 चौके भी लगाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया। दूसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं टोनी डिजोर्जी, जिन्होंने 177 रनों की बड़ी एग्रेसिव और क्रूशियल इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 12 चौके और 4 छक्के भी चटकाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया एलबीडब्ल्यू की सूरत में। तीसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं ट्रिस्टन स्टब। क्या बात है, इनकी भी बड़ी कमाल की पारी खेली, बड़ी क्रूशल बल्लेबाजी करके दिखाई। इन्होंने भी अग्रेसिव इनिंग खेली, 106 रनों की 6 चौके और 3 छक्के चटकाए और इनका विकेट भी ताजुल इस्लाम ने क्लीन बॉल की सूरत में हासिल किया। चौथी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं डेविड बिडिंगम, जिन्होंने 59 रनों की बड़ी शानदार जो है इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 2 चौके और 4 छक्के इन्होंने चटकाए। ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनका विकेट भी बॉल्ड आउट की सूरत में हासिल किया। नंबर 5 पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं रियान रिकल्टन, जो कि बल्लेबाजी अभी कर रहे हैं। 11 रन बनाकर विकेट पर मौजूद हैं। एक चौका ही इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला। केलेवरे ने जो है बगैर कोई खाता खोले पवेलियन की तरफ लौटे। ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनको LBW आउट किया और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स है बल्लेबाज आ रहे हैं वियान मोल्डर, जिन्होंने 12 रन अभी तक बना रखे हैं। एक छक्का इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला है और उसके बाद यहाँ पर थोड़ी सी गेंदबाजी पर नज़र डालते हैं टाइगर्स की। नंबर 1 पर है यहाँ पर एक्स्ट्रा रन्स अगर देखें तो 15 रन टोटल एक्स्ट्रा रन्स दे चुके हैं। 10 लेग बाई के 10 जो है बाइक के स्कोर शामिल हैं, 1 लेग बाई का, 1 वाइट बॉल और बीच में 3 नॉट बॉल्स शामिल हैं। और उसके बाद अभी जो बल्लेबाज रहते हैं बल्लेबाजी के लिए, इसमें सबसे पहले हैं स्नोरर कशेफ हैं, कगिसोराबादा हैं, डेन पीटरसन है, ये अभी बल्लेबाज बाकी रहते हैं जिन्होंने बल्लेबाजी अभी करनी है। और उसके बाद फॉलो विकेट्स आप देख सकते हैं। पहला विकेट जो है एडन मार्क्रम का गिरा 69 रनों पर। दूसरा विकेट ट्रिस्टन स्टम 270 रनों पर। तीसरा विकेट डेविड बिडिंगम 386 रनों पर। चौथा विकेट टोनी डिजोर्जी 391 रनों पर और 5वां विकेट केलेवरे ने 391 रनों पर। और उसके बाद गेंदबाजी पर भी नज़र डालते हैं फ्रेंड्स। यहाँ पर टाइगर्स की गेंदबाजी जो है किस तरह की रही। सबसे पहली पोजीशन पर है गेंदबाजों में हसन महमूद, जिन्होंने 16 ओवर समाप्त किए, 54 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट 3.40। महमूद राना जो है 16 ओवर की समाप्ति, 2 ओवर्स मिडन, 47 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। 3 नौ बॉल्स और 1 वाइट बॉल भी शामिल है इसमें। और इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 2.90 प्रति ओवर का रहा। ताजुल इस्लाम 43 ओवर्स डालकर 5 ओवर्स जो है इन्होंने बीच में मिडन डाले और अभी 5 विकेट्स भी इन्होंने निकाल चुके हैं। इकॉनमी रेट जो है 3.50 प्रति ओवर का है। मेहंदी हसन मिराज 31 ओवर की समाप्ति पर 2 ओवर्स मिडन डाले, 134 रन देकर कोई सफलता नहीं ले पाए, कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेटिंग का 4.30 का है। मोमिनुल हक 4 ओवर की समाप्ति पर अभी तक 15 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकॉनमी रेट जो है इनका 3.80 प्रति ओवर का चल रहा है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स बात करते हैं अभी तक दोनों बल्लेबाजों के बीच जो पार्टनरशिप्स लगी हैं। पहली विकेट ने 69 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें एडन मार्क्रम और टोनी डिजोर्जी शामिल हैं। दूसरी विकेट ने सबसे लंबी पार्टनरशिप लगाई 201 रन की, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और इसमें ट्रिस्टन स्टब शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 90 रन और स्टब ने इसमें 106 रनों की कंट्रीब्यूशन की। और अब उसके बाद यहाँ पर तीसरी विकेट की फ्रेंड्स अगर बात करें तो तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 37 रनों की जो है पार्टनरशिप जो है यहाँ पर लगाई, जिसमें यहाँ पर बात करें अगर बल्कि तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 116 रनों की पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और डेविड बिडिंगम शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 51 रन और डेविड ने 59 रनों की इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन की। चौथी विकेट ने सिर्फ 5 और इसके अलावा 5वीं विकेट ने जो है कोई रन की कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं की। उसके अलावा यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट बात करते हैं अभी मौजूदा विकेट की कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है 22 रनों की हो चुकी है, जिसमें रियान रिकल्टन और वियान मोल्डर यहाँ पर शामिल हैं। तो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर आप अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा। आज आप कौन सी टीम को जो है सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, टाइगर्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या फिर साउथ अफ्रीका को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। टाइगर्स के जो फैंस हैं फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए और साउथ अफ्रीका के जो फैंस हैं वो वीडियो को लाइक करने के बजाय चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा। अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा कमेंट सेक्शन में। सबसे पहले यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स नाम आ रहा है कैप्टन एडन मार्क्रम का, जिन्होंने 33 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पारी खेली, 2 चौके भी लगाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया। दूसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं टोनी डिजोर्जी, जिन्होंने 177 रनों की बड़ी एग्रेसिव और क्रूशियल इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 12 चौके और 4 छक्के भी चटकाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया LBW की सूरत में। तीसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं ट्रिस्टन स्टब। क्या बात है, इनकी भी बड़ी कमाल की पारी खेली, बड़ी क्रूशल बल्लेबाजी करके दिखाई। इन्होंने भी अग्रेसिव इनिंग खेली, 106 रनों की 6 चौके और 3 छक्के चटकाए और इनका विकेट भी ताजुल इस्लाम ने क्लीन बॉल की सूरत में हासिल किया। चौथी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं डेविड बिडिंगम, जिन्होंने 59 रनों की बड़ी शानदार जो है इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 2 चौके और 4 छक्के इन्होंने चटकाए। ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनका विकेट भी बॉल्ड आउट की सूरत में हासिल किया। नंबर 5 पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं रियान रिकल्टन, जो कि बल्लेबाजी अभी कर रहे हैं, 11 रन बनाकर विकेट पर मौजूद हैं। एक चौका ही इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला। केलेवरे ने जो है बगैर कोई खाता खोले पवेलियन की तरफ लौटे। ताजुल इस्लाम ने इनको LBW आउट किया। और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स है बल्लेबाज आ रहे हैं वियान मोल्डर, जिन्होंने 12 रन अभी तक बना रखे हैं। एक छक्का इनके बल्ले के बीच से निकला है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर थोड़ी सी गेंदबाजी पर नज़र डालते हैं टाइगर्स की। नंबर 1 पर है यहाँ पर एक्स्ट्रा रन्स अगर देखें तो 15 रन टोटल एक्स्ट्रा रन्स दे चुके हैं। 10 लेग बाई के 10 जो है बाई के स्कोर शामिल हैं, एक लेग बाई का, एक वाइट बॉल और बीच में 3 नो बॉल्स शामिल हैं। और उसके बाद अभी जो बल्लेबाज रहते हैं बल्लेबाजी के लिए, इसमें सबसे पहले हैं स्नोरर कशेफ हैं, कगीसोर अबादा हैं, डेन पीटरसन है, ये अभी बल्लेबाज बाकी रहते हैं जिन्होंने बल्लेबाजी अभी करनी है। और उसके बाद फॉलो विकेट्स आप देख सकते हैं। पहला विकेट जो है एडन मार्क्रम का गिरा 69 रनों पर। दूसरा विकेट ट्रिस्टन स्टम्प 270 रनों पर। तीसरा विकेट डेविड बिडिंगम 386 रनों पर। चौथा विकेट टोनी डिजोर्जी 391 रनों पर। और पांचवा विकेट केलेवरे ने 391 रनों पर। और उसके बाद गेंदबाजी पर डालते हैं फ्रेंड्स। यहाँ पर टाइगर्स की गेंदबाजी जो है रही सबसे पहली पोजीशन पर है गेंदबाजों में महमूद, जिन्होंने 16 ओवर से 54 रन विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। कर्म रेट 3.40। महमीद राना जो है 16 ओवर की 3 मिडन 47 रन, कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल। 3 नो बॉल्स और बॉल भी शामिल है इसमें। और इकोनॉमी रेटिंग का 2.90 प्रति ओवर का रहा। 45 ओवर्स डाल 5 ओवर्स जो है इन्होंने बीच में मिडन डाले और अभी 5 विकेट्स भी इन्होंने निकाल चुके हैं। इकोनॉमी रेट जो है 3.50 प्रति ओवर का है। मेहंदी हसन मिराज 31 ओवर की समाप्ति पर 2 ओवर्स मिडन डाले, 134 रन देकर कोई सफलता नहीं ले पाए, कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकोनॉमी रेटिंग का 4.30 का है। मोमिनुल हक 4 ओवर की समाप्ति पर अभी तक 15 रन देकर कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। इकोनॉमी रेट जो है इनका 3.80 प्रति ओवर का चल रहा है। और उसके बाद यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स बात करते हैं अभी तक दोनों बल्लेबाजों के बीच जो पार्टनरशिप्स लगी हैं। पहली विकेट ने 69 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें एडन मार्क्रम और टोनी डिजोर्जी शामिल हैं। दूसरी विकेट ने सबसे लंबी पार्टनरशिप लगाई 201 रन की, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और इसमें ट्रिस्टन स्टम्प शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 90 रन और स्टम्प ने इसमें 106 रनों की कंट्रीब्यूशन की। और अब उसके बाद यहाँ पर तीसरी विकेट की फ्रेंड्स अगर बात करें तो तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 37 रनों की जो है पार्टनरशिप जो है यहाँ पर लगाई, जिसमें यहाँ पर बात करें अगर बल्कि तीसरी विकेट ने जो है 116 रनों की पार्टनरशिप लगाई, जिसमें टोनी डिजोर्जी और डेविड बिडिंगम शामिल हैं। टोनी डिजोर्जी ने 51 रन और डेविड ने 59 रनों की इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन की। चौथी विकेट ने सिर्फ 5 और इसके अलावा 5वीं विकेट ने जो है कोई रन की कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं की। उसके अलावा यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट बात करते हैं अभी मौजूदा विकेट की कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है 22 रनों की हो चुकी है, जिसमें रियान रिकल्टन और वियान मोल्डर यहाँ पर शामिल हैं। तो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर आप अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा। आज आप कौन सी टीम को जो है सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, टाइगर्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या फिर साउथ अफ्रीका को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। टाइगर्स के जो फैंस हैं फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए, और साउथ अफ्रीका के जो फैंस हैं वो वीडियो को लाइक करने के बजाय चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा। अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दीजिएगा कमेंट सेक्शन में। सबसे पहले यहाँ पर फ्रेंड्स नाम आ रहा है कैप्टन एडन मार्क्रम का, जिन्होंने 33 रनों की बड़ी शानदार पारी खेली, 2 चौके भी लगाए और इनका विकेट जो है ताजुल इस्लाम ने हासिल किया। दूसरी पोजीशन पर मौजूद हैं टोनी डिजोर्जी, जिन्होंने 177 रनों की बड़ी एग्रेसिव और क्रूशियल इनिंग खेली, जिसमें 12 चौके और 4 छक्के भी चटकाए और इनका ताज तो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर मुकाबले का जो है आगाज़ दोबारा से हो चुका है। 111वें ओवर की गेंदबाजी शुरू होने जा रही है टाइगर्स की जानब से। मेहंदी हसन मिराज अपने 32वें ओवर की गेंदबाजी शुरू करने जा रहे हैं, दाहिने हाथ के ऑफ स्पिनर गेंदबाज। और अभी सेशन 2 चल रहा है, शुरुआत हो चुकी है। डे 2 का सेशन 2 जो है शुरुआत हो चुका है। विकेट पर मौजूद हैं वियान मोल्डर, दाहिने हाथ के बल्लेबाज, 12 रन बनाकर विकेट पर मौजूद हैं। और इनके साथ दूसरी छोर पर मौजूद हैं
रियान रिकल्टन 11 रनों पर मौजूद हैं। अभी एक चौका रियान रिकल्टन ने और एक छक्का ब्यान मोल्डर ने अभी तक चटका दिया है। तमाम दोस्त जो न्यू कमर्स हैं पहली बार वीडियो के साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए, शेयर कर दीजिए। और फ्रेंड्स, अगर आप चैनल पर पहली बार विजिट कर रहे हैं तो चैनल को भी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा, बेल आइकन को ऑन करना मत भूलिए। लास्ट ओवर में देखें तो फ्रेंड्स 5 रन आए हैं, जिसमें एक ट्रिपल और एक डबल। ओवर की समाप्ति हो चुकी है और उसके बाद यहाँ पर रनों की रफ्तार देखें 110 ओवर की समाप्ति पर रनों की रफ्तार 4.25 हो चुकी है, 3.75 प्रति ओवर की। और यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट 111वें ओवर की फ्रेंड्स अब गेंदबाजी शुरू होने जा रही है। हम दोस्त जो न्यू कमर्स हैं पहली बार वीडियो के साथ जुड़ने हैं, वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए, शेयर कर दीजिए। और अगर आप चैनल पर फ्रेंड्स पहली बार विजिट कर रहे हैं तो चैनल को भी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा, बेल आइकन को ऑन करना मत भूलिए। ताजुल इस्लाम बाएं हाथ के ऑफ स्पिनर गेंदबाज, इस ओवर की पहली गेंद ओवर द विकेट। सामने मौजूद है बयान, इस बार पिचिंग गेंद मिडल स्टंप पर रख के आउट स्विंग इस बार पूरी तरह से बल्ला खोलकर खेल दिया है डीमर विकेट की दिशा में, बड़ा खूबसूरत गैप। और ये गेंद 4 रनों के लिए सीमा रेखा के ऊपर से गली की रफ्तार से गेंद जाएगा बाउंड्री लाइन की दूसरी जानब। और ये पहला चौका बयान मोल्डर के बल्ले के बीच से बयान मोल्डर पहुंचे 16 रनों पर, साउथ अफ्रीका पहुंच चुका है 417 रनों पर, मात्र 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर 110 ओवर और एक गेंद की समाप्ति के बाद। और चौका लगाकर स्वागत कर दिया है बयान मोल्डर ने भी। एक गेंद एक चौका, 24 चौके और 12 छक्के आ चुके हैं। कुल मिलाकर साउथ अफ्रीकन टीम की जानब से 36 बाउंड्रीज आ चुकी हैं। बैटिंग गेंद इस बार लेग स्टंप पर रखे बोर्ड पर गेंद बल्लेबाज ने धीमे बल्ले के साथ खेल दिया है शॉर्ट लेग साइड के क्षेत्र में, गेंद सीधा फील्डर के हाथ में, कोई चांस नहीं रन बटोरने का। 110 ओवर और 2 गेंदों की समाप्ति पर साउथ अफ्रीका 417 रनों पर 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर, रनों की रफ्तार 3.78 प्रति ओवर पर। इस ओवर की तीसरी गेंद ओवर द विकेट आएंगे बाएं हाथ के स्पिनर गेंदबाज ताजुल इस्लाम, बैटिंग गेंद लेग स्टंप रख के बूट पर गेंद बयान मोल्डर ने बैक फुट होकर खेल दिया शॉर्ट एक्स्ट्रा कवर के क्षेत्र में। जब तक ये फील्डर गेंद को फील्ड करके थ्रो कर देते हैं, दोनों बल्लेबाजों ने दौड़ते हुए एक रन मुकम्मल कर लिया। 110 ओवर और 3 गेंदों की समाप्ति पर साउथ अफ्रीका 418 रनों पर मात्र 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर। दोनों बल्लेबाजों के बीच 27 रनों की पार्टनरशिप, 60 ओवर और 3 गेंदों का खेल बाकी है। सामने मौजूद है इस समय रियान रिकल्टन, बाएं हाथ के बल्लेबाज, 11 रनों पर मौजूद हैं। 33 गेंदें खेलते हुए बड़ी शानदार बल्लेबाजी कर रहे हैं। इस ओवर की चौथी गेंद अराउंड द विकेट आएंगे बाएं हाथ के स्पिनर गेंदबाज ताजुल इस्लाम, बैटिंग गेंद और स्टंप पर रख के फुल लेंथ की गेंद, बल्लेबाज ने बल्ला दबा कर खेल दिया है मैदान के इलाके में, फील्डर मौजूद, गेंद सीधा फील्डर के हाथ में, कोई चांस नहीं रन बटोरने के लिए और ये डॉट डिलीवरी मिल जाएगी। चौथी गेंद डॉट डिलीवरी, 4 गेंदें और 5 रन, एक सिंगल एक चौका, कुल मिलाकर 418 रनों पर साउथ अफ्रीका 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर। इस ओवर के सेकंड लास्ट पर अराउंड द विकेट आएंगे ताजुल इस्लाम, सामने मौजूद है रियान रिकल्टन, बैटिंग गेंद और स्टंप पर रखे शॉर्ट पिच गेंद, इस बार बैक फुट होकर बल्ला खोलकर खेला जरूर लेकिन गैप नहीं खेल पाए और ये गेंद शॉर्ट एक्स्ट्रा कवर पर मौजूद फील्डर के हाथ में, 83 किलोमीटर पर आर की रफ्तार से गेंद डॉट डिलीवरी मिल जाएगी। 5 गेंदें और अभी तक 5 रन आ चुके हैं। इस ओवर में भी गुड बॉलिंग बाय ताजुल इस्लाम, विकेट टू विकेट गेंदें डाल रहे हैं। मुकाबला काफ़ी वन साइडेड जो है फिलहाल दिखाई दे रहा, भले ही यहाँ पर 5 विकेट जो है निकाल दिए हैं टाइगर्स ने, लेकिन इसके बावजूद जो है फ्रेंड्स अभी और मेहनत करने की जो है ज़रूरत पड़ेगी साउथ अफ्रीका टीम को, टाइगर्स को। इस ओवर की अगली गेंद बैटिंग गेंद लेग स्टंप पर रख के बुट पर गेंद, बल्लेबाज ने बैक फुट होकर खेल दिया है डीप स्कोर लेग की दिशा में। जब तक ये फील्डर गेंद को फील्ड करके थ्रो कर देते हैं, दोनों बल्लेबाजों ने दौड़ते हुए यहाँ पर एक रन मुकम्मल कर लिया है। बड़ी शानदार गेंदबाजी, बड़ी उम्दा गेंदबाजी, विकेट टू विकेट गेंदबाजी का मुजाहरा किया जा रहा है। तमाम दोस्त जो न्यू कमर्स हैं पहली बार वीडियो के साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, वीडियो को लाइक कर दीजिए, शेयर कर दीजिए। और फ्रेंड्स, अगर आप चैनल पर पहली बार विजिट कर रहे हैं तो चैनल को भी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा, बेल आइकन का ऑन करना मत भूलिए। इस ओवर की अंतिम गेंद, आखिरी गेंद, बैटिंग गेंद लेग स्टंप पर रखे बोर्ड पर गेंद, बल्लेबाज ने धीमे बल्ले के साथ खेल दिया है मिड ऑफ के इलाके में, फील्डर मौजूद, कोई चांस नहीं रन बटोरने का और ये डिलीवरी भी डॉट डिलीवरी मिल जाएगी। 111 ओवर की समाप्ति पर साउथ अफ्रीका 418 रनों पर 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर, रनों की रफ्तार 3.77। 112वें ओवर की गेंदबाजी शुरू होने जा रही है। 23 गेंदबाज को लाया गया है नाहिद राणा को। पिछले 16 ओवर्स में 2 ओवर्स में 47 रन, कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। सामने मौजूद हैं दाहिने हाथ के बल्लेबाज फैन मोल्डर 17 रनों पर पहुंच चुके हैं। 31 गेंदें खेलते हुए 1 चौका और 1 छक्का इनके बल्ले के बीच से 3 स्लिप फील्डर्स। बढ़िया गेंद मिडल स्टंप पे रखे फुल लेंथ की गेंद एलपीडब्ल्यू के लिए पुश और अपील गेंद और बल्ले के बीच में आई थिंक संपर्क नहीं। गेंद थोड़ा सा हाइट पे लग रहा है जिसकी वजह से अंपायर ने नाम इशारा किया। 139 किलोमीटर पर आवर की रफ्तार से तेज गति की गेंद, प्रयास भरी गेंदबाजी, मास्टरफुल बॉलिंग बाय नाहिद राणा। विकेट टू विकेट गेंदें डाल रहे हैं। बड़ी उम्दा परफॉर्मेंस का मुजाहरा, बड़ी शानदार परफॉर्मेंस टाइगर्स की जानब से। अभी तक 5 विकेट्स जो हैं गिरा दिए गए हैं। 112वें ओवर की गेंदबाजी की जा रही है। 111 ओवर्स और 1 गेंद की समाप्ति। साउथ अफ्रीका 418 रनों पर और ये बोल्ड आउट होते हुए बचे हैं। हालांकि इन्होंने पाँव से गेंद रोकने की कोशिश की, इसके बावजूद भी गेंद स्टंप के बहुत करीब से होकर गुजरा। दोनों तरफ से लकी रहे। एक रिव्यू बाकी है साउथ अफ्रीकन टीम के पास, साउथ अफ्रीका के पास भी और बांग्लादेश के पास भी। दोनों टीमों के पास एक एक रिव्यू बाकी हैं। इस ओवर की तीसरी गेंद ओवर द विकेट आएंगे दाहिने हाथ के तेज गेंदबाज नाहिद।
बेटिंग गेंद इस बार मिडल स्टंप पर रख के फुल लेंथ की गेंद 139 किलोमीटर पर आवर की रफ्तार से बल्लेबाज ने धीमे बल्ले के साथ खेल दिया है। शॉर्ट बैकवर्ड पॉइंट की दिशा में फील्डर मौजूद, कोई चांस नहीं रन बटोरने का और ये डिलीवरी भी डॉट डिलीवरी मिल जाएगी। बड़ी उम्दा परफॉर्मेंस। कुल मिलाकर 111 ओवर्स और 2 गेंदों की समाप्ति पर साउथ अफ्रीका का स्कोर पहुंचा है 418 रनों पर 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर। रनों की रफ्तार 3.75 प्रति ओवर की। इस ओवर की अगली गेंद बेहतरीन गेंद मिडल स्टंप पे रख के शॉर्ट पिच गेंद, बड़ी उम्दा गेंद थी। 142 किलोमीटर पर आवर की रफ्तार से तेज गति की गेंद, बल्लेबाज ने फ्रंट फुट होकर कट किया। शॉर्ट बैकवर्ड पॉइंट की दिशा में गैप नहीं खेल पाई और गेंद शॉर्ट बैकवर्ड पॉइंट पर मौजूद सीधा फील्डर के हाथ में, कोई चांस नहीं रन बटोरने का। 111 ओवर्स और 3 गेंदों की समाप्ति पर साउथ अफ्रीका 418 रनों पर और अभी रनों की रफ्तार 3.75। दोनों बल्लेबाजों के बीच 27 रनों की पार्टनरशिप। 59 ओवर और 3 गेंदों का खेल अभी बाकी है। 17वें ओवर की गेंदबाजी नाहिद राणा की जानब से 16 ओवर्स और 3 गेंदों की समाप्ति 47 रन। अभी तक कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। सेशन 2 चल रहा है, डे 2 का दूसरे दिन का दूसरा सेशन। इस ओवर की चौथी गेंद 3 स्लिप फील्डर्स प्लेस किए हैं। बेटिंग गेंद इस बार लेग स्टंप पर रख के शॉर्ट पिच गेंद, नीचे झुकना चाह रहे थे ले गेंद लगा सीधा हेलमेट पर और गेंद गया है विकेट कीपर के हाथ में भी। बड़ी क्रूशल गेंदबाजी की जा रही है नाहिद राणा की जानब से। तेज गति की गेंदें डाल रहे हैं। आई थिंक शोल्डर पे लगा है गेंद। अच्छा करते हैं गंभीर ना हो। इस ओवर की सेकंड लास्ट बेल 4 गेंदें लगातार डॉट डिलीवरी डाल चुके हैं। प्रयास भरी गेंदबाजी, मास्टरफुल बॉलिंग बाय नाहिद राणा। विकेट टू विकेट गेंदें डाल रहे हैं। कुल मिलाकर 3.74 के रनों की रफ्तार अभी तक चल रही है। सामने मौजूद दाहिने हाथ के बल्लेबाज बयान। बेटिंग गेंद ऑफ स्टंप पर रख के शॉर्ट पिच गेंद, बल्लेबाज ने फ्रंट फुट होकर कट कर दिया। टिक विकेट पॉइंट के क्षेत्र में 2 रन आ सकते हैं अगर एक्टिव होकर रनिंग का मुजाहरा करते हैं। यस, 2 रन यहाँ पर मिल गए हैं जब तक फील्डर गेंद को फील्ड करके थ्रो कर देते हैं। कुल मिलाकर 420 रनों पर साउथ अफ्रीका 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर 111 ओवर्स और 5 गेंदों की समाप्ति हो चुकी है। बेहतरीन गेंदबाजी, 5 गेंदें 2 रन। गुड बॉलिंग बाय नाहिद राणा। 16 ओवर्स और 5 गेंदों की समाप्ति, 49 रन देकर अभी तक कोई विकेट नहीं निकाल पाए। ओवरऑल बड़ी उम्दा गेंदबाजी का मुजाहरा कर रहे हैं। विकेट टू विकेट गेंदें डाल रहे हैं। मुकाबला काफ़ी कठिन और रोमांचक यहाँ पर होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। इस ओवर की अगली गेंद ओवर द विकेट। बेटिंग गेंद लेग स्टंप पर रख के शॉर्ट पिच गेंद, बल्लेबाज ने धीमे बल्ले के साथ खेल दिया है डीप स्क्वायर लेग की दिशा में। जब तक ये फील्डर गेंद को फील्ड करके थ्रो कर देते हैं, दोनों बल्लेबाजों ने दौड़ते हुए 1 रन मुकम्मल कर लिया है। कुल मिलाकर अभी तक का बढ़ता हुआ स्कोर बल्कि 2
पैड पहन लिया बट गीलापन आई एडजस्ट पैड चॉइस को करो। ट्राई न्यू ऑलवेज विद न्यू सॉफ्ट टॉप शीट जो गीलापन लॉक करे और दे रैश फ्री फील। अब नो गीलापन फील, नो रैश फील, सो नो एडजस्टमेंट।
शदीद सर दर्द की सूरत में मेरा भरोसा पैनाडोल एक्स्ट्रा।
What you are learning today, and this is not the full list. We're going to talk about Windows Server on premise, we're going to talk about Windows Server in Azure, and we're going to talk about Windows Server in bring your own license to any other providers, which I forgot to put on this slide. Everything about Windows Server. Therefore, it's not a very long training, and if we don't get a lot of live questions today, which I'm not, let me check the comments. which there aren't that many yet, then we'll probably be quite quick and finish it in about 6 minutes. Should be nice. I will start with a disclaimer. So this is the actual training now. I will start with a disclaimer. We are not Microsoft. So everything related to Microsoft is copyright Microsoft. The rest is copyright us, all our advice. This is all our practical advice. This is what we face and our clients face as practical challenges. This is our way to implement how we do things and how we think that the things need to be done. And sometimes what we notice is that even Microsoft watches these videos and learns from us, and then some of the most critical nodes they add into new licensing guides. For example, we keep repeating that a license pack is not a single license. Now it's part of the frequently asked questions in the official Microsoft guide. They actually say that the license pack is not a single license and it's breakable. So before that, it was us having this on our flag. Now Microsoft confirmed it. Is it good? Yeah. Everybody benefits from it except for dodgy salespeople. Always, whatever advice we give you, always look it up in Microsoft product terms. Here's the link, microsoft.com/licensing/terms. Always look it up there. Whatever advice you get from us or anywhere else, unless you found evidence in that document, or sometimes in licensing guides, but better in this document, it may be wrong. And for those of you who are watching, please type in the chat, what's the oldest Windows Server version that runs in your estate? And we'll continue, we'll move on. So the current version of Windows Server is 2022. The previous versions, and please do not confuse versions and editions. Even Google does it, and really annoying. You ask Google about versions, it returns editions and vice versa. They are not the same things. So for books and movies, maybe, not for software. In software, there are very strict terms. Versions are numbers. Editions are the size of the package, the cost of the package, the features packed in that package. It's like think about the cars. So if you know Mercedes-Benz, they have this, 221, 219, and in that range, they have, say, luxury, classical, minimal configurations, options. So these are the editions. Standard and data center. Standard is almost 1/7 of the price of data center. So that it's more related to cost than versions. And if somebody asks you for the edition of your Windows Server machine, do not respond with 2022 because it's a wrong answer. The right answer is data center, standard, or essentials. So these are the current editions. So Windows Server is one of the products that has rights to so-called down edition. So any volume license, any license you procure through volume channels, except for the ones that come with your servers, which are called OEM licenses, they're not volume licenses. So all the licenses you buy normally as an organization, they have built-in downgrade rights. So you can downgrade them to any previous version, really. You buy a current license, which is Windows Server 2022, and you may install, for example, Windows Server NT 3.5 if you want to. It's possible. You're allowed to. Down editions are a bit trickier. So normally, the reason they're called down editions is that you kind of use the Windows Server Data Center license because you have it and you're not using it, and you deploy Windows Server Standard, and you may use a higher edition license to license that machine. But you cannot do vice versa, with one recent exception. We'll talk about it. All the down edition paths are on this slide with the arrows, so you can figure it out. An interesting exception is if you still use Windows Server Enterprise virtual machines and you need to reshuffle licenses around. Please remember that current Windows Server Standard licenses cover previous Windows Server Enterprise virtual machines. That edition does not exist any longer, but you may do that. You may cover it this way. Just a quick sound check. Yeah, everything seems to be working well. As I told you, there is the current new exception, and from this point on, if anything is flagged yellow on the slides, it means that it's a recent change. That's what we do, color coding. So we highlight several words, sometimes with orange or blue. When it's yellow, it means that's a recent change, and please pay attention. If you know Windows Server licensing, if you learned it from our previous training, which we did in 2021, so almost 2 years ago, it was September 2021, there are new things. Microsoft made 2 changes recently, one in October 2022, the other one is in April 2023. All of these are reflected in this training, in these slides. So only for subscription licenses in CSP, no other licenses, not through enterprise agreement, not through MPSA, not through Open, not through SPLA. You can have a virtual machine with Windows Server Data Center in the virtual machine and assign to it Windows Server standard licenses per virtual machine. We'll talk about the rules in a few slides. So this is unique, not really, because that's what Microsoft allows to do in Azure, which again, we'll talk about in a few slides. In Azure, the addition of the license doesn't matter. The rules are exactly the same. Whether a virtual machine is with a server data center or a standard, how much, what's the size of that package that is installed in the VM really doesn't matter for Azure hybrid use benefits, for bringing your own license into Azure. Microsoft, to align on-premises licensing with Azure to make it more kind of fairer, they also allowed it, but only on virtual machines, not on the hardware, and only through the CSP channel. Don't ask me why. I'm actually baffled why suddenly, for the first time, enterprise agreement clients are getting lesser benefits than CSP clients. This is the first precedent. It's never happened before. This is a precedent. The licensing model is essentially per core plus client access licenses, except for Windows Server Essentials, but very few people use Essentials. We have a slide about Windows Server Essentials. So Windows Server Data Center and Standard, the 2 editions that are responsible for 99% of all the installations across the world, they are licensed per core plus some form of a client access license. And access to Windows Server is always licensable. If you just purchase Windows Server licenses and install them, say, on your server somewhere in your office, it's not yet licensed. So the server itself is, but you may not use it because your users or devices will require client access licenses. If you want to learn more about client access licenses, this is something I shouldn't forget to put in the description, but you can still find it in the same playlist on our channel. Firstly, we have a dedicated video on the channel just about CALs. Secondly, please watch the first part of the 2022-2023 season of our training, which is Microsoft Licensing Basics. I explained there on multiple slides how client access licenses work. So for those of you who know, I repeat, CALs are always required. CALs are always required. The licensing metric is processor core, and let's just recap what those licensing metrics are. I did the same in the initial session, but it always makes sense to remind you what licensing metrics are, because we get people on these trainings who have no idea sometimes what a processor is. So inside every computer there's a CPU, the processor. And
Hello beautiful people, I'm Hina Suhail. I'm an RYT 200 yoga teacher, yoga trapeze teacher, and my specialty is corporate yoga. I know how tiring and exhausting it is to sit all day on the chair and how uneasy it is for your spine. Many people have spinal injuries or back pain. 80% of the people in the world have back pains. So today I'm going to teach you how to decompress your spine. Let's begin. So what we're going to do is we will put our hands on the knees, lean forward, inhale, roll your shoulders back, chest out, chin up, inhale. and exhale. Curve your spine. And again, inhale. Arch your spine in. Exhale. Arch out, chin down. And one more time, inhale. And exhale. This is to prepare your spine for the next exercise. For our next exercise, we're going to stand up, face the length of the mat. Make sure your feet are hip width apart, tailbone tucked in, spine straight, your arms all the way up. Inhale, knees slightly micro bend, and as you exhale, slowly move forward. As much as you can go down, keep your knees micro bend. Lengthen your spine, and when you are all the way down, you can either tuck your hands in your toes and hold for 3 breaths. 2, 1. When you're coming back, fold your knees, slowly come back. Inhale all the way up and relax. We're going to do this 2 more times. Inhale, tailbone tucked in, elongated spine, and as you exhale, fold forward, micro bending knees, and when you reach all the way down, tuck your hands under your toes and hold for 3 breaths. 2, 1. Always fold your knees when you're coming back up. And relax. One more time. Inhale. Stretch up, tailbone tucked in. Exhale down. Keeping the spine as straight as possible. All the way down. Tuck in your fingers and hold for 3, 2, 1. Bend your knees and up. In and relax. Breathe in and breathe out. And for our next exercise, we're going to lie down on the length of the mat. Hands touching your heels, or you can grab your ankles, whatever is easier for you. And as you inhale, fill your body with the air, and exhale and lift. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Little bit closer, heels a bit closer to the hips. And now as you inhale and exhale, lift all the way up, decompressing spine. Engage your glutes and your adductors, hold for 3, 2, 1, and down. Go to knees. Relax. And one last round. Inhale. Exhale. Lift. And hold for 3, 2, 1. And back. And relax. Hold there for a while. Count your breaths. Let's hold there for 5 breaths. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And slowly come back to the sitting position. Sit cross-legged. Put your left hand on your right knee. Right hand up. Inhale and twist. Look back. And hold for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, both arms up. Right hand on left knee, left hand back. Exhale. And hold for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Arms up. Inhale and exhale. This is how you relax and decompress your spine. This beautiful session was brought to you by Dove. Stay tuned for more and embrace your inner beauty. Thank you.
ਹੋ ਦਿਲ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਲਾਵੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਰੀ ਜਾਵੀਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਪੈਰ ਪੱਟ ਲੈ ਤਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਨਾ ਹਟਾਵੀਂ ਹੋ ਦਿਲ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਲਾਵੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਰੀ ਜਾਵੀਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਪੈਰ ਪੱਟ ਲੈ ਤਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਨਾ ਹਟਾਵੀਂ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਬ ਹੈ ਐਡੀ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੀ ਔਕਾਤ ਬਈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਤਰੱਕੀਆਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਵਧੂ ਲਾਗ ਡਾਟ ਬਈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਤਰੱਕੀਆਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਵਧੂ ਲਾਗ ਡਾਟ ਬਈ ਉਹ ਦਿਲ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਲਾਵੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਰੀ ਜਾਵੀਂ ਵੱਖਰੀ ਪਛਾਣ ਜੀ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਤੁਰਨਾ ਆ ਲੱਗ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਭੀੜ ਤੋਂ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਫੁੰਕਾਰੇ ਤੁਰੇ ਜਾਣ ਬਈ ਹਾਥੀ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਦਬਦੇ ਕਤੀੜ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਵੱਖਰੀ ਪਛਾਣ ਜੀ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਤੁਰਨਾ ਆ ਲੱਗ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਭੀੜ ਤੋਂ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਫੁੰਕਾਰੇ ਤੁਰੇ ਜਾਣ ਬਈ ਹਾਥੀ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਦਬਦੇ ਕਤੀੜ ਤੋਂ ਹਿੰਮਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੰਦੇ ਮਿਹਨਤੀ ਓ ਹਿੰਮਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੰਦੇ ਮਿਹਨਤੀ ਉਹ ਸੈੱਟ ਕਰ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਬਈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਤਰੱਕੀਆਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਵਧੂ ਲਾਗ ਡਾਟ ਬਈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਤਰੱਕੀਆਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਵਧੂ ਲਾਗ ਡਾਟ ਬਈ ਉਹ ਦਿਲ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਲਾਵੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਰੀ ਜਾਵੀਂ ਸਬਕ ਬਈ ਔਖੇ ਭੀੜੇ ਰਾਹਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਲੰਘ ਕੇ ਯਾਰ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਆਉਣ ਲਈ ਪਰ ਨਿਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਦਾ ਮੰਗ ਮੰਗ ਕੇ ਓ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਤੋਂ ਲਈ ਦੇ ਸਬਕ ਬਈ ਔਖੇ ਭੀੜੇ ਰਾਹਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਲੰਘ ਕੇ ਯਾਰ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਆਉਣ ਲਈ ਪਰ ਨਿਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਦਾ ਮੰਗ ਮੰਗ ਕੇ ਸੁੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਵੇਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਓ ਸੁੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਵੇਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਨੇਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਪੱਟਣੀ ਚ ਬਾਠ ਬਈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਤਰੱਕੀਆਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਵਧੂ ਲਾਗ ਡਾਟ ਬਈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਤਰੱਕੀਆਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਵਧੂ ਲਾਗ ਡਾਟ ਬਈ ਓ ਦਿਲ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਲਾਵੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਰੀ ਜਾਵੀਂ ਮੰਜ਼ਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਦੌੜਨਾ ਕਮੀਆਂ ਵਜੂਹੇ ਉਹੀ ਕੱਢਦੇ ਆਪ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਡੱਕਾ ਤੋੜਨਾ ਉਹ ਜੇਤੂਆਂ ਦੀ ਲਿਸਟ 'ਚ ਆਉਣ ਲਈ ਮੰਜ਼ਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਦੌੜਨਾ ਕਮੀਆਂ ਵਜੂਹੇ ਉਹੀ ਕੱਢਦੇ ਆਪ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਡੱਕਾ ਤੋੜਨਾ ਬਲਵਿੰਦਰਾ ਜੋ ਮਾੜਾ ਮਾੜਾ ਧੋਖਦੇ ਬਲਵਿੰਦਰਾ ਜੋ ਮਾੜਾ ਮਾੜਾ ਧੋਖਦੇ ਉਹ ਛੱਡਾਂਗੇ ਕਢਾ ਕੇ ਪੂਰੀ ਲਾਟ ਬਈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਤਰੱਕੀਆਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਵਧੂ ਲਾਗ ਡਾਟ ਬਈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਤਰੱਕੀਆਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਉਦਾਂ ਵਧੂ ਲਾਗ ਡਾਟ ਬਈ ਉਹ ਦਿਲ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਲਾਵੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਰੀ ਜਾਵੀਂ
When licensing started many years ago, like say mid-90s, even before that, they were simply computers, just computers, with one processor. First servers had one processor, and licenses were as well just per processor, and that's what traditional Windows Server was many years ago. I think, like if you think about Windows Server 2000 or Windows Server NT, they were licensed per server. And how do you scale that? If you need more workloads, you just buy new servers. And thus, vendors like Microsoft, they can sell you more licenses. You have more servers. Well, please give us your money because you want to use our software, more servers. So you just needed to multiply it by the number of servers. At some point, hardware manufacturers started installing multiple CPUs into the same servers. So you don't need as many servers. And software vendors, not only Microsoft, Oracle, and others, they said, well, we're losing revenue. The same company used to pay us for 6 servers. Now they're only paying us for 4, like in this picture. How about we start charging them per processor? So they started charging per processor. Then progress doesn't stop there. And certain minimums could be required. For example, Windows Server 2008 required at least 2 processor licenses per server, even if you had one. So progress did not stop there, and Intel and AMD and other processor vendors, they decided, let's not put multiple processors in this server. Let's not put like 32 processors in this server because it's just physically impossible. Let's pack kind of processors into the same processor chip, and they call them cores. Each core is essentially like, it's a fraction of a processor. It's almost like a standalone processor. So that's how we get cores. Inside one processor, there are multiple cores. 4, 8, 20, there are now processors with 200 cores, for example. So vendors look at that and said, they're now scaling by including processor cores. We're losing revenue. So let's charge them per core. And this, so for SQL Server, that changed in 2012. For Windows Server, it changed in 2016 when Microsoft switched licensing to per core. And therefore, now you need to you just don't need one license per server. You need to calculate the number of cores, and you also need to apply certain minimum licensing requirements per processor and per server, which we'll discuss in just a few slides from now. And the last thing I'd like to mention now is that virtual machines have virtual cores, which are representations of hardware cores. And usually virtual machine licensing per core is per virtual core inside the virtual machine. And if you don't know what a virtual machine is, we will mention it later in some of the following slides in the training. So, moving on. How do you calculate licenses? And here I need to make another comment, which is a big update from Microsoft. It was introduced in October last year. Now we have 2 licensing models for Windows Server. The traditional one, I will probably call it traditional, is per host. So up until October last year, Windows Server could only be licensed per hardware host. There were no formulas, no rules per virtual machine. So licenses would always have to be dependent on the number of physical cores and physical processors. And so Rasmus, thank you for your question, not per hyperthread. So current Windows Server doesn't really care about hyperthreads. It sort of does, but I haven't seen yet a hypervisor that would map two hyperthreads to a single core. If you know such a hypervisor, please type it in the chat. VMware, Nutanix, Hyper-V, if you enable hyperthreading on the processors and reboot the server, each vCore will be mapped to one thread. So all these multipliers that Microsoft does mention in product terms, they don't apply to popular hypervisors. I was told that in Azure you can configure it this way. When multiple hardware threads support one virtual core, in that case, only in virtual machines, you need to count physical threads supporting virtual cores. It's a bit complicated, but as I said, it's an exception. It's less than 1%. So it's all per core. So at the hardware level, if you use, for example, if you use licenses, and this is important, if you use licenses pre-2022 or 2022 but without software assurance or subscription, so-called perpetual licenses, or some people call them license only, those licenses are still only calculated per host, per piece of hardware. So this is how you calculate it. So you count all the physical CPUs, step number one. Say we have two CPUs. Then you count physical cores in one CPU. And then you assign licenses following the following two rules. At least 8 licenses per CPU and at least 16 licenses per the entire host or a server or a blade. And for those of you who are Excel geeks, at the bottom of the slide, there, which way? This way. There's an Excel formula. Just basically just use pause this video, type it in Excel, and here we go. This is how you calculate the licenses. Now, since Windows Server 2022, and this is a big change, now we can license Windows Server per virtual machine. Well, not really Windows Server 22 plus flexible virtualization benefits. So these are the new rules. You can calculate licenses at the virtual machine level, and you need to assign at least 8 licenses per virtual machine, or a container with Hyper-V isolation, which is essentially just a small virtual machine. It's the same as VM. It's just, technically it's a VM. And the Excel formula is here on the slide as well, which is, you can see, it's very simple. You just count the vCores and then assign at least 8. But what you need to remember about the per VM licensing, and I will mention this again, Microsoft simplified it in October. This is the first rule on the slide. The second rule is both licenses themselves and all the client access licenses must be either
सस्ता शैम्पू लगाओगे तो सर झुकाते रह जाओगे। ले आओ हेड एंड शोल्डर्स जो जड़ तक जाए ताकि डैंड्रफ वापस ना आए। हेड एंड शोल्डर्स, अब झुका के नहीं, सर उठा के।
आंखों में चमक, चेहरे पे यकीन। कोई कह सकता है कि सुबह 8 बजे से ये कॉन्फ्रेंस चले जा रही है।
Now, let's talk about metaverse. Do you have any idea?
जहां दूसरों की बस हो जाती है, इनका जिन चलता जाता है। वर्ल्ड्स नंबर 1 निकोटीन पाउच ब्रांड जिन। बस करो लिप में फिट, फ्लेवर है हिट। टेस्ट द वाव, जिन में आओ।
होल्ड माय जिन, इसका जवाब तेरा भाई देगा।
टेस्ट द वाव, जिन में आओ। वर्ल्ड्स नंबर 1 निकोटीन पाउच ब्रांड, now in Pakistan.
Subscription licenses or licenses with active software assurance. So you must pay some recurring fee, some OPEX, if I may, to Microsoft to benefit from per virtual machine licensing. And not only that. Microsoft completely changed the rules of the game for Windows Server in October, making SA and subscription licenses much more attractive than they used to be. Before that, I would normally say, if you have a big estate, just don't buy your licenses with SA, or why would you need it? Now, there are benefits. So how do you purchase core licenses? So you count them always in single cores. The thing is, this is a big point that I was almost on crusade against salespeople saying there are 16 core licenses, there are 8 core licenses. Microsoft themselves, so don't even attempt to argue with me. Microsoft themselves clarified it in the Windows Server licensing FAQ. They answer there clearly that the license pack can be split into single licenses. It's just a purchasing vehicle. You just buy it as a package, as a pack of batteries. I have a pack of batteries here somewhere. I usually show them, on these live shows, but it really doesn't matter. So if somebody tells you that, no, you may not break a 16-core pack, they call it usually 16-core license, between multiple virtual machines or multiple servers, yes, you can. Yes. So what's important, though, let's forget about that. Microsoft said you can do that. There's no reason to argue with Microsoft. The only point here is when you see calculations performed by salespeople or some of the software asset management people, some of the licensing people, they sometimes, for reasons that elude me, they calculate quantities in 2 core packs. I always advise, do all the calculations, all the compliance calculations in single cores first. Then when it comes to calculating how much you need to pay for it, then you can ask your resellers to kind of do their magic and pack them into 16 core packs, 8 core packs, 2 core packs as a second stage. Do the calculations in single cores. If you received an outside the calculation, ask them whether that's in single cores or in core packs. Well, because you accidentally can pay twice. You can pay double cost, which, well, you want to avoid, obviously. So, yeah, this is basically the slide that I just mentioned. I won't stop on it. Couple of examples, just so you understand the minimum. The minimum 8 per CPU, minimum 16 per server. So with the modern day servers, really, it really doesn't. There are almost always more than 16 cores in the server with the modern servers. I don't remember a server in the last 4 years, I think, which would have less than 16 cores. But there are still legacy servers in use everywhere, on providers, on premise, in small data centers, in server rooms, and they may still have things like one processor server. So on this picture, the server on top only has one processor with one core. It still requires 16 licenses. On the second picture, there are 2 processors. Each processor has 4 cores. It still requires 16 licenses. More interestingly, I see still sometimes legacy servers with 4 CPUs. Those servers, although they only have 4 cores in total, they require 32 core licenses, because remember, each processor requires 8 core licenses. So you multiply it by 4, you get 32. Simple as that. So virtualization, for those of you who don't know, and again, we have to cater for those who don't know certain computer terms like processor or virtualization, especially for those people who are, say, in procurement, and they're not IT people. So what is virtualization? Basically, a virtual machine, a virtual layer, is a pretend computer running inside the physical computer. So there's a hardware box with an operating system. Inside it, you can install software called hypervisor, in which you can create pretend hardware boxes, which are not hardware boxes. That's why they're called virtual. And to the operating system and the software inside, they will look like a normal computer, and that is called virtual machine. So it's like a computer that is not a physical computer inside a physical computer, and you can have multiple virtual machines running on one physical computer, which is what all the companies do with servers these days, and not only servers sometimes. So and the hardware layer is also called a host sometimes. So virtual machines and containers. What we need to remember that data center edition license, when it's assigned to the host, to the physical layer, because it's always assigned, you would normally do that. Gives you right to run unlimited number of virtual machines and containers. It's truly unlimited. No requirements, not like software assurance or anything. It's just truly unlimited. You assign data center licenses to the hardware level, to the hardware layer, to the host, and you can run as many virtual machines and containers as you please, as hardware permits, really. With standard edition, when you license it in the traditional way, so pre-2022 licenses or licenses without software assurance, standard edition. If you assign them to the physical layer, you may run up to 2 virtual machines in that case. Only standard edition. That's the traditional rules of licensing. If you need more, you need to stack them. So add more licenses, and we have a slide about it, just a few slides after.
एरियल की कड़क धुलाई पूरे 50 रुपए की बचत के साथ। अब महंगाई और दागों दोनों की होगी सफाई।
शदीद सर दर्द की सूरत में मेरा भरोसा पैनाडॉल एक्स्ट्रा।
But now, if you have a current license with software assurance or on a subscription, you may also decide to license virtual machines per virtual machine. You may even completely, if you use, for example, VMware at the host level, you may completely skip licensing the host and just license individual virtual machines. And on massive servers, like I saw a server recently with 256 cores and just a few VMs, that was essentially so cheaper to license that per virtual machine, so it's a no-brainer. And the company paid for the licenses with software assurance anyway. So that was a massive cost-saving exercise to switch to a new licensing model. You need to count containers with Hyper-V isolation if you use them, because they're essentially virtual machines. Containers without Hyper-V isolation do not count, because they're containers. They're not virtual machines. It's strange naming in the Windows Server ecosystem. But those of you who manage licenses, please remember, again, containers with Hyper-V isolation require licenses as normal virtual machines. And we have an article about it on someexpert.com, and we have a video or even a couple of videos here on this channel that talk about the same thing. There's an exception, which I mentioned, downgrades and down editions, only for subscriptions and CSP. I mentioned it already. But because we're talking about per VM licensing, so I remind you, only CSP subscription licenses benefit from it, no other kind of license does. You may license Windows Server data center virtual machines per VM with Windows Server subscription required. All the client access licenses must be licensed as subscriptions or SA, but there is such a possibility. It's new, it's mind-boggling, but again, it's another cost avoidance measure, which I can only say thank you for. I mentioned license stacking. If you need to add more machines in the traditional per-host licensing with Windows Server standard licenses, if you have fewer than 7 virtual machines, which you license with Windows Server, or fewer than 4 virtual machines, which you license with Core Infrastructure Suite bundle, which we'll mention in the end of this training, you may actually save money, but only on standalone hosts. It doesn't work in clusters. You may save money by stacking Windows Server standard licenses. So for example, to run 7 virtual machines of Windows Server Standard, you may decide to either license the host with Windows Server Data Center licenses, or you may also decide to assign a set of standard licenses 4 times. One caveat though, do not mix versions. So the version of the license must always be the same. You cannot assign, say, 32 cores of Windows Server 2016 licenses and 32 Windows Server 2019 core licenses. That Microsoft doesn't allow that. It's nonsensical. I don't like it. I actually hate it that they do so, but they don't allow you mixing versions, which I don't think it's fair. But it's Microsoft. It's their software. It's their rules. what you need to do is what's written on this slide. So count all the virtual machines and containers with Hyper-V isolations. If you use host operating system for anything else except Hyper-V, for example, you run some sort of management software or SQL Server on the host itself as well, then you need to add +1, because then that operating system is licensable too, together with the VMs. Then you divide the resulting result by 2, and then round it up, and then multiply it by the required core licenses. But, it's a long story. There's an Excel formula on this slide, which you can, again, pause, copy, paste in your Excel. There you go. That is the formula. So, if you're still watching it and you like what's going on here, please click like. If you don't like it, please leave a comment. In addition to clicking dislike, please really leave a comment, because we want to understand what is it that you don't like. Maybe we're missing something, so we can add another video. Maybe the delivery is not clear enough, so we can make it clearer next time. Please leave a comment. So, a little bit of a teaching moment again. So what are virtual clusters? So virtual clusters are groups of hosts. And this is how modern day virtualization works anyway. If somebody virtualizes Windows Server or Windows 10, any other software in virtual machines, usually those virtual machines will be combined in so-called clusters. Why? Well, for resilience, for protection from failures. And virtual machines, they usually move around the clusters like this. It's called virtual machine mobility. And in this exercise, when machines move like this, because Microsoft licenses, even when they're calculated per virtual machine, they still assign to hosts, unless you play by specific rules, which we'll mention now. This, what just happened, created a non-compliant situation when two licenses are still assigned to the host number 1, and host number 3 doesn't have enough licenses. So what can you do about that? If you have software, and in this case we're talking about Windows Server, which is licensed only without software assurance or without subscription, perpetual licenses without software assurance or subscription, license only, then in that case, licenses may only move following virtual machines only once in 90 days. So machine moved, the license must still stay on the other host, and that is non-compliant. How do you avoid that? Before October 2022, there was almost no way to do so. So you had to license every host for the potential worst case scenario of all the machines suddenly running on a single host. I know it probably would not happen in real life, but that's what they required. Now, with a SEO subscription, it's an equivalent of, if you know that term, the benefit is called flexible virtualization, not license mobility, but it's a full equivalency of what you used to know as license mobility. So, licenses are mobile. Licenses may move with the virtual machine. And what you can do in a software like Flexera or Snow, when you manage your licenses, you just assign those licenses. Just remember that when they say expires, you need to unassign them. But you may assign them in Flexera or Snow to virtual machines. Legally, so this is a bit complicated. From the licensing point of view, you cannot assign them to VMs, but from the license management practical point of view, in the tool, this is what many do when the license has license mobility rights or flexible virtualization rights from October 2022. You may assign it in the tool. You may assign it to a virtual machine. You may not assign a license without software assurance to a virtual machine, ever. Not in the tool, never. But if it has a say, if it's a current version, but what you need to remember is that to be compliant, all the client access licenses must also be covered with a say or subscription. There's no exception. So if you decide to switch to per VM licensing model, remember that you may have to upgrade all your CALs, unless you're paying for them with software assurance, or you get them through a so-called equivalency through, for example, Microsoft 365 E3 or E5 subscriptions. Then in that case, you need to repurchase your client access licenses with software assurance to benefit from these things. Virtual clusters again. So data center is as per host again. If you assign it to the host cluster level, host level, physical level, then you have unlimited virtualization and machines may move around whenever, and you don't even need a say. Standard edition per host, the traditional model, not per VM, the traditional per host license really makes little sense in clusters. It only makes sense if your cluster has fewer than 7 Windows Server virtual machines. So we do see this often, by the way, almost in every client, almost in every infrastructure. There's like a little cluster somewhere in a DMZ with, say, 20 Linux machines and 4 Windows Server machines, and they move around. That cluster is cheaper to license with Windows Server standard licenses. Always. What we advise is, if you think about licensing per machine, then use the new per VM rules. But remember, they require software assurance or subscription. Combining, this is a frequently asked questions these days, combining traditional per host licenses for versions prior to 2022 and current per VM licensing using licenses with software assurance for Windows Server 2022 is permitted, actually. You can mix and match that. Just be careful that use legacy rules for legacy software, use new rules for new software, and you should be fine. There's no official answer to that question, but people who say this, like Louis Ulrich, for example, there's a massive reason to trust those people. And I quote them. If they didn't say so, I would probably be very, very cautious about advising anything like it. So client access licenses, as I said, Windows Server is not licensed if access isn't licensed, unless there are exceptions. So there are exceptions, but normally the rule of the thumb is access licenses are required. There are what you need to remember also, that client access licenses are dependent on other licenses, again, unless there are exceptions. If, for example, you deploy service on your premises, or you rent hardware from a provider, you rent hardware, but you still use your own licenses, and you need to give your users access to a terminal to run Office, for example, on that server, you need remote desktop services calls, RDS calls. And if you need RDS calls, it automatically requires these users to be licensed with Windows Server CAL 2. Same applies to Active Directory Rights Management Services calls, which are less frequently used. I think the RDS example is frequent, almost, well, every company I know uses RDS calls, except for one, and I'm talking about hundreds. If you need RDS calls, you usually always need Windows Server calls as well. Same dependencies apply to external connectors. So external connectors, important thing about the external connectors is that external connectors apply, they are assigned to hosts. So if calls are assigned to users that consume with the server, directly or indirectly, or their devices, because there are also device calls, external connectors are always assigned per host. External connectors have flexible, what's it called, license mobility and flexible virtualization. So external connectors, if you acquire them with with a SAY or a subscription, they may move around with the virtual machine to which you provide external access. Let me give you an example, because it becomes complicated, because people ask me, like, what is external access? If you provide access to that server to somebody who's not your employee, contractor, supply, on-site provider, the best example would be you run a web server on a Windows Server platform. So you have a Windows Server that hosts a web server that you publish to the internet. In that case, that web server, because it runs on Windows Server, requires an external connector license for all the external users, in addition to internal CALs for your own employees and contractors. So web server is the best example when you require an external connector. I talked about the dependencies. Here's the slide with the dependencies. I'll just leave it on the slide, just to remind you that when you require an RDS call, you also require Windows Server call. There are exceptions. So as I said, unless there are exceptions, and here are the exceptions. So Windows Server calls are not required in Azure. So any workloads, bring your own license, Azure Hybrid Benefit, pay as you go, whichever method you use to license Windows Server in Azure, Windows Server calls are not required on that platform. On CSP hosters, so there's a very small subset of providers called CSP hosters, and until April they didn't have any benefits. Now since April they have this peculiar benefit. When you procure virtual machines from them, not through SPLA, it gets complicated, but really you won't get into that situation until it becomes complicated, so please bear with me. Not through SPLA, but through so-called CSP hosting program, when they resell you the licenses together with the virtual machines that you rent from them. Only in that case, only on CSP hosters, only with so-called license included services, you don't need Windows Server calls. You may, from October 2022, bring your own license to a service provider. And some providers are more and more open to that these days. When you do so, you still require calls. What's important here is that RDS and rights management calls are always required, including Azure, including CSP hosting with license included, anywhere. So there's no waiver for RDS calls. The only exception is admin connections, but let's not talk about it. We're talking about providing remote desktop service access to end users of your organization that always, everywhere requires RDS calls. And we have an article on our website, someexpert.com, that discusses that problem with Azure and how you solve it. We have a question, what is ADRMS? No idea. I don't use it. I know it exists. It's sort of, if I explain it in a lame way, it's sort of a right to, an ability to say this file can only be accessed by these people, only these people can edit it. It's difficult. Rights management to certain files. Please Google it. This training is not about features of Windows Server. This training is about licensing Windows Server. What's very important these days to remember, extremely important, otherwise you may listen to me and think, oh, by the way, we don't have Windows Server calls, let's rush and buy them. If your users licensed with EMS E3, E5, Microsoft 365 F1, F3, E3, E5, Core Enterprise Cal Intune Bridge, Core Enterprise Cal Office 365 plus Intune EMS Bridge. What's on this slide? Users that are assigned these licenses do not require separate Windows Server calls. These calls are sort of bundled with these Office Microsoft 365 subscriptions. There's a very tiny link on this slide, what you probably won't see if you're watching this from your phone right now. But if you go to Microsoft product terms, which I mentioned in the very beginning of this training, you can type there CAL equivalency, and it'll take you to the page. It's a very long page that lists every single client access license equivalency. And you can check whether your Microsoft 365 licenses, they should be on this list, because these are the majority of the packages. But you can double check that Windows Server CAL is included in your bundle. And in that case, that user does not require a separate CAL for Windows Server. What's important again to remember is that RDS and RMS CALs are not included in any of these packages, only basic Windows Server CAL. I need to mention quickly Windows Server Essential Edition. It is for small organizations. As far as I remember, this is an old slide. This is from September 2021. The Essentials Edition is still 2019. I may be wrong. Please correct me. I didn't update this slide today. there are lots of limitations. For example, domain trust is not permitted. One license is one instance. It's not per core. Windows Server calls are not required. This is another exception. ADRMS calls are required, and there's no remote desktop services role, so RDS calls, I mean, you can't use them because there's no RDS role in Windows Server Essentials. You cannot provide RDS access to Windows Server Essentials. Azure Hybrid benefit. So, let's talk about it, what it is. If your licenses have software assurance or a subscription, you can take them to Azure. And if you're not using this, and if you have such licenses and you are not using a hub in Azure, I don't think, my question is what you're doing in your role, because you are missing on savings up to 80% in Azure on the license cost. So a Windows Server Standard licenses with a SAO subscription can be used either on premises or in Azure. And same applies to subscription licenses via CSP. And Windows Server Data Center licenses through any channel, and since October 2022, also through CSP. This is why it's yellow. They may be used simultaneously on premises and in Azure. So if you're already paying for these licenses and you use them in your own data center, and they are on some kind of a subscription, you may, at the same time, go to Azure and using all the calculation rules, calculate how many VMs you can cover with these licenses and just tick a box there. I'm using my own license. And start saving now. I mean, do this after this training. If you haven't done it yet, do it after you watch this training. You will immediately start saving money, from day one. I'm looking at the questions very quickly. Does Azure Virtual Desktop follow the same rules you just explained? So if you're talking about AVD, which is Windows 11, it does not require RDS calls. It's Windows 11. It's not Windows Server. Regarding calls included but TS call needed, AVD is it? You mean the AVD, which is a so-called shared AVD, is a terminal server? Yes, it does require that. So what's important to answer this question? Try and simplify this. If the underlying technology is Windows Server, then these rules apply, whatever the service is. Do you get it? It's important. So, a Windows Server Standard in Azure, there is a dual use right, but only for 180 days. So if you're migrating something from on-premises to Azure, Microsoft does not have dual use rights otherwise, like at all. So if you, for example, if you deploy the new infrastructure and you are migrating machines from the old infrastructure to the new infrastructure, you actually have to pay for both infrastructures, even for the fraction of time when you're migrating them. There is no allowance to, no exception. You have to pay for it. When you're migrating to Azure, it's explicitly allowed for 180 days to continue using licenses on premises. After that 180 days, you need to decide whether you keep them on premises and start paying as you go on Azure, or you kill the on-premises instances, delete the machines, and you move the license fully to Azure. So after 180 days expired, it's a one-off opportunity. So it's not like you can't just move them, back and forth. It's a one-off opportunity for Windows Server Standard licenses to be used simultaneously for 180 days. Windows Server Data Center, as I mentioned, that is simultaneous use, no limitations. So how do you calculate licenses? Sorry, wait a second. Unless it's dedicated hosts. So when we're talking about VMs, it's simultaneous use. If you want to move licenses to Azure from your on-premises hosts to Azure dedicated hosts, then the same 180 days rule apply. So simultaneous use is only allowed for Azure virtual machines. So how do you calculate licenses in Azure? And it has been simplified. Minimum of 8 cores assigned to a virtual machine. No more 16 licenses minimum per client, which was always a ridiculous requirement. So You start with 8 cores. If you go to Azure Hybrid Benefit Calculator, it allows you to assign at least 8 VMs to Azure. There we go. If you need bigger VMs, you used to have to increment it by 8 cores. Now that requirement is removed. So if you have a 10-core virtual machine, you may assign 10 licenses to it now, to Azure. Very flexible. Really love it. And I hope, I keep my fingers crossed, that Microsoft will introduce, rumors are they will, 2 core packs in CSP. Because in CSP you can only buy 8 core packs, so therefore, you still buy them in increments of 8. But remember what I said, you may split them. So if you run, say, 2 12-core virtual machines, you can assign 3 core packs, because the total number of cores is 24. So you just need to buy 24 cores in 3 8-core packs and assign them to 2 virtual machines. They're splittable. Don't argue. Editions in Azure don't matter, really. So there are no multipliers, dividers, or whatever. It really doesn't matter what edition the license is. The rules are exactly the same, and it doesn't matter what the edition of the virtual machine is. Azure has advantages over other providers and other clouds. Whether they are fair or not, we'll leave it to European providers to discuss with Microsoft, which is happening right now. Licensing access in Azure, Windows Server calls, I remind you, are not required. RDS client access licenses are required. You may use your own RDS calls with a say or subscription, or you may rent RDS cells from a hosting provider if that provider manages those Azure virtual machines for you. So they must be your outsourcer. You can't just buy those licenses. It's not permitted by SPLA. Interestingly, that external RDS access to Azure virtual machines is not permitted. So how do you license RDS access to an Azure virtual machine, normal Azure virtual machine? No idea, really. So I can't answer that question. I think Microsoft just doesn't want you to provide RDS access to Azure virtual machines, except with SALs. So if we're talking about service provider licensing through SPLA, then in that case, external access is just licensed per SAL. But with CSP and enterprise agreement licenses, you can only use them for internal use, RDP access. Windows Server in Amazon, Google, Alibaba, and Azure in addition to AHAB, but honestly, just ignore it. Amazon, Google, and Alibaba. What you need to remember is if you pay for that server to the provider, and Google, by the way, does not really provide a dedicated hardware with licenses, but Amazon does. That's okay. It's all the same. So there's no bio. With bring your own licenses, it's complicated. So you may not bring Windows Server licenses to virtual machines, and on dedicated hardware, you may only bring Windows Server licenses if the initial license, even if you renew software assurance on it, if the initial license was purchased initially before the 1st of October 2019. It's really complicated. It's really complicated. It's possible, but it's complicated. Subscription licenses obviously just don't work for this. They are called listed providers. There's a list on the Microsoft website. That's why they're called listed. And if you want to learn more about it, browse the videos on this channel where we talk about that. And what we're going to have is, I think it's next month, we're going to have a dedicated training about licensing Microsoft software on AWS. So we're not covering Google or Alibaba in that one, just AWS. To be honest, AWS themselves publish really good material about how to license Microsoft software on AWS. It's probably even clearer than Microsoft's own guides. Big kudos to Amazon. Fantastic work, fantastic job done. So read that or come to our training in a month. So Rasmus is asking, I need to give external admins RDP access to Windows Server in Azure under CSP. Does that not work? So, don't give them RDP access. There are 2 roles in Windows Server that allow remote desktop access. There's the always enabled by default remote administration mode, and there's remote desktop access, remote desktop services. If the admins only use remote desktop administration, an RDP role is not enabled and they are not part of the RDP group, then CALs are waived for that access. CALs are not required. So you have two simultaneous connections. There are actually three, the slash console, but two simultaneous connections to the remote desktop administration that do not require RDS, CALs, or SALs. So if those people are truly admins and you never go above the two simultaneous connections, then just forget about RDP SALs, CALs. I hope it makes sense. If you make them members of the RDP user group, then they become your suppliers if they're external admins. They become your suppliers, they treat it as your employees. So you just need to buy normal CALs for them. When I say external access, it means like you cannot publish a desktop application for, say, for your partners. You have partners that are retail stores and they're logging into your ERP that for some reason is still a traditional, not a web app, and you run it in a desktop. That's not allowed in Azure. You may still do this on-premise or on a hosted solution. Okay, so Windows Server in other service providers, so not Amazon, not Google, not Alibaba, and not even Azure. When you so what you can do, what you cannot do. So pay-as-you-go, obviously pay-as-you-go is provided everywhere. Virtual machines or hardware dedicated. Can you bring your own licenses to other providers? And when I say other providers, that is Aruba, OVH, Servers.com, Rackspace, GoDaddy, whichever else you can think of. DigitalOcean, massive provider. OVH, massive provider. But they're not listed. So on a hardware dedicated to your own use, dedicated hosts, really no limitations apply. It's treated as your own hardware. So bring your own license works there. Virtual machines, if the provider allows you to bring your own license, they must explicitly tell you, yes, you can. Then in that case, the same rules apply to that virtual machine as the on-premises per virtual machine licensing. So treat it as an on-premises machine that you license per VM. So exactly same rules apply. Only, from the 1st October 2022, but any provider platform. CSP hoster, not CSP hoster, it really doesn't matter. As long as it's not Azure, Alibaba, Google, or AWS, BYOL is now permitted for Windows Server, which is, it's a good change. So software assurance consideration or subscription considerations for Windows Server, which you need to keep in mind. What are the licensing benefits of software assurance and subscription versus licenses without it? So firstly, and subscription versus licenses without it. So firstly, Azure hybrid benefit. Secondly, new version rights, which is, this is what people usually remember when they tell them software assurance. They're like, oh, this is just new version rights. It's more than that. It's listed on this page and even more. Semi-annual builds, if you need them, are they still a thing in Windows Server 2022? I don't remember. But for example, if you run semi-annual builds for Windows Server 2016 and you want to continue running them, you must continue paying for software assurance. Otherwise, you would have to reinstall the service. Because semi-annual builds were only allowed for licenses with SA. And it's still the case. Flexible virtualization, the equivalent of license mobility. Remember, virtual machines moving with licenses. SA is required. Bring your own license, unless it's dedicated hardware. So to virtual machines on providers, SA is required. And remember that client access licenses, all the client access licenses must also have software assurance if you want to benefit from these things. So if you want to avoid becoming non-compliant on upgrade or for software assurance benefits, have a say on SaaS, keep it for the per VM license, for bring your own license, for migrating to Azure and whatnot. What's on this slide? So because we get this question, do we actually need to keep paying for a say on Windows Server? If you're using this or you plan to use this, then yes, you need to pay for software assurance on Windows Server. Otherwise, cancel it. If you have a simple on-premises infrastructure, you don't plan to upgrade, or you do upgrades every 5 years, there's very little reason to pay for a say, unless you want this. So CSP considerations, licenses bought through CSP. Importantly, and I'm surprised I still have to remind this, more people learn, perpetual licenses in CSP do not have software assurance benefits. only subscriptions have software assurance benefits. And not even software assurance benefits, they call software assurance benefit equivalency. It's partial, but 90% of the benefits are covered. So software assurance does not exist in CSP as a concept. So you either have on one hand perpetual licenses to which you never can attach software assurance, and on the other hand you have subscriptions, which benefit from the majority of SA benefits.
याद रखना सिर्फ सेफगार्ड से शप
सेफगार्ड से जो नहाए घंटों झम से बचता जाए शप चलता जाए
जबरदस्त हिफाजत अब 30 रुपए की जबरदस्त बचत के साथ।
Get your Rose ka dose.
CSC 1000 Plus. Give your best her rose.
Here's a question. If you fancy answering in the chat, I don't require you to do so. So, do you need just to check whether you were listening? Do you need software assurance Windows Server in virtual clusters so licenses could move along with virtual machines? And if you answered that question in 2019, the answer this year is different. Microsoft changed it. And if you haven't clicked like yet by this time, please click like. You really make my day. I'm not asking to subscribe. I'm not asking to do anything else. Just a simple like would warm my heart. Thank you. And Core Infrastructure Suite. Core Infrastructure Suite is, many companies buy it instead of Windows Server. Why? Because it's a bundle including Windows Server and System Center with a substantial discount from 5 to 15%, depending on how you buy it. The current editions for CIS, this is the acronym CIS, Core Infrastructure Suite, are standard and data center, and essentially from almost all the licensing rules, it's an equivalent of Windows Server licenses, but also with System Center included. So I'll quickly click through these slides, but what you will notice is that almost every slide says it's the same as Windows Server. So how do you calculate core licenses? The same. The same as Windows Server. Virtualization, same as Windows Server, exactly the same rules. Purchasing core licenses. So what you need to remember is that if you need CIS, it's not yet available in CSP and probably will never be. Yet to be seen, because CSP is suddenly getting more love from Microsoft. I wish it had it more. And what you need to remember also is that Core Infrastructure Suite is only sold with software assurance, but software assurance can expire on it, and you can keep the perpetual licenses. So if you want to buy it, you always buy it with the same. Core licenses are sold in packs, 216 core packs, same rules apply. Azure Hybrid benefits. So what's important here is that you may use CIS licenses for Azure Hybrid benefit to cover Windows Server. System Center is more complicated, so the System Center component of CIS doesn't have Azure Hybrid benefit. Otherwise, all the same rules apply for Windows Server. Access the same, all the same. Other off-premises use, same rules apply for Windows Server. That includes bring your own license via flexible virtualization. Sorry. Client access, same rules apply for Windows Server. Software assurance considerations, same as Windows Server. And on this fantastic note, unless you have any more questions, I would like to finish this short training, short and concise. Today we continue our free training sessions about Microsoft licensing that we conduct on YouTube since 2022. We started in summer/autumn 2022, and we continue running these sessions. Actually, no. Was it 2021? It was 2021. It was that long ago. And our first session has already been watched 25,000 times. And this is part 8 of the new series where the trainings are shorter. So we'll keep the today's sessions to below 1 hour. This is what we're trying to do these days because very few people survive 3-hour long training sessions. But we split them into smaller pieces. We feed you piece by piece. And if you don't know about these training sessions, one of the most important things about them is that we do certify for the knowledge of Microsoft licensing and Microsoft license management. It's our custom in-house certification. Microsoft does not. They stopped, a couple of years ago, they stopped completely certifying for Microsoft licensing. And right now there are only 3 options available worldwide, and we are one of those 3. So if you watch all our training sessions, at least this season, then you can apply for a certification on our website, on one of our websites, someexpert.academy. You can see what options are available on that website, including a hidden free option. Hope you find it. And we can certify you for the knowledge of Microsoft licensing. Today's session is new. We haven't done it in the first series. We did not discuss licensing on listed providers, so-called listed providers. I will tell you what that is. This is a beta version of that training, first version, so we terribly need your feedback. We may make some slight mistakes during it. You found a mistake, please let us know. If you think that something is missing and you want to learn more, or we are maybe misinterpreting something from your point of view, of course, please let us know. Because this training will be repeated soon again in an updated version when we collect all the feedback from professionals, from other people in the industry. And this is what we do here. We give this knowledge away for free so you can learn and apply it in your practice. What you will learn today, we're not going to do a lot of housekeeping. You will learn about how to license Microsoft software in AWS and GCP, Google Cloud Platform. We will discuss license included versus bring your own license options. These are the main available options in any cloud. The products that we'll cover will be Windows Server, SQL Server, Microsoft Office. I'll tell you about how to license other Microsoft software, what is not yet in this version but will be an updated version, Windows 11 for Amazon Workspaces, and a comparison of licensing options to Microsoft Azure, which is currently becoming a very hot topic. Watch this space. Very interesting topic, whether Azure is better or what advantages Azure provides compared to other providers. Today, it'll only be me. As you can see on the slides, there are 2 founders of SomeExpert. We have a team of about 10 people now. The company is growing. I am the founder. I created SomeExpert in 2009, and right now I'm the CEO of the company. Disclaimer that I must tell you, we are not Microsoft. We're not affiliated to Microsoft. We're not Microsoft partners. This is not sponsored, ordered, or otherwise incentivized by anyone, including Microsoft. So it's purely our own initiative for the community and just to get our names out there as well. If you have any doubts, because this is our practical knowledge, this is our experience of dealing with Microsoft licenses in these scenarios that we describe in these trainings. These are our battle scars. If you have any doubts, refer to Microsoft product terms. It's the website where all the Microsoft product terms are listed for end users. Service providers, if you're a service provider, you can find your product terms using a similar URL, microsoft.com/licensing/SPUR, service provider use rights. Always check everything you learn using those documents. As we discussed today, AWS and GCP, I also would encourage you to go to their websites and look at their frequently asked questions and their general description of Microsoft licensing, because they cover more subjects that we can possibly squeeze in a 1-hour training. We will only concentrate on the high level so you can understand how it works, what are the general terms and conditions, what are the general rules, the logic behind that licensing. There'll be some details, sometimes in-depth details, so please bear with us. If you're not a licensing geek, you will become one if you watch all our training sessions. So, AWS and GCP, they are both service providers from the Microsoft point of view. They both have service provider license agreements with Microsoft that allow them to offer you the so-called license included options. When you don't acquire a license yourself, but the licenses belong to the providers and they are licensed to provide you, say, Windows Server virtual machines without you taking care of the license. They're both also authorized license mobility partners. And I will explain you what license mobility means. The importance of that is they provide options for you to bring some eligible products, eligible licenses to their platform and deploy your own licenses on their platforms. They are both listed providers, and that's, as opposed to authorized license mobility partners, that's not a good thing. Microsoft defines 4 providers as so-called listed providers, which are Amazon, Google, Alibaba, and Microsoft themselves, but that's a little bit cheeky because Azure has advantages compared to other listed providers. So AWS, which belongs to Amazon, and GCP, which is a Google Cloud platform, they're both listed providers, which means that bring your own license options are restricted, very restricted, compared to any other service provider, starting from a tiny provider next door to giants like Aruba and OVH, and which are the other names? Anyway, even Oracle Cloud is not listed. In general, AWS and GCP have similar conditions for license included and bring your own license. The differences are in product availability, in the implementation across various platforms and options they provide, and differences in license management. There are differences in how licenses are managed. We will try and tell you as much as possible today. After finishing these slides, I already have a list of about 10 plus ideas how to further develop this training. Again, please provide your feedback after this session or during the session. If you're watching this live right now, by all means, please comment. Please provide your commentary. I need to check whether that's streaming right now. Please bear with me. It's not going to take long. Yeah, seems like it's streaming. And by the way, you're watching right now. I see people watching. Please say hello. Please say where you're from. And, well, tell us why you're here. What is the main thing that you want to learn, take out from today's session? So, there are 2 generic options that you can get from every service provider in regards to Microsoft software. They are bring your own license and license included. So let's start with license included. What is license included? The other name for it is pay-as-you-go, PAYG. You may sometimes see it on some of our slides. That means pay-as-you-go. The main ideas are you don't have to purchase licenses. The provider takes care of licensing. They take care of the licenses. The cost of licenses is included in your monthly bills. They bill you for the licenses on a monthly basis. It may be charged per minute. It's up to them. They pay to Microsoft per month for all the licenses. The licensing term, the period, is a calendar month. That's the default calendar month. Again, sometimes providers might bill you a bit differently per hour or something like it. For example, Azure bills you per minute for licenses as well. But that depends on providers. But normally, you would expect that if it's license included on something that is not Azure, that would probably be on a monthly basis, because that's the reporting period. That's that's how they pay to Microsoft for these licenses. And this is the default option for shared tenancy. If you don't know what it means, I'll explain to you the difference between shared and dedicated in a few slides from this one. And for the licensing geeks out there that are not for the first time on this channel, AWS and GCP are essentially just SPLA providers. That is why they provide these license included options. They use Microsoft SPLA agreement. What is bring your own license? Bring your own license, BYOL, stands for bring your own license, obviously. It allows you, as an end user, to reuse your existing licenses that you probably don't need on premises, or it may be sometimes cheaper to buy your own licenses and take them to the cloud than pay as you go monthly fees. Sometimes it is. And there are cases when that provides savings up to 90%. It's not always that fantastic, but we see cases like that. So it's your other option when you rent workloads from AWS and GCP, but from any other provider as well. If the provider allows you to bring your own license, and if they are authorized by Microsoft to allow you to bring your own licenses, then it's your other option to license Microsoft software on the providers in any cloud, really. Cloud or a service provider, hosting, whatever you call it. Rules of bring your own license apply to end clients, because they apply to the licenses that end clients have. So if you're an end client, it means your licenses. Where can you learn about all the details about, nitty-gritty details about bring your own license? In Microsoft product terms. Remember the link I just showed you a few slides before? That is where you can find all the details about all the rules. Obviously today, I'll talk you through basics. So the basics. Hi Nora, nice to see you today with us. Bring your own license on listed providers differs. As I said, it's much more restricted than bring your own license on any other providers, which Microsoft calls authorized outsourcers. So anyone who's not AWS, Alibaba, GCP, or Azure, Microsoft themselves, is an authorized outsourcer. But again, today we're talking about AWS and GCP, and these are the rules, the basic high-level rules of bring your own license on listed providers. Hi, Jade. My name is Alexander. It's not Sam. Sam stands for Software Asset Management. My name is Alexander, or Sasha, if you prefer a more friendly version of my name. So, there's a big difference between shared and dedicated hardware, and I think I'll jump to that slide. Maybe not yet. Hardware that is shared between multiple clients is called multi-tenant or shared hardware, or just typical public cloud. But the client may decide that they want hardware to be dedicated to them, which means that no other client virtual machines are running on that hardware. So that is dedicated hardware. Or single tenant, or as Google calls it, sole tenant. You'll see that many times on the slides. I know what is Jade. Yeah, many people think my name is Sam, whatever the reason is. Probably the channel name. So, where was I? Shared and dedicated hardware. On listed providers, if hardware is dedicated to your own use, you have an option to bring your own licenses to that hardware only if licenses are purchased before the 1st of October 2019 or an enterprise agreement as AWS describes it. You can only find it in the AWS FAQ. If you had an enterprise agreement signed before the 1st of October 2019 and you trued up licenses, so you bought additional licenses during that term, then they're also eligible. Nevertheless, the cutoff date is 1st of October 2019. As long as you keep the old version of the software and the license was purchased before that date, you don't upgrade it to newer versions. It's fine. You can upgrade the license, you don't upgrade the instance. You can use it on dedicated hardware on listed providers. If a product, which is not on this slide, but I need to add it to this slide, this is one of the, not mistakes, I would say, things that I overlooked on this slide in particular. Licenses with software assurance can be brought through the so-called license mobility through software assurance. So not every product can be brought. Not every product is BYOL eligible, but that works for both virtual machines on shared hardware and dedicated hardware, software deployed to dedicated hardware. So in addition to legacy licenses that you purchased 4 years ago, you can also obviously take current licenses with software assurance if the product has license mobility through software assurance rights. To give you an example, Windows Server does not have license mobility through software assurance. So the only option for Windows Server bring your own license, which we'll discuss in a few slides from now, is by finding licenses purchased more than 4 years ago and potentially assigning them to dedicated hosts. So no usage for Windows Server, no usage on shared infrastructures. Flexible virtualization benefit. I must mention it. Flexible virtualization benefit is not available on listed providers. This is a new right that Microsoft introduced in October 2022, actually to help smaller providers to improve their business. They simplified it to almost to an unlimited bring your own license. The only two requirements are the only requirement, not even two requirements. The only requirement is all the licenses must be covered with active software assurance or be on a CSP subscription. That new flexible virtualization benefit does not work on AWS, GCP, Alibaba, and let's not mention Microsoft. These three. It doesn't work there. The only option for bring your own license, that is, in addition to legacy licenses, is license mobility through software assurance, and you need to remember that. So still, it's a limited subset of products. So as I said, the products must be eligible. Where you can check whether the product is eligible, you open Microsoft product terms, microsoft.com/licensing/terms, and you go to the products page and search on the page for the words license mobility. And if it exists for that particular product, that means that that product is eligible for bring your own license through license mobility. If it's not mentioned, and for example for Windows Server it only applies to external connectors, then Windows Server licenses do not it means that they do not have license mobility through software assurance. Therefore they do not benefit from bring your own license rights, say to shared virtual machines. So you can't take Windows Server to shared virtual machines on these two providers. I hope you understand. If you don't understand, please ask your questions in the chat. It's important that you understand these basic concepts. They're actually basic. They may sound complicated, but you need to know them to understand if you can reuse your investment in software in AWS or GCP, or you can't. Licenses acquired through Microsoft CSP are not eligible to be taken to AWS and GCP. This could be a shocker. Why? Because CSP does not have software assurance as a concept. CSP subscription licenses provide the majority of software assurance benefits, but not license mobility through software assurance. To be eligible to take your licenses, that's the last step. So you establish that the product is eligible. You establish that you have active software assurance. It must be active. Current software assurance is not expired. And the last step is to fill in a license verification form. The easiest way to find how license verification forms work for AWS and GCP is to go to their respective pages where they explain Microsoft licensing and bring your own license and follow their instructions. However, you can just Google that, license verification process, Microsoft license verification process, and that will probably take you to the Microsoft's page. It will be number 1 and number 2 with the Google results, where Microsoft explains rules of license mobility through software assurance, and they provide the downloadable link for the license verification form, which you need to fill in and send it to Microsoft. Then Microsoft verifies it, sends it back to you, saying, fine, we agree that you do have eligible licenses in those quantities that you specify. And they, for example, I think they also tell you when your software assurance expires. I don't remember the exact details of that form, but the idea is they must confirm that you have licenses that you may use in bring your own license scenarios through license mobility. Then you take that form, that's the regular process, and send it to the provider to say, I'm bringing my licenses, here's the confirmation from Microsoft themselves. I want to go back to the subject of shared versus dedicated hardware on these platforms. So shared or multi-tenant, the meaning is there are virtual machines from multiple end customers on the same hardware. So there are hardware hosts, blades, servers, maybe combined in clusters, maybe standalone, but they run virtual machines from various clients. You know, your competitor, your friends, multiple clients. So hardware, the server itself, is not dedicated to your own use. That is multi-tenancy. Multiple tenants on the same server, on the same hardware. Importantly, I hear that many times, but the virtual machine is dedicated to me. That doesn't matter. What matters is if you claim that the hardware is dedicated to you, that must mean that all the virtual machines on that hardware is dedicated to you. Then the hardware is dedicated. On AWS, regular EC2 instances are multi-tenant. They run in a multi-tenant environment. There are also EC2 dedicated instances which run on dedicated hardware. On GCP, the default Google Cloud Platform virtual machines run on shared tenancy. They are shared tenancy virtual machines. Bring your own license to those machines is via license mobility only on these two providers. License included options really depend on various configurations. So we'll look at particular products in particular environments so you can understand what license included options are available to you on those two cloud providers. When the hardware is dedicated dedicated to a single tenant, so again, a single tenant or sole tenant hardware, in Amazon, there are dedicated hosts, which is the easiest to understand. That includes VMware on AWS, which are also dedicated hosts. And there are EC2 dedicated instances, which is a bit of a strange thing. So they do run on dedicated hardware, but you don't manage the host. Amazon manages that for you. You still deal with virtual machines, but they make sure that your dedicated virtual machines, all of your dedicated virtual machines, dedicated EC2 instances, run on hardware that is dedicated to you. So that's not equal, that does not equal to dedicated hosts. In GCP, they are called GCP sole tenant nodes, and VMware on GCP also is also essentially sole tenant. And bring your own license to dedicated hardware has two options in general, which is, again, through license mobility. License mobility works in shared and dedicated, or old licenses purchased before October 2019. I hope that's clear up to this moment. Let's jump to the topic of Windows Server. So Windows Server, basic rules for the listed providers. And we'll go into the details on the next two slides. License included, in general, with a few exceptions, per provider. It, just by design, is available on dedicated, should be available on dedicated hardware. At least Microsoft allows it to be provided on dedicated hardware. The provider may decide not to, but Microsoft allows it. Microsoft allows that. And on the virtual machines. License included means, again, I remind you, license is provided by the provider. Bring your own license on dedicated hardware. For Windows Server, because it doesn't have license mobility, bring your own license only works on dedicated hardware. And only for the licenses procured before the 1st of October 2019. That's it. That is where bring your own license stops for Windows Server. There are no options to bring your own license for Windows Server to a virtual machine on shared hardware. So that is the general rule of Microsoft licensing. Let's look at the implementations of these rules in AWS first. So AWS, the first line is dedicated hosts, including VMware. So license included is an interesting one. So it's not available on dedicated hosts because Amazon in general is, I would say, quite unflexibly, in my opinion. It only manages licenses included if you run instances that are so-called Amazon machine instances. So deployed from the Amazon images with, and when you procure a machine, deploy a machine from that image, you select the image with licenses included. And only in that case, those licenses are provided and tracked by Amazon. There's no switch from AMIs, say without SQL Server, to an AMI with SQL Server included. You have to procure, if you want it to be included by Amazon, you have to procure an AMI. You have to create a new virtual machine from an image that includes SQL Server licenses. On Google, there's more flexibility. So, in general then, dedicated hosts, including VMware hosts on Amazon, do not provide license-included options for Windows Server. Dedicated instances, because they're managed by AWS, yes, they do. They provide them. And EC2 instances on shared hardware also provide license-included options. Bring your own license on dedicated hosts. So that is your licensing option for dedicated hosts. You may bring your own licenses. And for Windows Server, I remind you, old Windows Server license. So what can you do if you want to have dedicated hosts, but you do not have legacy Windows Server licenses? And you can buy them from AWS. They can't provide them included. Well, there is an option which is quite unorthodox, and we'll get there. But by default, if you don't know about the option, you have to go with EC2 on shared hardware. So, or go to Azure. That's what Microsoft is doing. Bring your own license on EC2 dedicated instances is not supported by AWS. If I'm mistaken, by the way, please let me know. But that's our current knowledge and our understanding of what they also explain in their training. And obviously, Windows Server is bring your own license to shared hardware is prohibited by Microsoft because Windows Server does not have license mobility. In GCP, it looks a bit simpler, but it's very similar. So sole tenant, including VMware, Google does not provide licenses on sole tenant nodes at all, like none at all. Microsoft licenses are not provided. And bring your own license only works again for the licenses that were procured before the 1st of October 2019. Again, there's that unorthodox option, which I'll explain on the next slide. On GCP shared tenancy, same rules apply. Windows Server bring your own license is prohibited by Microsoft. It's not allowed. And obviously, Google provides you license included options on GCP shared tenancy. And unlike AWS, you can actually deploy a virtual machine from your own image, any image, and then attach Google provided licenses to that virtual machine. So it's a bit more flexible than AWS. Here's the unorthodox option. And that is right now probably the only option to license dedicated hosts for Windows Server if you don't have legacy licenses, because those providers do not provide licenses with the hardware. It's using a third-party SPLA provider. And we are working with a company that provides licenses through this scenario for dedicated sole tenant nodes on Google Cloud Platform. So we help them to put the framework together around that provision. The only thing that you must be aware of is Microsoft put a time bomb on it. In October 2022, they said it's only going to work for the next 3 years. So this option is only available until and including 30th of September 2025. This may change. I mean, more than 2 years are still ahead, and Microsoft may change their mind. There are certain people talking to Microsoft, including AWS, and trying to convince them to remove that limitation. So let's wait. Let's watch that space. But if you're using this option, you need to be aware that there's this time limit. You must be aware of that. The benefits of that is, firstly, well, that's the only bring your own license option, really, using another provider's SPLA licenses. For whatever reason, neither AWS nor Google provide licenses for dedicated hosts. You get the monthly flexibility of SPLA. So each month you pay for what you use. You deploy more hosts, you pay more, you decommission, just kind of cancel a rental of those hosts, you pay less on a monthly basis. You don't have to manage licenses. The provider manages it for you, that third-party provider. And you don't need a licenses purchased before October 2019. The other caveat here, which is important, is that by the rules of SPLA, strictly speaking, that third-party provider must provide you some kind of services together with these licenses. They can't just give you licenses. But that really depends on how they arrange their business. So this is not the subject of today's training. Possible, works. If you want any recommendations, because this is not a sponsored video, I can't give them now. But if you want kind of an advice where to go, whom to talk to, please contact us using the email that you can see in the top. Which corner? This corner. And ask your question. Client access licenses. So please don't forget that Windows Server requires client access licenses. And when you bring your own licenses, the rules apply that apply to, in general, to your own premises licenses. So there are no exceptions. And if you know how to license access for Windows Server on premises, same rules apply, basically, almost, with few caveats, to bring your own license scenarios on AWS and GCP, and we're talking about, again, dedicated hosts. If you don't know exactly how external access is licensed and what are the basic rules, I suggest after this training, watch our Windows Server training session that was recorded, I think, a month ago, maybe 2 months ago. It's a very fresh one. It talks about Windows Server 2022. So it's fresh. And there we have a whole part of the training that explains the details of Windows Server licensing and all the formulas. What's important is, for bring your own license scenarios, only external connectors, Windows Server external connector, Windows Server remote desktop services external connector, Active Directory rights management services external connector. External connectors have license mobility. So if they are currently under active software assurance, you can take them to those two environments using license mobility through software assurance. Go through, fill in that license verification form, get it signed off by Microsoft, but you can do that. With CALs, it's trickier. Windows Server CALs, which are, thanks for that question, which are different to remote desktop CALs. Windows Server CALs do not have license mobility rights. So unfortunately, the same limitation applies. They must have been bought before the 1st of October 2019 as perpetual licenses. Same applies to Active Directory rights management services CALs. I'll call them rights management services CALs. It's just easier. The thing about RDS CALs is RDS CALs it's the only exception. The only exception. So they do benefit from, not from license mobility, it doesn't say license mobility, but they can be taken to other providers, including AWS and GCP. And again, I'm 99% sure right now what I'm talking about. Please let me know in the comments if you disagree. And we'll correct this for the next version of this training. But I'm 99% sure I'm right. The thing is, in licensing, it's Microsoft licensing since about maybe 2013. It's almost impossible to know and remember everything. It used to be, it still was very complicated in 2013, but it wasn't 2023 level complicated. That's okay. So license, I was talking about bring your own license. So sorry for that confusion. So this is the bring your own license slide. Again, only external connectors and RDS CALs benefit from license mobility. RDS CALs do not have license mobility, but they have very similar rights. You can bring them using through the license verification form. Actually, it's the first item on the license verification form. External connectors have license mobility. Again, basic Windows Server CALs and rights management CALs, they must have been purchased before the 1st of October. And let me go back to the license included scenarios. And here you can notice that in the license included scenarios, Windows Server CALs are not required. That's because they're provided through SPLA and Windows Server CALs basic. They're called SALs, but for simplicity, let's call them CALs. They just don't exist in SPLA as a concept. However, if you need remote desktop access, remote desktop CALs or SALs are still required. And neither AWS nor GCP generically do not provide RDS, SALs, or CALs. Amazon provides RDS, SALs with Visual Studio. That's it. Otherwise, there's no way to buy them. Moreover, furthermore, even Microsoft Azure does not provide RDS, CALs, or SALs, and you need to buy them separately. I expect it to change. We expect it to change soon because of this 2025 cutoff date when you won't be able to bring licenses procured through third-party providers. But as of now, as it stands, you have to bring those licenses somehow. And if you look at the license included scenario, so you procure a virtual machine with Windows Server, everything else is your ongoing fees, but rights management CALs or RDS CALs must be brought if you want to benefit from those services. If you want, for example, to give access to your virtual machines to external users. There's another scenario which I forgot, but this is it, where Amazon provides RDS SaaS, it provides it for Amazon Workspaces. For Amazon Workspaces that use Windows Server as a platform through the so-called Windows 11 experience. When Amazon Workspaces run on the basis of Windows Server platform, Amazon includes RDS subscriber access license, monthly license, in the cost of the Amazon Workspace. So, to reiterate, there are only two options to get RDS SaaS from Amazon, together with Visual Studio, together with Amazon Workspaces. No options from Google. Zero. So, Jade, in regards to RDP SALs and CALs, firstly, please go to someexpert.com, to our main website. There are two or three articles covering this subject, and they will answer all your questions that you're asking right now in the chat. Also, there are videos on this channel, and one of the most, I think it's, they're one of the, I can't say. They're amongst the most watched videos on this channel. Questions related to client access licenses, and especially remote desktop licenses. For admin access, quickly, for admin access, for two connections just for admins, when you do not enable, that's important, do not enable the remote desktop role, the default connections that work through so-called remote administration role, CALs or SALs are not required. Anything above those two connections, when you want to give access to your users, not admins, that requires RDS, CALs or SALs. Okay, moving on. Calculating licenses for, calculating licenses for bring your own license. Windows Server licenses. This is a slide from our big Windows Server training, which I encourage you to watch. Windows Server licenses are always assigned, and remember, the new per VM rules don't apply to listed providers, neither AWS nor GCP. So we stick with the old rules of licensing Windows Server at the host level. And on dedicated host in Amazon, you will probably be assigning Windows Server data center licenses to those hosts, legacy Windows Server data center licenses, and if you calculate your licensable cores, these are the formulas. So I won't go into into details here. Put it on pause, take a screenshot. There's an Excel formula at the bottom of the slide. Use it. This is how many licenses you must bring to your dedicated hosts. If you like what's going on so far, I would appreciate if you click like. Thank you. You'll make my day, really. Keep us happy. Just a little note to explain who we are. Not to take a lot of your time, we are a consulting company. We consult on these questions. That's why we talk so confidently here. We do various stuff like cloud migrations, Microsoft license agreement negotiations, commercial relationship with Microsoft, audit, defense, everything related to relationship between you and Microsoft, whatever happens. Mergers and acquisitions, audits, you name it. You can find us on LinkedIn. You can find us on this channel. You can always send us, we provide you lots of options to send us messages. We can book a call through our website with us, but please don't abuse it, because we don't provide free consultancy on calls. It's more for just, discussing serious business problems. But you can learn from us for free on this channel and also on our website, because we have a blog with very detailed articles, and we do, I must say, we do use AI, but AI doesn't write articles for us. I use it to help me with my non-native English. That's what for. Everything you find in the articles is personal. It's written from our own experience, not collected by AI from the internet so well. And if you want to learn even more, we have a training hub, someexpert.academy, where also we certify for Microsoft licensing. But let's switch to SQL Server. That was a very short word about us. So SQL Server in AWS. Sorry, SQL Server on listed providers. Basic rules. The rules of Microsoft, how Microsoft sees it. You need to understand the core basics. So SQL Server has license mobility. Therefore, it has more bring your own license options than Windows Server. So in addition to using your legacy licenses without a say or with a say on dedicated hardware, you can also bring current licenses, subscription licenses. You can take, except for CSP, you can take them to virtual machines when the providers allow you. So Microsoft allows this on listed providers. These rights. So main thing that you need to take out of this slide is there's much more flexibility for bring your own license compared to Windows Server. And the same rules apply to all the other Microsoft software that has license mobility through software assurance, namely SharePoint Server, Beanstalk Server, Exchange Server. Same rules apply if you want to use them on those platforms via bring your own license, because, well, those licenses are not provided by either of the two providers that we discussed today. So now the details. The implementation on AWS, dedicated hosts, including VMware. AWS does not provide license included for SQL on dedicated hosts. You have to bring it. How can you bring it to dedicated hosts? Again, two options. Licenses with current software assurance. Simple, through license mobility through software assurance. Or if you have licenses with expired. And you do have, still, you have that third option via another SPLA provider. Still possible. There's still a cutoff date of the 30th of September 2025. So for example, if you work with an outsourcing partner an IT outsourcer or a service provider, and some of your workloads that are running in AWS, they manage for you. And we support such providers. For example, one of our clients has half of their workloads in their own data centers. Half of their end client workloads, they run on AWS. In that case, when they manage those virtual machines, they can also provide SPLA licenses for those virtual machines until 30th of September 25. That's another option. And it provides more cost flexibility compared to bringing your own licenses. So as Google and AWS provide an option to license SQL on managed instances, you probably don't want this option. But talking about dedicated hardware, that is your third option to bring SQL licenses to dedicated hardware without procuring licenses of your own, because neither AWS nor GCP provide license-included options for dedicated hardware. Moving on. Calculating core licenses. So when you license physical server with SQL Server Enterprise, these are the formulas. Again, let's not go deep into details. There's a minimum of 4 cores per physical CPU, and there's an Excel formula, if you know how to use Microsoft Excel, at the bottom of the slide that you can use to calculate how many licenses you need for hardware hosts. This is the formula for the hardware hosts. When you bring in your own licenses to virtual machines, in that case, there's a minimum of 4 licenses per virtual machine. This slide, to be absolutely precise, talks about hardware threads. In the majority of cases, for example, on AWS, except for T2 instances, and that is still, I need to research that, the mapping is 1 hardware thread to 1 virtual CPU. And in addition to that, if you go to the AWS Microsoft licensing pages, they provide you exact quantity of SQL Server licenses you need for each available AWS instance size. It's as simple as that. They do give you all the answers. This is how many licenses you require. But what you will notice when you go through that list, if you're a geek like me, you will see that each of that quantities corresponds to the number of cores, virtual CPUs or virtual cores, of that virtual machine size. The only thing you need to remember is if that virtual machine has less than 4, say 2 virtual CPUs, then still the minimum you need to assign is 4 SQL Server core licenses. If you want to learn more about core calculations, please watch the SQL Server licensing training in the same series on this channel. And still, if you haven't yet clicked like, please do. I would greatly appreciate it. Thanks. So other software on AWS and GCP. In general, the rules are the same as for SQL Server, because but what's important is that not all Microsoft software has license mobility. For example, Office doesn't have license mobility. Visual Studio doesn't have license mobility. As we already mentioned, Windows Server doesn't have license mobility. So the options that you have on dedicated hardware, AWS on dedicated hardware provides Office Professional Plus via monthly fees for AWS Workspaces. AWS Workspaces, as far as I remember, by design, are dedicated. That's just how they configured. So Office Professional Plus, I may be mistaken, but that's what I know. Office Professional Plus is available for AWS Workspaces as a license-included option. On virtual machines on shared multi-tenant hardware, and I would assume also that for EC2 dedicated instances, you can also procure Visual Studio licenses. And Visual Studio licenses are only available as license included option because, as I just said, Visual Studio does not have licensability through server through software assurance. That right is not granted to that particular software. So GCP, as you may notice from this slide, it's not even mentioned. They don't provide any other Microsoft licenses in addition to Windows Server and SQL Server. That's it. That's where that stops. You know, Amazon provides a couple of additional options here. Bring your own license is exactly the same as for SQL Server on dedicated hardware and on shared hardware. Again, I will remind you that you need to check whether the product is eligible. But then again, because you have to fill in the license verification form, you can't just assign licenses without going through the license verification process. You will see in the form which products are eligible. And by the way, Microsoft license verification form is the best source of the information about which products are eligible for license mobility. There's no better source. It's like everything in one place. It's better than crawling through product terms. It's better than looking up frequently asked questions on the provider's websites. Download Microsoft license verification form. That's your entire list of all the products, CALs, external connectors, and core licenses, server licenses, instant licenses, user licenses that have license mobility. A few words about Visual Studio and AWS. So AWS provides license, sorry, it must be Visual Studio, yeah. Provides professional enterprise editions. It must be deployed using specifically pre-configured Amazon managed images, Amazon machine images, AMIs, Amazon machine images, not Amazon managed instances. Charges for that software are per user per month, because those are SPLA licenses and they are licensed per user per month. And Amazon provides RDS access licenses together with Visual Studio licenses equal to the number of user licenses for Visual Studio. Basically, each user is provided with Visual Studio and an RDS SAL, because without an RDS SAL, they cannot access Visual Studio. It's a requirement. They go together. So Visual Studio has no license mobility, therefore it has limited bring your own license rights. So if you have old, again, legacy licenses procured before 1st of October 2019, you can take them to dedicated hardware. That is the only bring your own license option for Visual Studio. MSDN software, so it's one of the frequently asked questions. Can we take our MSDN software? You know, we bought Visual Studio in 2018 with MSDN, so we still want to use our MSDN software. Yes, you can take it, as long as that subscription was open before the 1st of October 2019. And you have the legacy license for Visual Studio. Even when MSDN subscription has expired, Amazon, and they have a very good Microsoft licensing team, they say that you may take that MSDN software from that old subscription and deploy it on dedicated hosts. Otherwise, no. Otherwise, there's no. I mean, if it's a newer subscription, or if it's if it's a newer subscription, that cannot be buy old, cannot be brought. Microsoft Office and AWS. AWS provides license included Office for workspaces. Even if you deploy Windows 10, Windows 11 based workspaces, Amazon workspaces, there is an option when you configure an image for workspaces to say, I want Office, and then Amazon installs Office inside your image. Because for Windows 10 and 11, you must bring your own images. You must upload them. Amazon will install Office for you. Charges again for that is per user per month. That is not Office 365, that is Office Professional Plus. Office Standard, for some reason, also is not available. There are version limitations based on the operating system. For example, for Windows 11 and Workspace Windows 11 experience on the base of the recent Windows Server, you can only get Office 2019, you can't get Office 2016. But those are details. Those are technical details, more or less. So yeah, that's what it does. They provide you with not Office 365 binaries, but Office 2016 or 2019 binaries, depending on the virtual machine version. And if you're wondering whether you can connect them to Office 365 service, yes, you can. It's still supported. It will soon become unsupported, but it's still supported by Microsoft. So that's it. Charges up a user per month. These products, the old legacy Office, don't have license mobility through software assurance. Again, you're limited to old licenses procured before the 1st of October 2019 on dedicated hardware. If you want to bring them to Amazon, that you can't take them to workspaces, you can't take them to... Actually, can you take them to workspaces? That's a good question. So Amazon does not have an answer to that question as far as I'm concerned. I searched for it. In theory, if workspaces run on dedicated hardware, you should be able to bring your own legacy licenses to that dedicated hardware. There's nothing in the Microsoft licensing terms that prohibits you that, but I'm not sure whether whether AWS would technically allow you to deploy Office in workspaces. So that is something we need to check. That concludes our short training session for today. So to improve it, because I want to rerun it in maybe a couple of months with updated and improved information, we desperately need your feedback. So please leave a comment with your questions. Please email us. Tell us if you found a mistake. Click the like button. Vote and suggest future training topics. And by the way, talking about the vote, we run regular votes here. When I say regular, they used to be bi-weekly. Now we run them once per month, maybe once in 2 months. And we ask our audience, we ask you, what next training subjects you want to see. This is an example. So another poll is also published on our LinkedIn page, on the white background. So we combine then those numbers by numbers, not by percentages, by numbers, absolute values, and then we schedule sometimes one next session, sometimes 2 or 3 next sessions, depending on how people vote. And right now, the latest poll is about the next session in June, and people voted overwhelmingly for Microsoft Power Platform. So watch these 2 spaces. When you see a poll from us, you can vote for the next topic. Furthermore, if you don't see it, if you can't find it, if you miss the poll, you can always message us through all available channels and say, guys, I really, really want you to publish a training on, say, Dynamics 365. We will consider that, and we'll probably put it to popular vote again. But at least we will know from you that you want to learn that subject. This is what we do here. We're a consulting company, but we like sharing, and we provide these training sessions right now on a monthly basis here on this YouTube channel and on Some Expert Academy, free of charge. And you can also, certification is not free of charge. There's a free hidden option, but otherwise it's not free of charge, but it's only £99. If you want a certificate from us, it's a tough exam. I warn you, 80 questions. You're given 3 hours to pass it. But those who passed it, we have a list of those people. And when we look for future candidates, this is where we look. Big secret, isn't it? Anyway, so thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you for your questions. Jade and Nora, thank you for your messages in the chat. And I'll see you in the end of June on the training dedicated to Power Platform. I hope I'll bring a company that actually implements Power Platform so they can comment on the practical side of things, not just licensing. Have a good day, and good luck with your mic. In our presentation. So the very quick disclaimer, what I wanted to say is we're not Microsoft. This is not an official training, and there are no official trainings right now except for getlicensingready.com, which I keep promoting. It's a free resource. And everything you learn today, what I encourage you to do is go to getlicensingready.com and download PDFs from there. Try to do tests there, because firstly, that's the only remaining official Microsoft certification, which is free. And secondly, some of the things that we'll be talking about today, you may not completely grasp from from how we explain it, have a second opinion, have a second source, compare, and learn something. So try that. And obviously, we completely waive any responsibility for any consequences of if you learn something from us. I always say, I even had a post on LinkedIn recently. I always say, don't trust anyone. Don't trust anyone's opinion. Don't trust what you hear, what you even read on the Microsoft website, unless it's product terms. Go to the product terms and check everything there. Somebody told you something that you're questioning, that you think isn't right. Go to the product terms. Don't ask your friends. Go to the product terms website and see that. I'll not get to that. That is basically the idea of the next slide. So this training is about practical knowledge. These are our battle scars, as we already said, and always check everything on the Microsoft Product Terms website. How you find it? Go to Google, go to Bing, type Microsoft Product Terms, and you'll get to this website. So always, I even encourage you, if you can, if you're watching this from a computer, open it in the second window, so you can then verify everything I'm saying. Or just if you're curious, check it there. All right. So quick previous sessions recap. Why I'm doing this is just to remind you and to give ideas and get a bit of a context to those who haven't been to our previous session. So there are a few ways to acquire licenses. Volume licensing agreements probably accounts for 90% of all the purchases to date, including historic purchases. This is changing, but it's still probably be a bit 90%. This is what we're talking about today. And there are other ways to acquire, which we're not talking about today. So, the licenses you get with computers, we're gonna talk about them in the desktop session in a few weeks from now. Licenses that you get with ISV, again, Norton Scope, SPLA, Norton Scope. So we're only going to be talking about volume agreements today. That is the topic of today. Another reminder, so I'll be very often saying SA or software assurance. So for those of you who don't know yet, software assurance, it's a subscription, it's an OPEX, cost, which provides you additional rights. It inflates the rights that you get with the license, but that's always a subscription. So this is Microsoft's name for maintenance, sort of. So that is what it is, software assurance. If you want to know more about software assurance, after this live, go and watch the first part, because there's a whole section about software assurance. And I have a couple of dedicated videos on this channel, on Some Expert TV, that talk about software assurance. A bit of license, then again, little reminder about license lifetime. So licenses, there are perpetual licenses, CapEx cost, capital expenditure. You pay for them, when you fully pay for them, if there's a payment spread, when you fully paid for them, they're used forever, they never expire. Some of the licenses and some of the agreements, that's the only way to buy licenses. Enterprise agreement is a good example. You can only buy a license with software assurance. You can't buy it without software assurance. It's perpetual license plus subscription, which is used forever, plus a subscription that ends at some certain point, which you can renew. And then if you don't renew it on time, gaps are not allowed. So it's just a reminder. Again, watch the first session. There's much more about software assurance. I just want you to understand that is something that gives you additional rights, and that is compulsory, mandatory in some of the Microsoft agreements. You can't buy a license without that additional cost of maintenance on it. Subscriptions are subscriptions. Subscriptions expire, you resubscribe, there are no strings attached, so it's simple as that. So there are also subscription licenses in addition to perpetual. So that's all about licensing for today. There's also a bit of a contractual agreement language that I'd like to learn today and to know upfront before we move on to the next sessions, because these terms somehow relate to the majority of Microsoft agreements. So the first one is affiliate. When you sign a Microsoft volume agreement, you can not only sign it for your one legal entity, you can also bring in other affiliated entities. So Microsoft see affiliated entities as something that is either owned, one company owns another company, by 50% or more of voting securities. So it's not just shares, it's voting shares, control shares, or somehow else may execute, may have power to directly manage the other organization. Indirect affiliation is also possible when you have one company, then another company owns this one, and then it owns another one. They're also affiliated, as long as these, what's the word I'm looking for? Conditions are met. So that is the affiliate. If there's nothing else, if there's a 20% ownership, it's not affiliation from the Microsoft point of view. All of those affiliates could be brought in the agreement, but you must be careful. We'll get to that. We must be careful with how you manage that. So wait for it. We get it there. Qualified device. So qualified device is a term that you will also hear quite often, because qualified device in some agreements, the number of qualified devices tells you the minimum number of licenses you have to have on the agreement to actually have the agreement. Usually it's a device that is capable of running Windows either locally or be able to connect to a remote Windows session. It could be an iPad. If you use an iPad to connect to your enterprise service or to remote Windows sessions, that is also a qualified device. So basically almost every client device. The exceptions are unmanaged devices that are not managed by the organization, third-party devices. Some bring your own devices, as long as they're not managed by some software in the organization. They're not managed, then they're not qualified. It used to be simple. It used to be just count all the PCs in the organization, but that was 20 years ago. It's much more complex right now, so the qualified device definition is now much more complex. PCs used as service are not counted in that number. A line of business industry devices, what that is say there's a robot, an industrial robot, and there's a computer that controls that robot. So it's not a day-to-day in our normal understanding, in a normal definition workstation. It's a specialized computer, industry device that controls that robot. Then it's not a qualified device. Qualified user, well, is a user of a qualified device or a user that connects to any of the enterprise service or enterprise online services, which could be not only your employee, because that's the biggest mistake when people count qualified users, they only count employees. No, it also includes consultants, contingent staff, contractors, on-site contractors. If they work for you somehow through a contract, if they consult you using your devices connected to your services, they must be counted in that qualified number. So it's not just your HR headcount. Hope it makes sense. A quick question. We're going to have a few questions like this to keep this a bit more entertaining. A quick question for you today. Company A and Company B don't own each other, but they're both owned by Holding H. Are they affiliated? Yes or no? Please type your answer in the chat. I'll give you a few, maybe a minute, just to see what's going on here as well. Just type your answer in the chat, and I'll tell you then what the right answer is. Okay, good. After a little delay, we get an answer. The right answer is A. That's correct. The right answer is A. Yes, they are affiliated indirectly. So this is something we've seen in practice when Microsoft looked at that and said, yes, they are affiliated indirectly. They don't own each other, but they are indirectly affiliated through the holding. So the answer is not B. It's arguable, but it's not. Right, moving on. There are Microsoft agreements, various Microsoft agreements, which still exist. Some of them you will see in your historic records, in your Microsoft license statement. So we will mention them, but we will not be covering them today because we're going to be only talking about the ones that you need to manage today, that you interact with in your organizations, in your companies, and where you're working. So the current agreements are, and don't overthink it right now because we're going to describe most of them. Microsoft Customer Agreement or CSP, which you've probably heard about, Enterprise Agreement or Enterprise Agreement Subscription, MPSA, still valid although declining, and open value for smaller companies. There are also retired agreements from which you will see lots of transactions in the companies you're working in or with. Which are open license agreement, which will officially be closed on the 1st of January next year, but unofficially try and place an order. Since about 2019, Microsoft are very reluctant to accept orders on open license agreements. So I know territories where from 1st January of 2019, there have been none, not a single open license agreement signed. And Select Plus is a very old, it's ancient, but because it's evergreen, because it never ends, people are still ordering through Select Plus. Well, at some point it'll probably decline completely. We can reshuffle and categorize these agreements, in various ways. So there's another thing I'd like you to understand, to learn at this stage. Is there are term agreements, which means they have a term after which they expire and you need to renew them, or, well, I'll move on to another agreement. And there are evergreen agreements, which you sign and then they provide you a framework to purchase licenses as and when, as you need them, and they never expire. So in regards to term agreements, enterprise agreement is sort of a term agreement, and I will explain why I said sort of, but we usually see it. We usually teach people that it's a term agreement. Open value subscription is a term agreement. Open license is a 2-year term agreement, used to be. As I said, it's going to completely disappear soon. And then we have a few evergreen agreements on the right side of this slide. Another classification here is by the target organization. So there are agreements obviously aimed at smaller audiences, smaller companies and organizations, and there are some agreements that are aimed at larger organizations. So in that regard, you can see it on screen. There's no reason to waste your time. You can always come back because the next slide illustrates what I'm talking about with numbers. To some agreements, there are entry barriers. If we look at the most recent one, Microsoft Customer Agreement, which is sold through cloud solution providers, CSP, there's no entry barrier. You can start it with one license. Really, just buy one license through a CSP partner, and there you go. You have a CSP agreement with the terms of the MCA. Why I cut it off sort of at 2,400 is that is Microsoft's target audience, but you can have it. There are some organizations and companies that have 100K seats and they have a CSP agreement. So although it's not targeted at them, they still have it. Microsoft are not stopping you. Open value is an interesting one. So you need 5 licenses, but it's aimed at small companies. Again, at 500, it's not a cutoff point. You can sign it with if you're a large organization. But Microsoft will insist that you flip to an enterprise agreement, because enterprise agreement is very much alike to OV, but has more perks, more benefits, and it's aimed at companies that start from 500. MPSA is targeted at 250 computers, but then you can sign it with 10 computers. You can. It's just the way the entry barrier is calculated is a bit complex. We'll get to that in one of the further slides. And then we have enterprise agreements, which is a very rough cutoff. So when we're talking about an enterprise enrollment, which is for desktop products or online services, there's an entry level of 500. If you have less than 500 devices or users, you won't sign an enterprise agreement. You won't be able to sign it. Microsoft will refuse it because you need to commit to at least that number in an enterprise agreement. And then obviously none of them, if you notice, none of them have real barrier at the top. Nobody prevents you from signing any agreement from this list. Microsoft Products and Services. Yes, thank you. Of course it is. Microsoft Product and Services Agreement. That was a question from Sonia. What does MPSA stand for? We will have a few slides about MPSA, and I will get back to this acronym. And this is a good response. We have a couple in our chat. And Daryl just typed in the chat that you can have a mixture of agreements. You don't have to sign just one. And this is what we advise our customers. If there's a way to save money and optimize licensing and cloud costs by utilizing multiple agreements, we will obviously suggest that. Right. So another categories we should also need to understand. So some of the agreements are transactional, which means you don't have to commit to anything. And we get into commitment. You just buy as and when the quantities you need. There are certain rules apply to the minimum numbers you can buy, but this is not a commitment. What is a commitment? What is a committed agreement? It's when you tell Microsoft that you want some perks and benefits of a better agreement in exchange for you promising them to license every single device or every single user with a certain flavor of software or an online service. That's the commitment. You commit. You promise. Every device in our organization, every qualified device, when we buy new devices, we will, dear Microsoft, buy licenses for these devices in accordance with our commitment. So you are tied by certain rules to have something licensed with a commitment. And we have more slides on that further in this training today. Every agreement is different. There are different events and milestones. So, for example, when I say true up, there is true up in an enterprise agreement, but there's no true up in open value, although they're very similar. They have different cost avoidance tactics. So if you know that there's a trick how to save money in an enterprise agreement, it may not apply to MPSA, probably doesn't apply to MPSA or CSP, and there's always a different commercial and legal framework. So they're very different. There are no two similar agreements in the Microsoft world. Maybe MPSA is somehow similar to Select Plus, still different. Still different. We're not going to talk about SPLA today, but what I'd like you to do is please join our session on this channel on the 8th of September. I think it's going to be just me because Daryl has a national holiday on the 8th. And, we're going to talk about SPLA. That's going to be sort of a management training. So we call it how to do SPLA properly, that session. 8th of September, another Wednesday, same time, just in between the training sessions to keep you entertained. Enterprise agreement, we get into to the most interesting part, to the biggest part of this training. Enterprise agreement, why? Because it's the most popular, it's the most popular agreement of them all. But I'd like you to first answer this question in chat. Is MPSA, if you were listening carefully, is MPSA a committed agreement? You maybe know. Does MPSA have a commitment, yes or no? Yeah, thanks, Daryl. Thank you for picking up those questions whilst people are answering. I don't know what.
Yeah, I'll take care of that, Alex. While you're presenting, yeah. I'll help moderate the questions as they come in.
Yeah, so I'm not going to waste too much time. The right question is B. We're very mindful of time today. We're trying to get into exact 2 hours because last time the session overran for 3.5 hours. We promise you we'll stick to the promise of 2 hours. So picking up the pace, everybody is answering B, which is correct. Which is absolutely correct. It's not it's a transactional agreement. I wonder how many of you actually know licensing and are just here for the kicks. Anyway, enterprise agreement. So it's not really a term agreement. It's an agreement with term enrollments in it. But because you can't have an enterprise agreement without enrollments, When the last enrollment terminates, you don't renew it, enterprise agreement terminates as well. Enrollment's term is always 3 years, but you can extend it. The entry barrier is into the enterprise enrollment is 500 qualified users or devices. Even if you can sign it with fewer users or devices, and we'll get to that. But Microsoft target that agreement, and they probably won't talk to you. They will probably advise you to go with CSP or any other route if you don't have 500 users these days. This is where they want enterprise agreements to be signed, 500 and more. And by the way, that entry barrier may increase next year. We don't know for how many, but it may increase. It's a committed agreement. There's no enterprise agreement without commitment. And I'll explain it. Bear with me. And software assurance in an enterprise agreement is compulsory. So you can't buy just perpetual licenses. You always have to buy licenses with software assurance, with Microsoft's maintenance on top, with the ongoing cost that is expiring. There are 2 perks of an enterprise agreement. Exactly the same perks exist also in Select. So if you still have an active Select, you can use them as well. And by the way, they accumulate. You can use both. You can have 20 copies per title, per software title, in a dedicated training facility to learn how to use that software. What this must look like is, I've seen it once in real life, that training facility. It was actually a classroom that is locked, and you had to have a key or a key card to get into it. And all the computers there were dedicated to people of that bank learning how to use Microsoft software, Microsoft Office, Microsoft Visio, Microsoft Power Apps, whatnot. That's what you get through an enterprise agreement. The other perk is any of the Microsoft products can be evaluated for 60 days for up to 10 copies. You want to try something, by all means. You don't need an additional license. That is a perk granted to you by an enterprise agreement. Something that many forget. Let's talk about the document. So this is not an enterprise agreement. This is my personal pain point, because we work with clients almost every week. There's a discussion with the client. Please send us your enterprise agreement document. So this is all they send, because this is the document that contains all the quantities and all the prices. That is not an enterprise agreement. That is just a very, very little part of it. So enterprise agreement is the most complex agreement of them all, and all of these documents matter. So the first one is the top level document called MBSA, Microsoft Business and Services Agreement. That is an evergreen agreement. Was designed to be one for the entirety of all the other agreements that you signed with Microsoft. I've seen when MBSA was re-signed in 6 years after previous enterprise agreement expired. I don't know why. It is designed to be evergreen. It is designed to be non-expiring. It sets some terms. Which terms I will explain to you. There's a slide about it. Which terms are set by MBSA. Under MBSA, you sign an enterprise agreement. Enterprise agreement itself is also, which is not a common knowledge, is also an evergreen document. It doesn't really expire. What expires is there's no enterprise agreement without enrollments, as I already said. There's no enterprise agreement without enrollments. It may be either, these days, there were actually 6 types of enrollments. Right now there are 3. One is an educational, so we're not talking about that today. We don't really have that target audience from the education. So we'll cover the 2 that are relevant to 90%, 99% of all the organizations: enterprise enrollment and server cloud enrollment. So that is another document, and that document expires. And all the, I've already mentioned it, but all the terms and conditions of how you can use licenses are outlined in the Microsoft product terms, which is now a website. It used to be a document that Microsoft published every quarter, and then every month. So product terms, although not really a part of the enterprise agreement, all of these agreements refer to product terms all the time. When there's a question, what rights do apply to my licenses? The answer will be product terms of that version. So they always refer to product terms. It's not an agreement, as Daryl just rightfully commented. It's a set of licensing terms and conditions, but it makes an integral part of this document, what is called as a document stack. But that's not the end. There are other interesting documents there. from which I am always interested in at least product selection form for each enrollment, because that tells you what are the price levels and what are the product sets that were chosen for that particular agreement. Another one, actually 3 documents that I'm very interested in. So CTM is basically a set of amendments. So Microsoft, unlike Oracle, Microsoft never changed the language of the actual contract. So all these forms will be standard. When you discuss something with them, when you negotiate an amendment, when you negotiate a bespoke term, that term will be in a so-called CTM. I don't remember what it stands for. I actually never knew. We just call it CTM. We used to call it addendum amendment. The official name is of a document is a CTM. That's where you may have it, you may not have it, but if you have it, I must see it. And then another one, which I already showed you, customer price sheet, because that's how we calculate how much you save. That's how you calculate how much you need to pay at an annual event to Microsoft. This is something that forms a part of the enterprise agreement package. I was told that in certain territories, the document has a different format. It's not this green Excel spreadsheet. It could be a completely different format, but it still exists. So, for example, in Russia, it is supplied in the form of a Word document. That's what it is.
I want to just add on to that, Alex, that for the customer price sheet, something that's worth mentioning in general, Microsoft still has 2 different channels for selling EAs. One is direct and one is indirect. So there are still countries, usually Middle East, Africa, and other regions that aren't main regions for Microsoft, that the entity that is actually signing the agreement is the reseller, the LSP. So what you'll find is that when you sign an agreement that's not direct with Microsoft, like in North America or in Europe, if you don't ask for a CPS, the reseller won't provide it to you. Microsoft does not provide a CPS for indirect enterprise agreements. So I highly recommend, if you are in an indirect country and you're on the customer side, you need to make sure that Microsoft / the reseller provides you with that customer price sheet.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Let's move on. So, getting back to enrollments, as I said, there's no enterprise agreement without an enrollment. So enrollments are all termed. You sign them, in 3 years they expire. You can extend them for 3 more years. And an enterprise agreement must have at least 1 enrollment, so simple as that. So there are enrollments in an enterprise agreement. There's no enterprise agreement, I remind you, without commitment. It's a committed agreement. So commitment is promising Microsoft to buy certain products organization-wide, disregarding existing licenses. And that is very important, that basically even if you have Office licenses without a say for all your devices, when you sign an enterprise agreement, you need to buy Office licenses again through that enterprise agreement for every single device. That is the commitment. It completely disregards. You may negotiate, and we may help you. You may negotiate a discount depending on when you bought those licenses. Sometimes there's a potential, I would say. So another names for the commitment that you will be hearing in our software management community. Another names for commitment are enterprise products, enterprise commitment, enterprise services, platform commitment, standardization. These are all the terms that apply. It's just aliases for the same exact thing. Your enterprise commitment, your commitment to Microsoft to license something organization-wide. In the 2 most popular enrollments, these are the types of commitments. So enterprise enrollment is an enrollment where you commit to license client software or services, or services, clients and user compute. Server and cloud enrollment is for data center. That's where you commit to license either service or Visual Studio or SQL Server. That is another type of enrollment that is dedicated to specifically targeted at the data center part of your estate. Any of these enrollments may have additional products. What does it mean, additional products? So, for example, if I go to the next slide, these are the types of these are the actual products that you commit to in both of the enrollments, one or another. If you look at the enterprise enrollment, so the products there, if it's not a purely services enrollment, that is for Office 365. If it's a software platform, then the products there are, there's only a list of 3 basically: Windows 10 Enterprise, Office Professional Plus of the current version, and Core Enterprise Cal Bundle, again of the current version. If you want to buy Visio, you add it to this enterprise agreement or project as an additional product. On additional products, there are no commitments. So if you have 1,000 qualified devices, you have to license all those base products that are listed on this slide, enterprise products, for all of that 1,000 devices. But if you just need 20 copies of Visio, you just buy 20 copies of Visio, you place that order through the enterprise agreement, through the enterprise enrollment, and that's fine. Exactly the same thing is valid for the server and cloud enrollment. I've seen a server cloud enrollment that was signed for, so the company committed to Core Infrastructure Server Suite, which is Windows Server plus System Center, for all their servers. And they even added Office Professional Plus to the SCE, but not as a committed product, as an additional product. That is allowed. You can say, you need to commit to at least one product in an enrollment, and then you can add any of the other products without commitment to that enrollment. Does it make sense? I hope it does. Moving on, trying to save time. You can get an additional discount if you still sign an enterprise agreement that is not Office 365 or a mixture, Office 365 plus on-premises software, when you buy these 3 items as a platform. There's so-called professional platform, which includes Core Cal Suite, and an enterprise platform, which is obviously includes enterprise Cal Suite. That's the difference between those 2 platforms. The reason to buy a platform is if you want all of these products for every single qualified device, then you get an additional discount for that package. CTM, custom terms. What does M stand for? We have this from Pradeep. Custom terms. What? Custom terms material. What does M stand for? Probably custom terms. That's what I thought as well. Okay, thanks for that. You probably have heard that there's an enterprise agreement and there's an enterprise agreement subscription. And that name is valid. But actually, let me explain how that works, because it's quite important to know, not to waste your time then. EA is for perpetual licenses. EAS is for subscription licenses. Services are always subscriptions and can be added to both. And then the enterprise agreement language, the actual document that is called enterprise agreement, is exactly the same in both EA and EAS. It's actually called just enterprise agreement. There's no document that is called enterprise agreement subscription. It doesn't exist. The enrollments are different, and that's where that name comes from. So when you hear enterprise agreement subscription, enterprise subscription agreement, either this or that, what it means is there's an EA with an enterprise subscription enrollment. That's what it means. And there could be even an EA when you have multiple countries and huge entities in various countries, where one country has a subscription enrollment and another one under the same enterprise agreement has a non-subscription enrollment. It's rare, but I've seen it. It's possible. So now I will call them enrollments because that's what they are. So enterprise enrollment is for perpetual licenses with software assurance. As I said before, software assurance is something you can't avoid. It's compulsory. It has spread payments. It's one of the features of the enterprise agreement. Spread payments. I'll explain what that is, but basically it means you don't have to buy a license up front. You can pay it in 3 installments, 1/3, exact 1/3 of the cost. And there's an annual true-up procedure. If the quantity of your licenses changes that you need, you can buy additional licenses in the end of an annuity period, not at the time when you deploy them. So that is a feature of an enterprise agreement. Enterprise subscription enrollment, same 3 things. They which are absolutely which have the same basic concept, but they either named differently or they executed differently. So enterprise subscription agreement is essentially for subscription licenses, where you don't get they expire. It expires, they expire. You lose licenses. You need to either buy them out or renew it. Instead of spread payments, there's an annual subscription fee. It's also annual. Same logic applies, but it's a subscription fee. And instead of a true-up, the event is called annual order. That commitment to Microsoft, that obligation to Microsoft that you have on an annual basis is called annual order. You need to reorder products every year. Pricing is lower for an enterprise subscription agreement, as rightfully said Daryl.
Just one caveat on that, Alex, is that it's lower at the start when you compare 2 types, when you compare an enterprise agreement and an enterprise subscription at the start of a period of license and software assurance. What usually happens is that if you are a new customer and you're looking at a license plus software assurance EA compared to an EAS, you need to think beyond 3 years. So just keep in mind that an agreement doesn't end after 3 years. It ends contractually, but you need to continue it. With an enterprise agreement, going forward, I don't want to confuse everybody. You only pay for the software assurance. You don't pay for the perpetual part. So actually an EA after 3+ years starts to be, the price drops compared to a subscription agreement. So I just want to leave you with the thought that when you are evaluating, or if you're evaluating an EA compared to an EAS, don't look just at a 3-year period from a financial perspective. You need to look at least 5 to 6 years. And I want to just stop there, just leave you with that thought going forward.
That is a very good advice. We get into pricing, by the way. So enterprise agreement, and subscriptions for online services exist in both. And it could be a bit confusing. You can have subscription for Office 365 in a non-subscription enterprise enrollment. Yes, it's possible. EA has predefined price levels. Enterprise enrollment has predefined price levels based on either the number of desktops or the number of users, depending of what is your base metric, either desktops or users, qualified metric. Subscription level or enterprise enrollment level is agreed with Microsoft at signing. You count all your qualifying devices and then you agree. And then also, we were not talking about it today, but unofficially you also can negotiate another discount on top of that, which is what we do, some expert. We help companies negotiate better discounts. And subscription level really depends on an annual order. So it may happen that you were 5,900 and you were in level B, and then next year you grew and went above 6,000, and then basically level C discounts will start applying to you. But we had this discussion with Daryl today, and Daryl's advice. Daryl, I can give you the mic. You can tell your advice to
yeah. Absolutely, thanks. So basically, my advice for you, if you are just below one of the price levels, so just say you're at level B, you're almost level B, you haven't got 2,400, you've got 2,300 or even 2,200 devices. There are times that it's worthwhile adding additional devices or users, getting beyond that threshold. What will happen is that the additional cost for the users will be offset by negotiating a better price. So you ask for a discount. Number 2, the difference in price levels in average depends on Office 365 is around 3% between the levels. And on additional products and additional servers, it's 6 to 7%. So when you take everything into consideration, you'll get a better price overall because your additional products will be discounted. You'll get an additional discounted, negotiated, and then you'll be for all your true ups, meaning for your future purchases, you'll already be at level B. So always consider when you're very close to the threshold or the next level to increase the quantity in order to increase the overall pricing, and also think about what the future is going to bring going forward.
Thanks, Daryl. And by the way, one note about if you work for a government organization or an academic organization, as far as I remember, on every Microsoft leveled agreement, when there are levels like this, government and academic get level D by default, and sometimes governments strike deals with incredible discounts even from the level D. So, Daryl, correct me if I'm wrong. As far as I know, government and academic, I can open the price list. I just don't sell licenses.
It's not automatic. It's not automatic. It's still tiered. It's for academics that there is a ABCD price list. It is leveled, very similar to a regular EA, but just due to the size of usually academic organizations with the number of full-time students or full-time employees, it's a different metric completely for education. It goes, I think, with FTEs or full-time
educational workers, they call
educational workers. Yeah, I haven't done an education agreement in a while. And with government, just because of the sheer size of the government, it's a framework agreement for the entire government, where the government does a framework agreement, and then each entity underneath that picks and chooses, well, depending on the agreement, basically just a type of affiliates that are aggregated to the full quantity. Then I agree, it's almost always over level D, just because of the pure size of a government or defense organization, or, as you said, education as well.
Okay. Right. Well, the next slide is very, very important because a lot of things revolve around the minimal order. So with enterprise products on an enterprise enrollment, the minimal order is a mix of products and services enough to cover all qualified users and devices. And I have a picture on the next slide to demonstrate that. So when you have at least one enterprise product, then you're bound by that commitment to license all your qualified base, always. But if you sign an enterprise enrollment or enterprise subscription enrollment for enterprise online services only, then there's no such commitment for all the qualified users and devices. All you need to do is you need to maintain 500 subscriptions. It's a very important thing. So you can have these days, and this is why enterprise agreement is a bit of a Frankenstein monster these days. These days you can have an enterprise agreement that is purely for products, an enterprise enrollment that is purely for services, and you can have a mix. And then when you have either just products or a mix, you need to commit to license every single qualified device or a user. When it's enterprise online services only, that is, I'm not making this up. I took a quote from the enterprise agreement today. I found all the actual paperwork. I can't demonstrate it because it's NDA. I can't disclose it. Microsoft do not publish that to public. You can Google it. You can find it. Sometimes I find it like that. When it's, again, just going back to that, when it's just for subscriptions, the minimal order is 500 subscriptions, and that affects license reductions, which we will cover in a few slides from now. And this is the demonstration of what I just said about initial minimal order. So imagine you have 1,500 qualified devices, as on this slide, and you may have a mixture of 1,000 enterprise products for 1,000 devices, which are licensed per device, and then user subscriptions, which will be covering usage of the same products, but through user licenses acquired as online services. Like Windows Enterprise is 3 per user. Office Professional Plus, Pro Plus, Office 365 Pro Plus, those kind of things. You can have this mixture. It's absolutely bonkers how you manage this. I usually advise against it, but this is not a rare configuration. in the majority of cases, Microsoft try to sign an enterprise enrollment that will be purely for services. That's what they try to do. When this happens is when a company may start during the term with products only enrollment, and then they may add new users and new devices and cover them by buying user subscription licenses to Microsoft 365. If you go to get licensing rates, it's one of the questions in the exam. And what they ask is it allowed? Yes, it is allowed. This is what it results in, this sort of mixture. But when, going back to previous slide, when you only have online services, then the minimum is 500, regardless of how many devices or users you have, because you don't need to count qualified users or devices anymore. When it's just for the Microsoft 365, Office 365, EMS 365 services. So I have a question for you. What is the term of an enterprise agreement? Is it 3 years? Is it 6 years? Or is it evergreen? It's A, B, or C. Do we have any questions to pick? And by the way, ask your questions. So don't hesitate. Ask your questions. We will be picking your questions. We usually answer a lot of questions during these lives. Oh, this is a good one. It's not a question. So from Jaron is, if I pronounce your name, I'm sorry if I pronounce your name correctly, education qualified users. So who's clever? Who's been listening? It's a trick question. It is a trick question. It is actually C. The enterprise agreement is evergreen, but those who answer A, that is also correct. If you apply the name enterprise agreement to the enterprise enrollment, it's enterprise enrollment that is 3 years. It may be 6, by the way, because you may extend it for 3 more years, but you have to actively extend it. So the answer to this question, if you just stick to the words, and in our profession, in software asset management and licensing, you must be very what's the word I'm looking for? Mindful about the wording. And the wording here is enterprise agreement, and therefore the EA, that document. If you look at the term and termination clauses, it terminates by one of the sides. So you may terminate it, Microsoft may terminate it, but it's not automatically terminated. Term applies to enrollment, absolutely correct. So moving on, and actually I need to pick up the pace because we're a bit late on our schedule. Another question, please pay attention. So the answers here D and E, not to mix up with the previous one. Can you buy online service subscriptions in a perpetual enterprise enrollment? Yes or no? Oh, hi, Carl. Hello, Carl. So, who knows the answer? It's D or E. Can you buy online service subscriptions in a perpetual enterprise enrollment? So the answer is yes. Funny enough, it's possible to buy it. If you sign a new one, just for online services, Microsoft will insist it to be an enterprise subscription enrollment. But what if you want to buy additional products and keep them perpetual? That you can only do in an enterprise enrollment or an SE. So you may have various combinations, but this is possible. So the answer here is D. Yes, it's possible. It's possible. So Microsoft doesn't stop you. That's why lots of these things stopped making sense when they introduced online services. It used to be much simpler. Subscriptions were in subscriptions. Perpetual were in perpetual. And the last question here, we're not going to have like 3 questions in a row anymore. This is the last one. Okay, so I hope we can answer it. You have an enterprise enrollment with platform commitment. You committed to platform. Your affiliate listed on the enrollment, your affiliate organization, your subsidiary in another country, ordered Office Professional Plus licenses. Can they use them? Yes or no? It's a bit of a preliminary question, but I hope you understood what I was. If you were listening carefully to what I was saying, you would be able to answer this question. Bit of a tip: platform is a combination of Windows, Office Professional Plus, and Core Cal Suites, or Enterprise Cal Suite. So they buy absolutely legitimate licenses. It's amazing that the answer is F, and that is okay. So that's a pretty common mistake. If you're committed to something, you have to buy that product. You bought these Office Professional Plus licenses, you can't use them.
Alex, that was a trick question.
It was a very tricky question.
It was a trick question.
I'm going to explain it in 30 minutes. I'm going to explain it in 30 minutes from now. Because I'm going to explain it, but just a bit, just running ahead of the train. When you commit to buy a certain product through the enterprise agreement, and that affiliate, I specifically put it here, it is listed on the enrollment. It's part of the enrollment. So they also have to buy platforms. They went ahead and bought some separate Office Professional Plus licenses, completely legitimate licenses. The licenses are fine, but they may not use them because now they need to put them somewhere aside. Money is thrown away already. And by the way, you have about 30 to 60 days to actually cancel the order and get back your money. So there's a money back facility. But then if you forget that, and I see this all the time, if you forget that, then they will need to buy them again as platforms through the enterprise agreement. So that money was wasted. They can't use them. Legitimate licenses, perfect licenses, can't use them. So be careful with commitments. Be careful with commitments. But those of you who will survive another 30 minutes, I have a slide on that to explain what not to do. Right, so enterprise enrollment, just a bit of a mechanics of an enterprise enrollment. So I told you there are spread payments. So what it looks like is you have an agreement term, 3 years. So you signed it in 2021, it goes up to 2024. So for all the products that you put in the initial order, that is an official term, initial order, your first order, when you sign an enterprise agreement, you can't sign enrollment. You can't sign an enrollment without an initial order. And then it's basically spread in 1/3. This is an enterprise enrollment. This is an enterprise enrollment, which is for perpetual licenses, not subscriptions. Basically, the cost of the license plus software assurance for the entirety of the agreement is split in 3 annual payments. It's a commercial feature. There's no interest, by the way. So I thought there's interest, like in banks. No, there isn't. It's an exact 1/3. If you miss the cancellation period, Olivia, I'll pick your question up in the end of this section. I promise you, I'll get back to that. So, buying enterprise products in EA. So the ones that enterprise products, you always is the committed products, enterprise products. I told you it's another name for the same thing. And so enterprise products, not services. So Office, Windows, CALs, they must be on the initial commitment. And then say, this is a hypothetical organization. Hypothetical organization that deploys 100 more devices in the first year, then 400 in the second year, then they decommission 300. This line is the number of devices they have, qualified devices, and deploy 150 in the last year. So how do you deal? Okay, you placed your initial order, and then you for the initial quantity, the payments are spread in 1/3. Does that apply to additional licenses? No, it doesn't. So all the additional licenses you must purchase as a one-off fee, which is called a true-up cost of a license. I have a few slides on this, so buckle up. I'll explain everything. So in the end of the first year, and this is the beauty of the true-up. This is one of the beauties of an enterprise agreement, because you can plan. You don't have, for the enterprise products, for the ones that form your platform, your commitment, you only pay in the end of the annual period. And in this case, you true up 100 licenses. Again, payments are not spread. It's a one-off payment. Then in the end of the second year on the enterprise products, and please pay attention to this, you true up only the difference that you have by the end of the second year. Same applies to any other year. If you have spikes like this, what you true up, what you report to Microsoft, what you pay for, is the difference between what you had and what you have at the end of the year. Hope it makes sense. David, I appreciate your comment. I really do. Thank you for that. So, and then basically, in this case, I need to go back to my slides. In the third year, you true up another 150. So what I'd like you to remember is that for what you paid on the initial commitment, what you agreed on the initial order, you pay upfront 3 annual installments. For all the additional licenses, you pay in arrears in the end of the year. So don't forget that there's another true up just before the renewal. There's another true up always. Don't forget to true up your licenses before you renew. Additional products, which are not your platform products, are entirely different. And please pay attention to this. So many people suffered by not understanding this, by misinterpreting this. I can't count. A friend of mine with whom I discussed it today, he was like, oh, I didn't know. And he's been in this industry for 10 years. So additional products, same graph. I specifically kept the same graph so to explain the dynamics with additional products. So if you put them on the initial order, you also have a true-up facility here. Because what they call is previously ordered products. Previously ordered products have a true-up facility. You can pay for them for the difference in the end of the year. Carl, I will discuss going down. We'll touch on that. So and okay, if you go down, good question. Daryl, I will pick it up now because that's a good one. So what happens if you go down on the next period but not below the initial order? Thing is, this is enterprise enrollment. We're talking about perpetual licenses. There's no going down on perpetual licenses. You only add them up. Even if your number of qualified devices decreased, you just report 0 increase. You don't report decrease on perpetual licenses. You can decrease subscriptions, and that's when minimal order applies. And I have a few corrections to what I was teaching before because I've read a new form of an enterprise agreement, and it's a bit different now. So with additional products, what you true up in the second year, and this is something not everybody knows, and this is a bit upsetting. What you true up in the second year is not what you have by the end of the year, but actually your high watermark. That is the requirement of the enterprise enrollment. There's an opposite mistake. I had to deal with a Microsoft representative, Microsoft salesperson, pushing the customer to true up high watermark on the enterprise products, the previous slide. So this rule does not apply to enterprise products. So please remember, enterprise products, you true up the actual difference by the end of the annual period. Additional products, you have to true up the high watermark. That is your obligation. If Microsoft know about that, you have to true that up. And then you think, okay, fine, but in the third year, I have fewer licenses. Can I reduce them? Going back to your question, Carl. No, reductions are not available, so you just keep the same quantity. And if you have nothing to true up, at all, you will have 1 or 2 products to true up. But if you have nothing to true up, there's still an obligation to submit a zero increase report to Microsoft. There's a simpler form, which is not a true up form, that you submit to Microsoft. Just basically say nothing has changed, and they then bill you for the next annual period. Right. So it gets complicated. Please bear with me. These visualizations, these graphs, some of them don't exist on the internet. I had to actually, I took ideas from existing graphs, the first 3 or 5, then the rest of them I had to draw myself because they just don't exist. So, and this affects your costs. This affects your cost planning. This affects your cost savings, your procurement and budgeting procedures. So say there's a new product that never has been audited in an EA. Example, at the beginning, you ordered your platform products and some projects. And then mid-year, you decided to buy Visio. So what happens? This is your Visio. 0 at start, dash line. And then mid 2021, you decide to buy, deploy some Visios, you need license for them. You add that product to the agreement. So first and foremost, it's not price fixed. So the current price will apply to it when you first order it. And you have to pay immediately. But then it becomes a previously ordered product, and in the consecutive years, you get true-ups. But the first order for such product must be placed immediately in the same month. You can't wait until the end of the year. In some locations, and United Kingdom is one of those, Microsoft doesn't bother. They really just don't bother. They just ask you, you know what, just pay everything at a true-up. But legally and contractually, that is the requirement. And there are countries where this is enforced. So please know that. So when something hasn't yet been on the EA, on the first initial purchase, you pay immediately. And that is the rule that applies to perpetual licenses. Daryl, I have actually a question for you, because this is something I don't know. I was asked today. So we fixed the price. This orange thing, current price, for this product, for purchases, at this point. This will probably be what true up year one price, and we'll take it from the current price list. How do we fix prices? Because they should be fixed, because then you get the price fix on this product for the second and third year. Is it somehow tracked in the system on Microsoft? So how does it work? Because I don't know.
It's not fixed. If you're talking about a new product that you true up during the first year,
so you bought it in the first year, and then you true it up in the second and third. It's not fixed on your CPS.
It's not fixed anywhere. It will be the then current true up price based on your current level. That's all it is.
Okay.
It will be that price list at that date.
Can you negotiate that if it's a big purchase?
If it's during the period of the agreement, I would definitely say yes. But it needs to be a substantial quantity. For example, what I've seen previously is take Dynamic 365. So if you're taking, I don't know, if you're looking at a very large dynamic rollout, this is a new project. You've been benchmarking Dynamics against a competitor. Definitely, this is something to be negotiated, even if it is midterm and it wasn't part of your initial agreement. I would actually say more, that if you're starting off an agreement and you know that there's a very large deployment of Dynamics coming in the next few months, I would even wait with that. I wouldn't put it into the agreement. I would wait for that and keep it out of the agreement, so you have leverage, because that account manager that you're working with is always going to be looking for additional revenue, something new to bring to the table. So keep that in your pocket and play it well.
Thanks, Daryl. So yeah, moving on. So enterprise services, not products, services. Office 365. The dynamics is again different. This is why enterprise agreement is so messed up. So I put here an addition and then a reduction below the first committed below the first committed quantity. So I spent a lot of time on researching this, reading all the guides and the actual text of the agreement. And this is the conclusion. And this is something, unfortunately, that doesn't exist on the internet. So these graphs don't exist on the internet. There's no way to confirm that. So say you need more Office 365 licenses, 100 mid-year. You reserve them. You don't pay for them straight away, because there's also like sort of a true-up facility. But it works a bit differently, because what you then do is you buy for that 100 licenses in arrears for prorated to the number of months you've used them, back to the months when you reserve them. That's how it works. And if you intend to keep them, you just pay the next annual fee. In this case, for 5,100 licenses for the next year. That's how it works with service licenses that are your enterprise licenses that are part of that enterprise platform which you've chosen for your enterprise agreement. And then in 2023, here I've put that because it reduces, the cost reduces for the third year. You can buy you can pay for fewer subscription licenses for Office 365, 4,900, but there's a caveat. It's what Carl wrote in his question about the initial order requirements. So I think disregard my comments here. Just listen to me. Remember, I told you about the initial order requirements. If you have a mixture, products plus services, you can't go below the qualified base. If you only have services, then you can't go below 500. These are the two terms you need to be you need to respect when you reduce your subscriptions. So we used to say, and that was the language of the previous enterprise agreement, that you cannot reduce below the initially committed number. It's I can privately I can show you a screenshot if you want, but it's not there. It's not written like that, at least either anymore, or maybe we misread it last time. So yes, you may reduce them. Right, additional service licenses, very much like that. So you also just reserve, and then you pay in the end. Same dynamics, and you can reduce them to zero. So nothing. Sorry, let me go back very quickly. Just stop on that slide so you can see it. Yeah, so you can reduce to zero because there's no commitment. They are additional service licenses. Licenses that you add onto the agreement. Sorry, service licenses. Again, zero initial order. Then you decided to buy, I don't know, Power BI. Then you have to pay upfront, prorated for the number of months that you pay in upfront until the annuity, and then it becomes just normal annual upfront payment, like in the previous slide. So please remember that services are different. If you want to spend more time with these slides, this recording will stay on the channel. It will stay on the channel. It will be here. You can always rewatch it. But what I would like you to take home today is services and products have absolutely different dynamic. True up. As I said, nothing to true up. Report zero increase. Won't stop here because I've already said it twice. So true up cost on products. What do you pay at the true up? And this is important because you think, fine, if a license also includes software assurance in an enterprise agreement, I should be paying less software assurance each year when I buy a license until the end of the agreement, and that is correct. So what you pay for at the true up is a full license cost plus software assurance for the remainder of the year, 1 or 2 years. It will be either for 1 year or for 2 years, and then you pay. And if you, by the way, if you true up in the end, you don't pay a say for the future period because it's the end of the term. But what you also pay is you pay the cost of 6 months of a say backwards. It's always like this. Whenever you true up. So true up prices for the products that you had on the initial order are fixed in your CPS. You can find them there. And this is how it looks. So maybe less theoretical, more visual. So first year, when you true up in the end of the first year, you pay 100% license plus 30 months of SA. Second year, 100% license plus 18 months of SA. And then in the end of the third year, 100% license again and 6 months of SA. So they're decreasing. And one of the tips that I give to my customers is if you want to deploy something just before the true up, wait a few days. You're going to save a whole year of SA costs, and that payment will be in the end of the next year. So there's no reason to rush deploying something if you can save quite a bit of money, unless there's a technical reason to do so. So, question to you: you initially bought and assigned 30 Visio licenses. In the second year, you installed 50 more copies. But then you removed 20 unused before the true-up, resulting in 60 total. How many Visio licenses do you have to include in the second year true-up order? So 30 plus 50 minus 20 becomes 60. But how many do you need to true-up? Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. We need to pick up the pace. It's not a rocket science question. All right. So if you've given up, you need to true up the high watermark, which is in this case, because you installed 50 copies in the second year, you have to true up 50. And you will end up with 80 licenses, although you're actually using just 60. You need to true up 50 licenses. No one's given that response. Because additional products, Visio is an additional product. Additional products, you have to true up at the high watermark. That's it. Well, it's a tricky question. And this has caught so many people. So if you're caught by that question, don't be upset. You're one of many. Enterprise subscription enrollment, a bit of a different dynamic, so not going to spend too much time on it. So with subscription licenses and subscription enrollments, remember there are no true ups, there are annual orders. You buy up, you pay up front for the license you're going to be using in the year ahead. So initial order of 1,800, then they added 200 more licenses in the first year, added 400 in the second year, removed 700, so drop below. Subscription products, not services. What do I mean is you can buy the same Windows, Office Professional Plus, and car bundles as subscription licenses, which expire in the end of the term. Different rules apply to those. You can have Office Professional Plus, not Office 365, as a subscription. So in this case, all these numbers are changing. So what happens here with this? So you added 200. It's almost like a true up, but it's not, because you're not paying for the license you added. You just basically place an order for the next year for 2,000 licenses, your new quantity. Then you add and remove, and then in the end, you can still reduce. For the third year, subscription license may be reduced, even product license, not just services, but you have to respect the requirements of the initial order. Then again, no limit on the initial quantity. The initial order doesn't mean initial quantity. It means the minimal requirements. The minimal requirements. I can argue about it. This is how it looks, and I read it in 2 languages, so I'm pretty confident about it. So additional products, which were in the initial order, when you add them, either the ones that you had on the initial order or the ones that you add later, you always, when you increase them, additional products in an enterprise subscription enrollment, you always have to pay for the entire year in the month when you install them. Always. There's no delayed true up or anything else. There are always immediate payments. You increase that, pay again. And then you may reduce to 0, but then remember that if you increase additional products in an enterprise subscription enrollment, and there was a large company I worked with that actually they broke their relationship with Microsoft, and Microsoft knew that they're not doing this, and Microsoft punished them for it. Same applies to new products, exactly the same dynamics. So nothing new. It's exactly the same thing. The only thing is you don't have a price fix. The only difference is you don't have a price fix yet. So moving on. Another question for you. What is the annual event obligation in an enterprise enrollment? A, true up. B, annual order. In an enterprise enrollment. Andrew, so you say, how do you remove midterm? You don't remove midterm. You deinstall software, then you need fewer licenses. That's what I wanted to show on that graph, that you just need fewer licenses. You reduce the quantity of products you're running, therefore the requirement. You don't remove the licenses. Annual payment to the remaining year, whole calendar year, the current year. You pay for. You installed it mid 2021. You pay for 2021, not for the next on additional products, which is a big difference with platform products, enterprise products. So the answer here is A. Yeah, if you've been paying attention to the wording, enterprise enrollment, the answer is A. So server and cloud enrollment is a completely different beast in an enterprise agreement, and I'm speeding up. It's for data center. It's same term, 3 years. Unlike enterprise enrollment, where you have one enrollment for subscription, one for perpetual, on the server cloud enrollment, you can mix and match. You can meet all your requirements with purely subscriptions. Purely subscriptions. You can sign an enterprise agreement with just a server cloud enrollment. And I know some Microsoft subs where you will try that and they will stop you because they just don't like it. But strictly speaking, yes, you can. You can have an enterprise agreement with just an SC. You can add any additional products. So you can have an SC and put Office in it instead of a platform commitment. You can add Azure, and in direct markets right now, you can't have an SC for Azure only. In indirect markets, you can still sign an SC just for Azure. So I'll cover that. We're going to have I think the next training session in 2 weeks is about cloud. It is. This is where I will cover this nuances about Azure, how you order Azure in various different agreements, and it's all different. It's not the same. And then there are different entry barriers to enterprise enrollment, obviously, because this is a data center enrollment. So entry barriers, entry quantities. Without those, you can't sign it. Are calculated based on certain metrics that apply to not to users, not to devices, but to data center. Right. So you can choose components, or you can mix and match, but you need to commit to at least one. It's either core infrastructure suite, which is a server operating system with System Center, or application platform, so databases, or optionally. So with the application platform, SQL must be on it, but you can also add SharePoint and Beanstalk. Another component that is also you can choose is you can have an SC just with Visual Studio licenses, developer platform. And Microsoft Azure, as I said, in the indirect markets, you can still have an SC just with Azure. In direct markets, which is the majority of developed countries, you can't anymore sign it. You have to add Azure to any of the other components. So that's how it works. With the software, the commitment is to software assurance across installed base. This is how Microsoft formulated. But basically, let me explain this. So the keyword here is installed. And I've seen another bullshit attempts from salespeople to say, no, you need to rebuy, say, for all your existing licenses. That's not the thing. So you may have 500 licenses, and you only need 300 servers. This is what you need to buy: 300 servers, installed base. So you need to what you do is with and in more details with all the pictures. It's going to be in one of the training sessions. We'll be discussing data center licensing. But quickly, what you need to do is if there are any licenses that you have from your previous term with active software assurance, and you sign a new server cloud enrollment, you renew SA on them. With the licenses that don't have active software assurance, but they are assigned to your data center, if you commit to this component, you have to either rebuy them, repurchase them with software assurance, or which is cheaper and makes more sense these days, you can buy subscriptions. So you just need to basically, let me give you an example. You have 300 licensable SQL servers, hardware. Let's simplify this. Licensable hardware SQL servers, 300. You have 200 of them covered with licenses with software assurance, and 100 with licenses without software assurance. So what you do is you renew software assurance on 200, and for the rest of them, for the 100, you either subscribe to new licenses, or you buy new licenses, perpetual license with SA. These are your options. So and Azure is upfront commitment. Where, as I said, we'll discuss upfront commitments on Azure in the next training sessions. So the minimums are for the core infrastructure. It's 400 cores, or 200 two-core packs, or what was that? What is it going to be? Anyway, divide by 16. 16 core packs, 400 single cores. That is the commitment on the if you want that component. If you want the application platform component, it's either 5 SQL Server licenses plus 250 SQL counts, or 50 SQL Server core licenses of any edition. Again, single core licenses, 50, so 25 core packs. And optionally, you can also drop in Beanstalk. If you want it to be a part of the platform with a discount, then the commitment is 24 core licenses. or 5 SharePoint licenses the same as bespoke. It's an optional addition to this application platform. C, this is not dependent on users. This is dependent on servers, on server metrics. Developer platform, 20 licenses of any Visual Studio Enterprise subscription or MSDN platforms. A mix of them. You can mix them. You don't have to choose one. Right. And minimums may be met with either perpetual license with software assurance or subscription license or any mix of the above. So you don't have to. It's quite flexible. It's a bit complicated because of that, but it's quite flexible. So a subscriptions may be added to an SCE at any time, but there are strings attached. So unless it's the third year, so what you do is you pay prorated by month from the day of installation until the end of the year. And then even if you remove the service, you still have to commit to another year, another 12 months. This is how it works. So say you deployed your enterprise agreement ends in New Year, 1st of January. You deployed a few servers in September, and then you remove them in just in December, just before the end of the year. And you add the subscriptions for them. You still have to pay for those subscriptions for another year. This is how it works. I can't explain that. That's the math with agent subscription units. The minimum commitment is 12 months. And you can only reduce them at an annual event. Therefore, that's the months you're using them plus 1 year at least, if not two. So why would you consider server cloud enrollment? Well, firstly, if you want to standardize, and sometimes this is a good reason. We want to upgrade all the server farms, all the server estate to current version. We want to have software assurance. We're using system sensor everywhere. You can't buy system sensor without software assurance. So let's standardize on say core infrastructure server. Then you always get on any component, you get 15% discount on license plus software assurance, and you get 5% discount on just software assurance. So it's discounts, standardization and discounts. These are the reasons to sign server cloud enrollment. No other reasons. The price level is either level A or always. There are no predefined levels of pricing, or your current level from your another enrollment, or MPSA, or Select Plus. So if you have MPSA with the price level in the server pool of D, then your SCE will be automatically level D. It inherits price level from a better agreement. That's what it does. So there are no predefined, no other barriers. So my question to you, can you sign an SCE for Visual Studio only? Jeez. I'll give you 1 minute because now we need to quickly move on. Can you sign a server and cloud enrollment which will be just for Visual Studio only? So essentially, can you have an enterprise agreement just for Visual Studio? Good answer from Chris. Well, you know what? I'll put you on screen. You said no, and I sort of agree with you, and I'll explain why. Yeah, I will hand over the next section to Daryl because I need a drink. So in theory, yes. In theory, yes, you can. The only reason I would say no is because Microsoft won't let you. But first thing, you can have an SCE just for the developer platform, and you can have an enterprise agreement with just an SCE. It's just when you try to do it, you have an immense resistance. But legally, by the book of the agreement, yes, you can do that. Anyway, so Daryl, the managing EA section. So we get into kind of business section, and the first slide is your options in the end of the enrollment.
Okay, so I'll take it from here. I just need you to move the slides forward as you have control. So let's talk about the option at the end of the period. Basically, we have two types of agreements. We have the perpetual plus SA, the license plus software assurance for the enterprise agreement. Then we have for the enterprise subscription. So at the end of the first term, first 3 years, you're ending your agreement. One, you can renew only for software assurance because you've already paid for the full duration of the license. You can extend for 3 years, but again, extension, we'll talk about extension. What are the terms of the extension? You can renew software assurance. You can move it to another agreement. Again, I don't recommend that. It's an option, not recommended. Or you can basically stop renewing, stop paying for software assurance, but then you're going to lose a lot of software assurance benefits. And as Alex spoke about, software assurance are tied very closely to your benefits of virtualization and other benefits that today you can't basically run a data center without. On the subscription side, it's completely different. If you don't renew, you're basically dead. You can't use anything. You need to do something. You need to either renew, move to a CSP or to another type of agreement, or maybe to a competitor. But basically, it's dead. You can't use any other licenses under a subscription agreement. Or you can, again, same option, extend for 3 years, renegotiate. Pricing is going to change. We'll talk about that. Or as I said, uninstall everything if you're not using it. There is an option. We'll talk about a buyout option. Let's move forward and we'll talk about the buyout option in a second, Alex.
We have renewal, but you already said all about renewal.
Exactly. So then let's just move on.
Extension, you've covered it.
Yeah, so let me just stop on extension a second. So even though the agreement has a 3-year extension, people jump on that 3-year extension and say, well, let's renew for 3 years and keep all the terms and conditions, all the great terms and conditions that we've already negotiated. You can renew the agreement, but the terms are going to reset. So keep in mind, your pricing is set for 3 years only. The renewal term, that additional extension does not provide you with 3 years of additional pricing that's been locked in. That is a completely new negotiation. Many organizations actually, that's where there's a big misunderstanding, and procurement or sometimes management are looking for that 3-year benefit of the same pricing. But no, Microsoft's actually going to peak your pricing. It's going to go up. You're going to have to renegotiate that. Let's move on.
Yeah, so buyout. I have 2 slides on buyout. So one is, buy perpetual licenses out in the end of the subscription term.
So let me just talk about a buyout. So when you reach the end of the subscription agreement, this is only for the enterprise subscription. There is a formula that you can utilize. Keep me honest here, Alex, if it's 1.75 in the agreement. So basically, it's 1.75.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's close. I don't remember it. I don't memorize that number. But
if anybody remembers the exact number, then please help us. But I think it's 1.75. So basically, you take the cost of your license and software assurance that you've paid, and then you multiply it by 175, and then that's the formula that you use, and then you've bought out the products. What does that mean? Now you have perpetual licenses for the latest edition, and you can take a decision either not to renew now because you've bought them out, so you actually own the product, or you can then move on just to a software assurance option. You can go to an enterprise agreement, perpetual, and renew your software assurance agreement. Again, once you reach that point in the agreement, this is not something trivial. Do the calculation, take a 3 to 6 year outlook, put it in an Excel, and then look at all your alternatives, CSP being one, and a perpetual enterprise agreement being the second one. Let's move on.
Yeah. So, stop using the say benefits, but we've said.
We've talked about that. Not recommended. Now,
so going back to document stack, what I wanted to demonstrate here on this slide is that there are a few documents that would like to draw attention to, because some people ask us, where is the audit clause? Where did we commit to let Microsoft come to our premises with an audit? Where is the definition of privacy, confidentiality, or definition of a qualified user? So this is what it looks like. So the 3 key documents, and these are the things that we can find on them. And I don't want to spend so much time on this slide. There's no reason to waste your time on it. Again, you can always come back. We will send PDFs to those who registered for the test. Everyone who's registered, you'll get PDFs of all these slide decks. So as long as I have your email, I know where to send it. Then just a bit of on some of the points. So I don't know, Daryl, if you want to pick up this one, would you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to stay high level. One, it's your responsibility to read the agreement. Don't complain to anybody when they come to you for an audit and you say you don't know, I haven't seen it, I've never read the agreement, and a dozen other very, very important clauses. So first of all, it's only your responsibility, not the resellers and not Microsoft's. I think that's most important. The second thing is that your audit, Microsoft has audit rights. And what you need to know is that Microsoft can give you a 30-day notice and then come audit you. So this is very difficult to negotiate. You really need to be a very, very large enterprise to negotiate these terms. It will never go away. It can be modified. What you need to keep in mind that if you do have an audit, there are multiple ways to offset the period of 30 days. I'll be happy to elaborate offline. This is not something I want to speak online, but there are multiple strategies and techniques to basically receive more than 30 days in order to, let's call it, prepare for the audit. In any case, if you found to be under license, the penalties are very high. Okay, I'm not going to get into the calculations and how they're calculated and how you can fight this, but they're going to be very, very high and very painful. The good news is Microsoft isn't auditing as much as they used to in the past. So I think that's good news. I'll say the bad news is they haven't been auditing now for 3-4 years intensively, that it goes in cycles. So I can only assume that coming 2022 or maybe 2023, I think we're going to see audits come back. We're seeing it now with Oracle. We're seeing it now with Adobe. So don't be too... you can be positive about it, but don't be placid. Be aware of it and read your audit clause. Please do.
I'll take the next one, applicable rights, because it's quite geeky. So please bear with me. So there's a whole section in the enterprise agreement itself talks about applicable rights, what rights apply to your licenses, and it's important because sometimes Microsoft changed the rules of the game all the time. They release a new version, they change the rules of the game. They release a new version of product terms, they change the rules of the game, the product terms slightly. Sometimes it seems like a very small change. It could be drastic. So you need to understand, in your enterprise agreement, what rights apply to you, what are the conditions that you must follow. So when it's Azure, when you consume Azure services, those terms and conditions are always current. Azure current conditions. They updated it, they apply to you. They updated it tomorrow, they apply to you. With software and rights through SA, it's a bit more interesting. So product terms apply for the version that you bought in the first enrollment term when the product was licensed. So if you had multiple enrollment terms and you're not upgrading it, I have a graphical slide. I'll show you that. You're not upgrading it. Still, those terms still apply to your perpetual licenses. When Microsoft and on this what I have here on Asterix, renewal of SA does not affect the terms of perpetual licenses. This is a new addition. Microsoft used to teach that when you renew SA, your rights reset. I used to teach that as well because Microsoft used to teach it, and so this formula is new. This formula is new, and I remember when there were discussions when Yeli Koi had a whole discussion with Microsoft about. He was insisting that even when the old language, this was this way, but finally Microsoft fortunately clarified this. So if you don't upgrade, your old rights still apply to you. You don't have to accept any new restrictive. Microsoft keeps restricting some of the rights. Unfortunately, they reduce your rights from version to version. So with services, easy. Product terms just apply from the beginning of the enrollment term for the 3 years. Same. If Microsoft changes anything, and you don't like it, it doesn't apply to you. You may opt, actually, if you like it, you may opt to accept new terms, but Anyway, so with rights through SA, it's unclear. I have a picture here to demonstrate it for those of you who are licensing geeks. So see what at the renewals, the orange things here. So this is just one instance of SQL Server 2012. I'm not upgrading it. It's one instance. So when I sign a new renewal of the agreement, there's no effect on the perpetual terms. But according to the language of EA, I am not sure right now, and I appreciate this as a training, but I have to be absolutely open with you. I'm not sure if software assurance terms are reset to 2014 at this point, according to the language of Microsoft. I would carefully, because you always should assume the worst, I would carefully think that the rights that you get through software assurance are actually reset to 2014, but that's not clear. Same in 2018, I resigned it again. My perpetual rights that came with the SQL 2012 still apply from the license. Including, okay, good example, including core factor table, which then was removed. It would still apply to it. But anything that I get through SA is reset to the rights of the 2017. That's what I think. Yeah, well, I know it's too much detail, Daryl, I know, but I said it's a very geeky slide. So this is all written again in those documents. Mergers, acquisitions are also stipulated. So if the number of licenses changes by more than 10%, that's the whole formula. Microsoft will work with enrolled affiliate to determine how to accommodate its changed circumstances. That's it. Don't overthink it. You acquired someone, you divested something, your base of licenses, kind of number of licenses has changed as a result of that by 10%, more than 10%. Both for you and for Microsoft, it's an option to renegotiate. Right, license transfers. Transfers are only, you can only transfer licenses due to a merger or divestiture. You divest a part of your business. And you can only transfer fully paid perpetual licenses, not partially paid, just fully paid license. Software assurance is not transferred. And the biggest point here is, I keep reminding you, that transfers are never, ever, ever, ever reflected on the Microsoft licensing statement. You have to remember what you received or what you gave. It will never be reflected in the Microsoft databases. You have to follow a process. You have to fill in the form. It still gets through Microsoft. They don't reflect it in their databases, so you must keep track of that. So yeah, we had a question from Olivia before about can we transfer the license that we purchased as a mistake? Yes, but you can actually, if you are in the European Union, you can resell them. Moving on, we have 15 minutes left. And I'd like us to be on time today. So LSP relationship in an enterprise agreement, one enrollment, one LSP. Change of LSP is painful. I've seen attempts to change an LSP. I don't want to get, you don't want to get into that area. Choose your LSP wisely because you are in a it's not a marriage, but it's a temporary lock. So affiliate options are very important. So you get them in an enterprise enrollment. I'll show you the picture where what it looks like. It's like this. So you have to choose wisely here what you want to choose, and then the option. So the last bit on this screenshot, whether to include affiliates that you will then acquire, newly formed or acquired affiliates in the enterprise agreement. I would say choose don't. Because what if you acquire something, and then what happens is then suddenly you need to buy them new licenses. It's a big mistake. Choose wisely what you choose here. I always tell everybody my preferred option is to choose a whitelist, an exact list. If you need to add them later, reach out to Microsoft, discuss it, modify the EA, add them later, but do this manually. Do not allow automatic updates here. Right. So remember I told you about in the beginning I had a trick question about Office Professional Plus that was bought when there was an agreement. So a very easy recipe to waste money is to misunderstand the commitment. Only purchase through the enrollment. If you have an enterprise enrollment with Office Professional Plus, all the orders must be done through that enrollment. If you buy Office Professional Plus in a PSA or open, you may not use these licenses. It was that my tricky question in the beginning. You may not use them. Same with the service. I cried once when I saw a government organization wasted £250,000 on Windows Server licenses when they had at the same time a server cloud enrollment. They could not use those licenses because through the server cloud enrollment, they promised Microsoft that they're only going to buy CIS licenses through that enrollment. They still have to buy them. They just wasted $250,000, and unfortunately, they also missed the return frame. So that was very painful thing. Ivan, I'll let Daryl pick your question because I don't really understand what you mean by gap in SQL Server Developer Edition. It was a subscription always.
But let's come back to that at the end, Alex. Let's move on.
Yeah, and now it's free, so I'm not really sure. If you could elaborate on that before we come back to it, I would really appreciate it. So, question for you: for how long an enrollment can be extended? It's either 3 years, 3 and 1 year, or 1 year. So, or extension not possible. Okay, because of the lack of time, so I'll tell you the answer. It's only one option right now. A. Why I put B is many people say it's either 3 or 1. That was before. For about 3 or 5 last years, you can only have a 3-year extension. That's it. So the next question is, if you have, at the end of an enterprise agreement, you have 12,000 qualified devices. You want to buy out licenses for 3,000 because you're migrating the rest to Microsoft 365. Can you do that? Can you buy out a quota of qualified device licenses? It's either D or E. Enrollment can be extended for 3 years. It's just we don't recommend it to extend it, but there's an option. In the end, instead of renewal, you can extend it. That's what just Daryl was talking about, that don't extend because it's not a good idea. Right, so here, D or E, can you buy out just a part of qualified device licenses or not? It was on one of the slides. I appreciate we skimmed through them quickly, but it was on one of the slides. All right, so the answer here is no. If you buy out platform licenses, enterprise licenses, enterprise products, you must buy them out entirely. All enterprise products must be bought out. Right, so Microsoft Customer Agreement or CSP. If you've been to our CSP session recently, so this is a bit of you have a bit of a flashback. So Cloud Solution Provider Program. Now we're promised that it's going to replace everything, including an enterprise agreement. Right now, it's only targeted at small organizations, but even big organizations sign CSPs. It's a good augmentation to the EA in some circumstances, and it's very, very different. So it's not really an agreement. The agreement that you sign is an agreement with your cloud provider, and they pass on the terms of the MCA to you. So it's not an agreement you sign with Microsoft. You may have multiple providers on one tenant. You may have multiple CSPs on one tenant. It's a framework. MCA is published. You can download it. You can read it. So EA is an actual agreement via an LSP, assigned LSP that you cannot change. MCA is the exact opposite. It's not an agreement. It's a framework. And you can have multiple agreements with multiple CSPs at the same time. All the licenses will come to your one tenant, your license pool. So EA is the term agreement. Enrollments, the term enrollments. MCA, the Microsoft relationship, the Microsoft Cloud Customer Agreement is evergreen. But your agreements with your CSP providers, may be different. They may be expiring. They may be evergreen. It depends on you. So there's no term. There's no set term on the CSP. In EA, you have all these annual payments and true ups, spreading of payments, complex subscription rules. So in CSP, it's all very simple. If it's a monthly subscription per user, you pay monthly. If it's an annual subscription, you pay annual. If it's a perpetual license, you buy it upfront. No magic, no smoke and mirrors, and obviously no benefits of a true up. If you consider that a benefit, I do. So in EA, there are commitments, as we've just learned. There are minimum barriers. In CSP, no commitments, no entry barriers, can have an agreement with one license only. Moving on. So in EA, there are predefined discount levels, A, B, C, D. In CSP, right now, yet, there are no predefined discount levels. We are promised in the next year, there was a date of March, now it's removed. Now they only say next year, there will be discount levels up to 3,400. So for the so-called breadth, small businesses, there will be discount levels. We'll see. So your prices are set. So in the EA, prices are more or less similar. You can benchmark. LSPs usually maintain very, very low margins on top of Microsoft. Their incoming price list. What happens in CSP right now is Wild Wild West. So check your CSP prices. My colleagues from a competing company, they saw CSP providers making like 40% margins on top of their inbound price from Microsoft. Crazy stuff. So come to professionals. Let us check that for you. Benchmark those prices for you. Anyway, and you can have multiple CSPs, as I said. In EA, you have price fix on the initial order. You don't have any price fixes on CSP. Price is always current. Another difference. So, and this one is massive. This is a tectonic shift in Microsoft licensing. So please pay attention. So in EA, you could, as I said, you could either buy, and you cannot buy without SA, perpetual license with SA. That's your first option. Second option, you can buy a subscription license that includes software assurance rights, almost like full equivalent of SA. It's even called license plus SA, subscription license. In CSP, you get either perpetual licenses to which you may not